Well, a very good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trent Bridge in Nottingham for our Metro Bank 50 Over Cup competition. Farewell from Nottinghamshire in terms of the group stage. This is their 8th match. All the other counties in Group A of the Metro Bank have a further match to come on Tuesday. So this is Nottinghamshire's last chance to impress in this season's competition. There's already been one or two people getting in touch to say, Dave, Notts aren't mathematically out of the competition, but as I see it, they need 8 results to go their way, including a big win for Notts today, and even then they might still miss out on net run rate. So I think in terms of Nottinghamshire going through to the knockout phase, that's probably going to be beyond them. So Surrey also languishing down towards the bottom end, but they move along the A52 in good heart after a thumping victory over Derbyshire on Friday, and with 2 wins and 4 losses from their 6 matches, they'll be looking to end the competition, end the group stage with victory today, and then at New Road against Worcestershire on Tuesday. News from the middle is that Surrey have won the toss and have opted to bat first. So very good morning to you. Welcome to Trent Bridge. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. There'll be hopefully from time to time a variety of guests popping in to say hello and just give you a break from the monotony of my voice over the next 7 or 8 hours, but we're all very much looking forward to a thrilling contest. I'll give you the two sides. Nottinghamshire have given a debut to 19-year-old seamer Tom Giles. There was a Churchillian speech on the outfield by Andy Pick, the Pathway fast bowling coach, who's telling me out there in the middle that he's been working with Tom since he was a 14-year-old, and it was at a family wedding in Wrexham yesterday. Andy Pick, you know how these things can get a little messy. Got a call late last night from Paul Franks to say that Notts were going to give young Gilo his debut today. Wouldn't it be great if he came and presented a cap? And Andy said he got up at 6 o'clock this morning in Wrexham, where the family wedding was, to come across and be here. Lovely speech from Andy Pick. I'll give you the rest of the sides in a moment, but we're going to get underway just on the stroke of 11 o'clock with James Hayes bowling to Rory Burns, and the first shot of the day is driven down the ground, fielded by Burns' former England opening partner Asib Hamid, the Notts captain, and Surrey are up and running 1 without loss. So the Nottinghamshire side has Tom Giles in, another youngster, Byron Hatton-Lowe. He also gets a start today, so a couple of youngsters in there. Hatton-Lowe playing just his 2nd match, and it's 2 of the elder statesmen who have made way. Lyndon James sitting this one out, and also Brett Hutton, who 3 or 4 years ago did play a one-off match for Surrey against, it was a first-class match against the Sri Lankan Development 11 down at Guildford. Here's Hayes, bowls wide of the off stump. Adam Thomas is on strike, scored very handy 164 against Derby a couple of days ago, so he's banging form. So Notts have Ben Martindale, Ben Slater, Jack Haynes, Asib Hamid, Sammy King. Dane Shardendorf is listed to come in at 6, Byron Hatton-Lowe at 7, Joe Pocklington, Rob Lord, James Hayes and Tom Giles. I'll give you the rest of the Surrey side in the mere blink of a time as Hayes bowls, and that's wide and going wider still, and not called as such by umpire Bill Al-Shafar. Great to see Billy out there, former Notts player, spells with Northants and Hampshire. There might have been 1 or 2 other counties as well towards the end of his career. He was a little bit have bat will travel, but best known for his couple of spells here at Trent Bridge with Notts. Lovely fella, Bill Al-Shafar. Lovely to catch up with him, and I know it's a big day for him, umpiring for the first time on this famous ground in his home city, as the next ball's run to backward point and there's no run. So Rory Burns, Adam Thomas opening for Surrey. Nikhil Garantler coming in at 3. Ben Folkes, Josh Blake, Ollie Sykes, Ralphie Albert gets a second start, having made his debut at Derby. Nathan Barnwell, James Taylor, Yusuf Majid and Ari Corvallis on loan from Sussex. The other umpire, apart from Bilal Shafat, is Chris Watts. Our match referee, Phil Whittaker, the former Leicestershire wicket-keeper. Hayes, wearing 13, bowls and tacking that off some stump line. Thomas eases it into the covers and it's fielded by Hatton Lowe. Our scorers, Roger Marshall and Debbie Beasley. Nice to catch up with Debbie out in the middle. And also Jack Brooks out there, part now of the Surrey coaching staff. Of course, he had a little spell a couple of seasons ago on loan with Notts. And round the counters a little bit. Jack Brooks, next delivery. Wide of the off stump, so a decent enough first over. In fact, a very decent first over in terms of economy from James Hayes. Just a single from it. Surrey up and running. Jack Brooks, of course, started with Northants, went to Yorkshire. Long spell there, a few seasons with Somerset. And then towards the back end of loan here. A couple of seasons ago for the Blast competition with Notts, and he's now part of the Surrey coaching staff. Good man, Jack Brooks. It's going to be Rob Lord to bowl the second over of the day from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end, as it was anointed a couple of seasons ago. Of course, it's now also known as the building site end. A lot of work, a lot of renovations going on at that far end. The new pavilion being constructed, will take into next season as well before it's all complete, but we're all very much looking forward to seeing the eventual outcome. So Rob Lord, right arm, medium fast to bowl to Rory Burns, and this is helped away by Burns down to Ben Slater at long leg for a single. Rob Lord is one of only 4 players to take a 5-foot against Surrey a couple of years ago down at Guildford. Terrific performance from Rob, and he's also the joint leading wicket taker for Notts in this year's competition. He's got 11, as has the spinner Joe Pocklington. So a battle within a battle between those two for bragging rights, leading wicket taker. Lyndon James has 9, he's not playing. James Hayes has 9, so he could also come into the equation. Lord now to Adam Thomas, and Thomas runs it to backward point where it's fielded by Ben Martindale. Notts in the all green and the gold accessories, if you like, the names, the numbers, the stripes, but predominantly all green. Surrey in the very dark colours, predominantly black. They've got the brown helmets. I do prefer, personally, a pale blue Blast kit, but needs must as the next ball's run to Martindale at backward point, and there's no run. Give you various stats through the day. I've got a million of them, but I must thank my good chum, esteemed cricket writer, journalist, broadcaster, Surrey statistician and all-round good egg, Marcus Hook, for sending across all the stats he'd got on Surrey versus Nottinghamshire. So did a lot of my work for me last night, having returned late from the football. Thomas on the strike, and again it's played to Martindale at backward point. So thanks for that, Marcus. Give you all the nitty-gritty over past meetings during the course of the day. Should be plenty of time for that. Long old days these, 50 overs aside, of course, the half an hour interval in between. I've had a few debates this year with a number of people about the value of 50 over cricket against 40 over cricket. Thomas yet to score. Good over this from Rob Lord, and this is a thickish outside edge which will run down to third, down below me somewhere on the boundary edge is Ben Slater, and they come back for 2. So Thomas is away. I think the last season of 40 over cricket, Notts won the competition at Lords in 2013, beating Glamorgan, and I think there was the change the following year to keep in line with the rest of the world and of course international cricket. But in this day and age there's no sort of pathway between the domestic 50 over game and the international side, the ODIs, as Lord comes in to conclude what's been a good over, and this is pushed back to him, and it ends with Surrey on 4 with Outlaws. Good over, good tight over from Rob Lord, attacking the stumps, and 2 of the 3 runs he leaked were from the thickish outside edge. Rory Burns with the other one, and Surrey 4 without loss. You know, there's, as you will all be aware, there's no pathway really between the domestic 50 over game. You can perform your socks off in this competition, and don't think you're going to get selected for the, in fact, the forthcoming England ODI squad I think was announced before the Metro Bank even started. So I stick with the tried and trusted, but as Hayes starts a new over, and Burns for the first time dots one out onto the offside. He'd scored 2 singles from his previous 2 balls. There's no real chance, I don't think, of impressing in 50 over domestic and getting a call up to the England 50 over side. It seems they'd rather go with players they know, they're aware of, that have done the rounds in the various franchise competitions, that like to wallop a white ball. Burns on 2. It's this meaterly up to Rob Lord at mid-on, and there's no run. So I think there's a lot of merit in the 40 over competition. Clearly it takes less time. The middling overs, if you like, in this competition can not always, sometimes are very, very interesting and attractive, and can be a real battle between bat and ball as sides try and work themselves into a position to muster some late runs. But sometimes they can also be a little bit of a drag, as this is a sharp bouncer from Hayes. Went over Rory Burns' right shoulder, the left-hander, but I think it was on a leg stump line, so rightly not called as a leg side wide, and I think he was okay for height as well. Sunshine just breaking through here at Trent Bridge. Not a cloud cover for most of the morning. Hayes bowls, Burns turns it to mid-wicket, fielded by Sammy King. And there's no run. It's interesting, on Friday here against Gloucestershire, a match that Notts were well beaten by. James Bracey getting 186 for the unbeaten Group A leaders. Sammy King was almost exclusively on the boundary away to our right, the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. But he started off at mid-wicket on the other side of the ground for this one. Here's Hayes, bowls, Birds will chip it up to Sammy King, and he's dropped it. Just speaking about the Nottinghamshire fielder, Sammy King in there in a catching position, and how expensive will that be? On 2, Rory Burns has just chipped one up tamely. He's gone down and prodding the wicket, and that was as routine as they come. And well, Sammy King won't want me or anybody else to blather on about that. He'll just be desperately hoping that Rory Burns doesn't make a significant contribution, because on 2 he's been spilt at mid-wicket in the 3rd over. Would have been 4 for 1. James Hayes, the unfortunate bowler, who looked on aghast. Hayes down the leg side. It's always the way, isn't it? It's one of the unwritten laws of the game of cricket. If you're a bowler and you have a chance to go down off your bowling, the next ball would be whacked away for 4 down the leg side. It was a poorly directed ball by Hayes, coming to terms with the fact that he should have had a very experienced former England opener out for just 2. And it is the end of the over 8 without loss. And another look that Sammy King and his friends and family and teammates won't want to dwell on for too long. Good fielder, Sammy King, excellent fielder, good lad, good fella. Feel for him a bit there, but that was one he'd take, I was going to say 99 times out of 100, he'd take 100 times out of 100. But today down it went. 8 after 3 overs, Surrey. Rory Burns has 6. Adam Thomas has 2. Here at Trent Bridge, and Bilal Shafayat is heading off. Not sure why. The far end, Rob Lord has got the ball in his hand, so it's not a ball issue. But umpire Shafayat is jogging off. He's pointed, well, he has pointed to Ben Slater, who's down on the fence, saying, "Can I help you, ump?" And he's then pointed to the suitcase full of balls. Maybe this, of course, they have 2 balls, don't they? So there's maybe something wrong with the one at this end. And indeed, our umpire has selected another one. And you'd imagine it'll be a new ball because it's only had 1 over. Beg your pardon, 2 overs from this end. Bowled by James Hayes. Can't imagine they've got a ball in there that's 2 overs old. Come on, Billy, get back there. Make your way to square leg. Surrey 8 without loss, having had a huge moment of fortune. Adam Thomas, the right-hander, on strike. And Rob Lord bowls and tucks him up. It nestles into the thigh pad. Tom Giles and Byron Hatton-Lowe, 2 young seamers in the Notts 11 today. Giles' debut, Hatton-Lowe's second game, so be a little bit of pressure is what you make it, I guess, but there'll be a little bit of pressure on them when they eventually replace Hayes and Lord. Wish them both well. Rob Lord bowls, and another edge for Thomas, and again it'll run down to third to Ben Slater. This time just a single. The spin option, Joe Pocklington, who really has been the find, if you like, for Notts in this competition. The revelation, the slow left-arm spinner they got from national county side Lincolnshire, given a summer contract. Played in all the matches, joint leading wicket taker with Rob Lord, Pocklington with 11, and Ben Martindale we saw have a couple of overs, his right arm medium on Friday, and I saw him in the nets this morning bowling. We might see a little bit of him. This is wide of the off stump, and it goes through to Dane Shardendorf, the Nottinghamshire keeper. 9 without loss. Crowd will continue to build. The number of patrons who will have had a lazy Sunday morning, or they've travelled here from distant parts, or they've been off to the morning service, but 1 or 2 more coming into the ground. 9 without loss. Next delivery, oh, and that's Burns throwing the kitchen sink at that. Wide of the off stump, gets nothing on it, and it goes through again to wicketkeeper Shardendorf. Full programme of matches today, up and down the country in this competition. Just have a quick scan before we tell you what's going on. 1, 2, 3, 4 matches have started in Group B. 1, 2, 3, 4 matches have started in Group A. So the weather holding fair up and down the land as Rob Lord, past umpire Watts, bowls, and Burns with soft hands just trickles it along the ground to Haynes at slip. So in the other group, Durham are at home to Warwickshire today. Durham are batting 12 without loss, early stages there. Kent at home to Somerset, 17 for 1. Poor start at Wantage Road for Northants, 6 for 2 against Middlesex, and Sussex 16 without loss down at Hove against Yorkshire. Tell you the early goings in Group A in a moment as Rob Lord bowls again to Rory Burns, cuts this away through the offside. Notts have Martindale at backward point and Hatton-Lowe at square point, and it's gone between the pair of them and away for 4. Nice shot from Rory Burns to conclude the 4th over. And Surrey 13 without loss. So in Group A, Essex, who still very much have a qualification place in their sights. They're playing the unbeaten Gloucestershire at Chelmsford. Gloucestershire 6 out of 6. Essex are 13 for 1. In fact, that's just changed, moved up to 19 for 1 in the early stages. James Hayes to begin 5th over here, nicely turned onto the leg side, and that's a good sprawling stop by Pocklington, and he's landed on his bot there, gives it a little pat, but good bit of fielding. They do take the single, 14 without loss. Thomas on 4, Rory Burns back on strike on 10. Hampshire today hosting Derbyshire. Derbyshire 15 without loss. Worcestershire Rapid second in the group. They're away at Leicester. They're batting their 16 without loss after 4. And of course, you know what's happening here is Hayes bowls and a play and a miss from Rory Burns, playing down the wrong line. So we'll bring you up to speed with events elsewhere as we go through the day. It is the Trent Bridge Food Festival Day, which if you're not on the ground won't mean an awful lot to you, but if you have come along today, or if you are on your way here, the concourse was filled with all sorts of food stalls, more than normal if you're not aware and think, well, surely they sell food at Trent Bridge, but there's all sorts of exotic food stalls from all over the shop. I'm not sure what the delay is. We've got another delay now. We're all looking away towards the William Clark stand. Don't know what that was about. And then umpire Shafayette says play. The 5th over, Hayes to Burns, and again he's got a little lucky. It's doing a little bit here. Extra bit of bounce for the two bowlers. Hitting the deck hard, and Rory Burns, having had a life on 2, is now on to 11, and again they're going down having a look at the wicket, particularly at the far end. Again, I don't know what Bilal Shafayette is overly concerned about. But between deliveries again, he was looking towards maybe the dressing rooms. Of course, they're now down at the Radcliffe Road end once the pavilion's out of service. 2 slips in for Thomas, the right-hander, and he'll push this up to Lord. Hayes. Lengthy straight approach, lovely rhythmical action. And Thomas eases this again to Martindale at point. There's no run. Camera crew today out and about in the elements, led by Rebecca, who's just in front of me here on the gantry. Got a Notts Outlaws cap on to protect from the sun. Got Lee and Lewis and Spence out there, and my favourite camera operator, Wilson, who's on top of the pavilion at the far end, the static camera Wilson out in the elements. All the rest get food and drink and all throughout the day brought to them regularly. Wilson doesn't, poor old thing, as an inside edge. Just runs through to Schardendorf, 15 without loss after 5. So Surrey unable just to get away at the moment, but crucially Notts haven't been able to take a wicket, but they have tried hard, and some really accurate bowling from James Hayes, who's 3 overs none for 7, 14 dots out of his 18 balls, and 8 dots out of Rob Lord's 2 overs so far. He's none for 8, 15 on the board. Quite a decent crowd in, as you'd expect spread around this famous old ground as Lord comes in, bowls and played into the offside. That's a really good bit of work from Sammy King, who maybe at the moment feels he's got a little bit of work to do to redeem himself in the eyes of his bowlers and coaching staff after that early spillage. Always the danger, I guess, as you run towards the end of a group and it's apparent that sides can't make progression, that a little bit of interest might drop away, but no, they've come out in their numbers to watch this one as this is chipped by Burns onto the leg side and it beats the sprawling Pocklington, who quickly gets back to his feet and has got a chase on here, Joe Pocklington, and does well to prevent it going for 4, but they do take 3. Did well there, Pocklington, and it's a couple of times he's hit the deck hard in diving to make a stop, or on this occasion an attempted stop. Umpire Shafayat doing the umpiring duties according to the letter of the law, or the letter of the guidebook, swapping over from square leg to square leg whenever the right-hander or the left-hander changes ends. Rob Lord in again, short, pulled away for 4. That was dug in by Rob Lord, but the first shot of real conviction from Adam Thomas. Rolled his wrist, controlled it nicely. Always in complete and utter control of what he was doing there, and gets a 4 behind square on the leg side. Good to see the Notts flags in the Fox Road stand. The Morley family here in numbers, no doubt. .22 without loss. Lord bowled him! Lovely delivery from Rob Lord. It's taken the leg stump out of the ground. Adam Thomas, I think, trying to whip that one through mid-wicket. Pitched up by Rob Lord, and he gets the first wicket. And Adam Thomas goes for 8. Faced 18 balls, hit that one boundary the ball before he was dismissed. And on 22, Notts have that first breakthrough. Adam Thomas bowled by Rob Lord for 8. Lovely sight for a fast bowler. Uprooting one of the stumps, having gone for 7 from his 2 previous deliveries, bowling from the Stewart Broad end there, and he's just nipped it back in as I think Adam Thomas was trying to whip that through mid-wicket. Played outside it, nipped back through the gate and demolished off stump. 22 for 1, and we've got 2 balls left in the 6th over. Just waiting for the next batter to come out. Takes a little bit of getting used to for the visiting sides here. Not that I'm sure many of the young Surrey contingent have much experience of playing at Trent Bridge. Nick Garantler on his way out to the middle to join Rory Burns, 23 years of age, came through the South Asian Cricket Academy. Very fine prospect indeed. In there early enough to make a mark, but a really important time in the 6th over for Notts to get a wicket. Surrey haven't threatened to get away from Nottinghamshire in the early power play like Gloucestershire did on Friday, with 2 really experienced former Test players indeed in Cameron Bancroft and James Bracey, putting 122 on for the first wicket. For Gloucestershire, they've got a very, very fine top order, and on Friday's evidence, they're going to take some beating in this competition. Yeah, beg your pardon, because the tannoy announcer alerting me to the fact that Nick Garantler hasn't come out at 3. It is Ben Folkes. Speaking of Test players, Rob Lord in to Folkes, and this is run to backward point, and there's no run. So a change on the card and an elevation up the order for Ben Folkes. 22 for 1. Rob Lord at the moment in sole possession of the Nottinghamshire leading wicket taker in this season's Metro Bank. Then this Notts' last and final game, they've won 3, lost 3 and a tie. Lord into Folkes, knew there was width on that and tried to drive it through extra cover, but only hit it to a mead, and that's the end of a successful over for Rob Lord. The last 3 balls in truth reflect better upon him than the first 3. Went for 7 runs at the start of the over, a 3 and a 4, but then came back with the wicket and a couple of dots to Folkes. And after 6 overs, Surrey here are 22 for 1. So a change in the order if you're just joining us. From the Notts perspective, a debut for Tom Giles. He's out there wearing 48, 19-year-old seamer, hails from Scunthorpe. Went to Worksop College, been working with Andy Pick, the Notts pathway fast bowling coach, since he was 14, and Andy Pick whisked away from a family wedding in Wrexham yesterday to come and present the cap. This one down the leg side from Hayes to the left-handed Burns. That's just paddled away easily for 4 runs. And a couple of times now Burns has been the grateful recipient of a delivery down the leg side. So Tom Giles in, Brett Houghton given the day off, and so too Lyndon James, experienced Notts all-rounder in the middle order. Byron Hatton-Lowe comes into the side. He'll be amongst the quartet of seam bowling options, maybe even 5 if Ben Martindale gets a turn. Hayes in again, beats Burns on the outside. That's a better line, James. So Notts, Martindale, Slater, Haynes, Mead, Sammy King, Dane Shardendorf, the keeper, will go up 1 to 6. Hatton-Lowe will come in at 7. Pocklington, Lord, Hayes and Giles. And Surrey's side, we've already seen Adam Thomas. He's opening with Rory Burns. Ben Folkes is out there. Nikhil Garantler, Josh Blake, Ollie Sykes, Ralphie Albert, Nathan Barnwell, James Taylor, Yusuf Majid and Ari Carvelis. Next deliveries just cut to backward point on the vents. Wideish third, call it what you will. Shorter of the 2 sides at Trent Bridge, the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Boundary just marginally longer on the Fox Road side of the ground. 27 for 1, Surrey. Ben Folkes down to face James Hayes for the first time. Hayes to Folkes, confident looking push up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run there. Really ought to have a little look at some of these impressive stats that Marcus Hook has kindly sent through. All the meetings in one-day cricket between Surrey and Nottinghamshire over the years. Healthy rivalry has developed as Folkes pushes this into the offside. Of course, possibly the most famous meeting that Surrey supporters will want to forget, but will live long in the memory of the Notts fans who were there. The 2017 Lords one-day final that saw Notts lift the crown with Alex Hales getting 187 not out, not set to score 299 after Mark Stoneman had scored 144 for Surrey. One of the great Lords one-day knocks by Hales. This is defended by Folkes onto the leg side. Astonishing scenes, certainly in the dressing room afterwards. 27 for 1 after 7 at the end of that over. James Hayes 4 overs, none for 12, and 8 of those runs Ball's leaked down the leg side to Rory Burns. I think the only two is leaked down there. The other one that was a leg stumpy delivery was just helped into the hands of Sammy King at mid-wicket, and down it went. Couldn't believe it, and I'm sure Sammy's still thinking about it. Everybody says you've got to forget about it and get on with the game, but when you put one down like that, it's very hard to dislodge from the memory bank. As I said at the time, he'll desperately be hoping that Burns doesn't make a significant contribution. Ben Slater dropped one on Friday when James Bracey had 58. Well, he went on to get 186, so that was an expensive let-off. Here's Lord, 3 overs, 1 for 15, bowls to Burns. Might be the first extra of the innings here. Chris Watts is gesturing that he's going to signal a leg by. Now taps his knee, sort of a pre-signal signal. The umpires sort of get themselves into a position, and they're just starting to move their arm away from their body to alert the scorers to the fact that you can keep an eye on me because I'm going to signal something. So a leg by, 28 for 1 in the 8th. Light aeroplane goes over the ground. Lord into folks down the leg side. That'll have to be reloaded by Rob Lord. Just got his line wrong. So in all, 47 previous meetings completed. There's been another 6 that one way or another have fallen foul of the elements. It's always a little bit of a misnomer. I'll tell you for why in a second. 29 for 1. This is just turned down to a long leg. There'll be a couple of runs here for folks to get him off the mark. Throw comes in from Hayes. Schardendorf has to go galloping towards the ball to take it on the half volley. 31 for 1. Statisticians always count no results, matches that start but don't finish. They don't reach a conclusion. You don't get to the point where DLS takes over. They always count those amongst the number of matches played, whereas abandons, complete abandons where you don't have a toss, they don't count, even though there has been a fixture. Everybody's turned up. In some cases the crowd's even inside the ground as this is turned to leg by folks, and he'll take a sharp single. So 6 matches completely have been abandoned. So out of the other 47, 2 were no results. They started but didn't finish. But of those that did, Surrey have won 20 and lost 25. Perhaps on the face of it that might seem a little surprising. I've been on the ground when there's been some real hidings handed out by Surrey towards Notts, but overall, since one-day cricket started in this country in the 60s, Notts have a 25 to 20 advantage over the side from London. Next delivery through to the keeper, and there's no run. Just the one neutral ground meeting, if you like. That was the one I was just referring to at Lord's in 2017. But here at or in Nottinghamshire, there's been meetings elsewhere. Of course, the last couple of meetings in Nottinghamshire have both been at Welbeck, but in Nottinghamshire, Notts have won 12 and lost 9. One win apiece at the John Fretwell Centre, Welbeck, as this is pushed into the offside. And there's no run. And fixtures hosted by Surrey. The last couple again have been away from the Kennington Oval. They've been at Guildford, but Notts again have a better record. Incredibly, they've won 12 and lost 11. So a little surprising. Notts' highest total actually came last year in the meeting at Guildford, 378 for 6. Big runs for Slater. Rory Burns will be looking to do the same today as he works this through mid-wicket for 4. Shot of real conviction for Rory Burns to conclude the 8th over with Surrey on 36 for 1. 9 runs from that over, the best over of the innings so far for the visitors, who won the toss, opted to bat first. Ollie Sykes skippering the side today, out there with Asiba Mead. Sammy Seitrin is on the field as 12th man for Notts. Looks as if Rob Lord is making his way off, so you often get it, don't you? Rob Lord has just completed his 4th over, going away for. He's actually taking a moment or two to get off the field here. Rob Lord seems to be, I don't know, feeling an ankle or a heel as he leaves the field. So maybe a change next over at the far end as Hayes starts the 9th and played into the offside by Folkes. It's down at Guildford last year. 164 made by Ben Slater. Surrey's highest score against Notts, 361 for 8 at the Oval in 2001. That was a one-day cup semi-final, if memory serves. Was it the Cheltenham and Gloucester at that stage? This is chipped through mid-wicket nicely by Folkes, pitched up by James Hayes and turned away to the mid-wicket fence for 4. 2015 the sides met at the Oval in semi-final of another one-day cup competition, and Surrey very much got they got the better of Notts on a huge score posted. They only won by 3 in the end. There was a century for Notts for Greg Smith. It was a little bit of a surprise to me when we went out for the toss 20 minutes before the toss and asked for the team news, and Greg Smith's coming into the side. He'll play today for Notts. Hadn't featured over the previous 2 or 3 matches in the tournament as this is pushed into the offside, but he scored a splendid century and got Notts very close. They lost by 3 in the end. I think Stephen Mullaney needed to hit the last ball of the match for 6, which he couldn't quite do. Might have been off Sam Curran, but that's without any notes. But prior to that, Kumar Sangakkara made 166 for Surrey. Fabulous player, Dale. Already mentioned Rob Lord with a 5 for at Guildford last year. The only other Notts bowlers with 5-fers against Surrey: Richard Hadley, Bill Taylor and Chachar Forbes, Carlton Forbes, way back in 1973. So he's in good company there, Rob Lord. And for Surrey, nobody's ever taken, I'll say this now, this will go today I would imagine, nobody's ever taken a 5-foot for Surrey against Notts. Lovely stroke from Folkes, who looks in decent order here, driving this back past the bowler down the ground. Second boundary in the over, and the acceleration time to perfection. 44 for 1, and Folkes already on to 11. In fact, the 2 best bowling figures for Surrey, again thanks to Marcus Hook, both Robin Jackman, 4 for 18 back in 1970 and 4 for 24 in 81. Next deliveries guided to backward point, fielded by Martindale. So the acceleration has been overdue, but it's been nicely executed by Folkes and Burns, who've already added 22 from 20. Sorry, 44 for 1, having opted to bat first. 1 over left in the power play, and that over will be bowled by Tom Giles on debut. It's a little bit of an ask, isn't it? Skipper Asiba Mead, give the debutant the over, the last over in the power play. Well, good luck, Tom. 19 years of age, mentioned earlier, hails from Scunthorpe. He's when he can always gone back to that part of the world to play his club cricket, whilst also progressing through the Nottinghamshire Academy and second 11s. Gets a chance now. Where's number 48? Right arm, medium fast. Churchillian words from Andy Pick as he presented him with his cap about 10:15 this morning. And Andy Pick will be very proudly looking on along with Tom's family and friends. And first ball is right on the money, and Rory Burns works it up to a mead, and that's got the first one out of the way. Start of the 10th over. Might have been a little kinder, mightn't it, to have given him the 11th or 12th over to bowl with a little more protection in the deep, but we'll see how he goes. Comes in again, shock of dark hair, bowls on the pads, and it's turned to square leg, fielded by Pocklington. Pocklington, as he seems to do whenever he's playing cricket, with the turquoisey sunglasses on his cap. Stood having a good old natter to umpire Shafayat. The officials for this competition were in a very fetching purple. Giles in once more, hit back to him on the bounce. I believe it was on the bounce. Good stop by Tom Giles. So he's begun with 3 dots. However it goes, said Andy Pick, just enjoy it. Nobody can take the day away from you. You only get one debut for Nottinghamshire, make the most of it. He's in now, bowls to Rory Burns, hit to mid-off, and there's a single. Shy comes in from Sammy Seatron, who's on as the sub-fielder. A single taken, and now they'll swap over for the right-handed folks, and again, by Shafayat, jogs from square leg to square leg. Come on, Gilo. There's somebody out on the field. 45 for 1. Balls now, and folks works this up to mid-off. Of course, one famous Giles became known as the King of Spain. Perhaps this one can be the King of Pain if he can get a cluster of wickets on debut. One ball left in what's been a very impressive opening over, but Ben Foakes has played some lovely shots already. He's on 11 from 14. Lovely smooth action from Giles. Foakes turns it to mid-wicket, and good stop there from Sammy King. Foakes wanted the run, but Rory Burns wisely sent him back after King had made a diving stop, and that's a fabulous over, again taking into the fact that not only is it his debut, it was the last over of the power play, the last chance for Surrey to plunder runs, with the fielding fairly tightly on him. We are going to get a bowling change from this end. Hayes 5 overs, none for 20. And first over outside the power play, it's going to be bowled by Ben Martindale rather than Byron Hatton-Lowe. He's only bowled 2 overs in this season's competition, the matches he's played Martindale. They were on Friday, went for 13 runs, and this is his 12th game. Prior to that, he'd only bowled once before, and that was on debut against Gloucestershire at Bristol 3 years ago. So here's Martindale, nice and full, and Burns tickles it down to long leg for a single. Sorry folk with good memories might remember Duncan Martindale, played for Notts in the 80s. Ben is son of Duncan. Was here on Friday, one of 65 or so past players at the annual Nottinghamshire Past Players luncheon. This goes through to the keeper. 46 for 1 it remains. We had 3 of them come up and join in the commentary and share their thoughts, share their memories on Friday. Chris Broad, the left-handed opener, of course, had a spell with Gloucestershire as well, but also period as the England opener. This is driven away beautifully by folks for 4 through the offside, and that'll bring up the Surrey 50. Mark Elam, another England international who split his career between Kent and Nottinghamshire, also came and spent time on commentary. And Ali Brown, who of course will be best known and dearly loved by all at the Surrey headquarters for his time there. Finished his career with 3 seasons with Notts. And Ali Brown with us on commentary on Friday, all attending the Past Players Day. 50 for 1 in the 11th. Martindale to Folkes, who's tickling this next ball down fine, and that's going to take some stopping, but it has been stopped. Down there in the deep. Ben Slater doing enough good work to generate a round of applause from the crowd. There's Martindale in again, hit crisply up to Hayes at mid-off, and there's no run. So 4 bowlers used already, Hayes and Lord. The opening salvo, 5 bowlers for James Hayes, 4 to Rob Lord. Giles with his first over, and now Martindale to conclude the 11th. Bowling to Ben Folkes. 30 added so far for this wicket, and shall we, shan't we moment, and Pocklington shies and would have had Rory Burns with a direct hit from sideways on, 30 yards away. It was one of those that perhaps get one in 6 or 7. Narrowly missed, single taken, 53 for 1 after 11. The visitors, and at that there's going to be some drinks brought out for the 2 Surrey batters. Sides met last year at Guildford, and Notts won that by over 100. Ben Slater, as I say, a big century, 164. Rob Lord, 5 wickets. 2023. Surrey won at Welbeck, and the year before, Notts were the victors at Welbeck. They actually played at Guildford the year before that. So this is the 5th year in a row that they've been drawn in the same section. Folkes cuts this to backward point. Never really got my head round the way it's done at the moment, in terms of nobody knows when the draw's made or any coverage towards it. It's just wait until the fixtures come out and see who you're with. And there's, again, I'm sure there's teams that Surrey don't meet on a regular basis, haven't met for a while, and same with Notts and Surrey in the same group 5 years running as Folkes pushes this to mid-off. Let's have some transparency, let's have an announcement, let's have a little bit of thought to the sponsors and give them half an hour in the spotlight by letting everybody know when it is and get it televised, or give you the opportunity to see the draw and see which 9 will be in Group A and which 9 will be in Group B, assuming that it's going to be a similar format to next year. Who knows? Giles in again. At the moment is certainly keeping the Surrey batters nice and honest. 53 for 1 in the 12th. Good start this for Tom Giles. Lyndon James and Brett Hutton left out nothing more really than the fact they've played in all of the matches in James' case. This has played up to mid-on. I think Brett's missed 1, but they've had a hefty workload, and both will be involved in September when the season draws to a close with 3 county championship matches. The middle one of the 3 for both these sides, of course, is the meeting between Surrey and Notts at the Oval. Surrey top Division 1 of the county championship, Notts are in second spot, so that's a big game. Giles bowls Folks out into the offside, and that's where Sammy King fielded throughout Friday's game, and he fires one in from deep. Single taken, 54 for one. Think of the Notts side playing today. Ben Slater, Jack Haynes, Seba Mead, likely shoe-ins for that championship meeting at the Oval, and chopped on, a wicket for Giles. What a moment for the young man. He's got Rory Burns, a day he'll never forget, a maiden wicket for Notts that he'll never forget. Burns chopping on, and he's gone for 25. It's 54 for 2. Rory Burns has had a lot of plaudits, a lot of headlines, a lot of acclaim, quite rightly, over his career. But let's have this moment for Tom Giles. What a moment for him in just his second over. Gets his first scalp for Nottinghamshire as Rory Burns chops on for 25. It's 54 for 2 in the 12th over, and a lovely, lovely moment for the youngster. Those of you watching the live stream now will see it was it's full, just outside off stump. Rory Burns certainly culpable, just trying to give himself a little bit of room to run it away, but chopped it on. And what a fabulous moment, and that really is a lovely, lovely sight for. So Sammy King also out there will be feeling a lot happier. Rory Burns made 25, but he was dropped. In truth, I don't think anybody, even Sammy, will, or especially Sammy, will argue that it was an absolute dolly that he put down at mid-wicket early on off the bowling of James Hayes. Burns just chipping it to King at mid-wicket, and inexplicably down it went. Ollie Sykes is coming in at number 4 for Surrey. Their leading run scorer in this season's competition, with 292 runs at an average of 48.6. 115 at Derby on Friday. A couple of 50s as well to go with that. So clearly in very good order indeed. An applause for Tom Giles as he takes his place on the boundary edge. It was the final ball of the 12th over, that wicket. Ben Martindale to start his second over. Bowling to Folkes. Little loose there from Ben Folkes, surprisingly. Playing away from his body, gets nothing on it. Goes through to Schardendorf. Ollie Sykes is still relatively fresh in his Surrey career. 499 runs in this competition, so he's on the brink of a little milestone. He'll get hundreds and hundreds more in his career, assuming one-day cricket survives. Single to Folkes on the leg side brings him back onto strike, and it's 56 for 2. We'll have another peek around the grounds at the end of this over. See what's happening elsewhere. Still one or two people telling me that Notts still have a chance of progression, but realistically that's as slim as me winning the lottery, and I don't buy a ticket. 55 for 2, pulled away to leg by Sykes. Left-hander, of course, by Chris Watts. Not following the example of Shafayat at this end, who's been swapping over the right-hander and left-hander combinations, moving from square leg to square leg. Just maybe he's still at the phase in his umpiring career where there's an assessor just monitoring all his performances as Martindale bowls to Folkes. 56 for 2. Not the
healthiest of over rates. Notts have been a little tardy in that respect, it has to be said, in this season's competition. As Martindale bowls, this is dropped on the leg side. The clock on the Batman board showing 11:57. This is only the 13th over. I know it's been seen throughout, but we have had Notts overrunning in several of the matches. So beware if you're planning your lunch at 2:30. This is played up to Sammy Citron at mid-on, and there's no run. I think it was getting on for about 10-3 on Friday. And there are any number of interruptions and stoppages, but Notts really haven't been getting through the overs in suitable time. 56 for 2 after 13. Sykes has 1, Folkes has 20. The 2 men out. 2 openers. Adam Thomas bowled by Rob Lord for 8. That was 22 for 1 in the 6th. And Rory Burns bowled by Tom Giles. That was 54 for 2 in the 12th. And it will be Giles to continue. We'll bring you those other scores as advertised in a moment or two. Giles bowls. It's going to be a run, certainly, to Surrey. In fact, they're going to come back for 2. In comes the throw, and it's hit him direct. And they're appealing, asking umpire Shafayat, as Ben Slater's throw from deep hits the stumps on the full, with Sykes judged to have made his ground. Schardendorf was very confident, the keeper. And good work by Ben Slater. Was off the bat as well. That was something else to just query. Just wondered if it might have been off the pad. Giles to Sykes underneath the bat. In Group A today, then, Essex 79 for 1. They're at home to Gloucestershire. That's after 16 overs. Good start by Derbyshire Falcons. They're on the road playing Hampshire down at Southampton. And Kame and Jewell have put 85 on already, the openers, in the 15th over, of which Caleb Jewell has plundered 53. Tom Giles bowls, Sykes defends. Leicestershire playing Worcestershire today. Worcestershire won the toss, chose to bat, and their openers are still together. 73 with Outlaws. A young man, South African born, Dan Latigan, getting lots of notice for Worcestershire. He's opening the batting, he's 30 not out. This is hit into the offside by Sykes for a single. Brett D'Oliveira 32. Worcestershire 73 with Outlaws after 14 down there against Hampshire, who were beaten in the week by Notts, but still in a good position to qualify. And that's given us Group A. I was looking for the other match, but of course it's here at Trent Bridge, you idiot Bracegirdle. 59 for 2 in the 14th. Giles bowls, and Folkes hits this up to mid-off. So in the other group, Durham today are hosting Warwickshire at Chesterley Street. Warwickshire still have a good chance of making the knockouts. Durham less so. Durham are batting their 49 for 2, as I say, in the 15th. Kent playing Somerset. Kent down amongst the dead men. Somerset with a good chance of qualifying. Giles bowled him! Got another one, and he's got Folkes. He only gets England internationals, this fella. Demolishes the off stump of Ben Folkes, and it's 59 for 3, and Giles has 2. Well, we wondered what we might get today, but if nothing else, I've seen the birth of a
career for Nottinghamshire that who knows what heights it will go to. Very, very impressive stuff early on here from Tom Giles on debut. And again, the off stump goes cartwheeling, and that's fabulous stuff. Rory Burns played on for his first wicket, chopped on, but there was none of that with Ben Folkes. And again, it's the final ball of the over. What a delivery from Tom Giles, who has figures of 3 overs 2 for 5 on debut, 59 for 3. Very often in these matches, you'll go an entire day without seeing the stumps hit. The first 3 wickets today have all been bowled. I was in the process of telling you the scores from the other group. Down at Canterbury, Kent playing Somerset. Kent batting their 90 for 1 in the 17th half century for Jaden Denley, who's batting with Uncle Joe. Jaden Denley 51 not out, Joe Denley 29 not out. The man out there, Dawkins, who I'm told is Zach Crawley in everything but name. He's tall, he was born in South Africa, speaks with a little bit of a lilt, and takes the same approach to one-day cricket that Zach Crawley does, and gives it a bit of a wallop, and he's making the headlines down there. They think they've got one. Again, Kent. More applause for Tom Giles, 59 for 3. Maybe in dreamland, the lad. Not sure when he was told he was going to play today, but as I mentioned earlier, the decision was certainly made yesterday because Andy Pick, summoned from a family wedding. Martindale bowls turned to leg by Ollie Sykes. He moves to 5 and it's 60 for 3. New bat is Josh Blake, who I presume will take the gloves. Of course, with Folkes in the side, it's never a certainty, but presume Blake will take the gloves. He's scored 142 runs in this season's competition at an average of 28.5, top score of 31. But in nice and early here to show what he's about. Another left-hander. Ben Martindale bowls to Blake, and he'll push it to point, and there's no run. At Wantage Road, Northants were up against it very early on as Middlesex, the visitors there, pouched a couple of wickets with only 4 runs on the board. Robinson and Sales were dismissed, but it's now 79 for 2. Martindale bowls again, turned square of the wicket for a single. A couple of wickets to Ryan Higgins in that one. Vasconcelos 48 not out. Northants playing Middlesex today at Wantage Road. And down in the deep south, played 1 or 2 matches at Arundel. We'll just check where Sussex are playing. No, it is at Hove today. Sussex against Yorkshire. Martindale here bowls cut to point, no runs. Sussex batting there 55 for 3 in the 16th against Yorkshire. All 3 wickets taken by former Notts man Matt Milnes, who understand is going back to Kent. Started here with Notts, went to Kent, now with Yorkshire. Understand at the end of the season is going back to Kent, but Matt Milnes with all 3 wickets to fall. This is Prentice, the 3 to be dismissed. So you're up to speed with the Metro Bank for followers of the 100. Welsh Fire and Trent Rockets today, Manchester Originals and Birmingham Phoenix. There your matches. 62 for 3 in the 15th, final ball of the 15th. And Blake nudges this onto the leg side. Ben Martindale doing a decent job here, 3 overs none for 14 from his early introduction. Surrey 63 for 3 after 13. I beg your pardon, after 15. Martindale 3 overs none for 14. The other figures on the board
Well, I guess Tom Giles had a little dream last night. Had he been aware that he was going to make his debut, might have been thinking, just wonder if I can have a decent start. I'm sure even in his fantasies in the middle of the night, 3 overs 2 for 5 wouldn't have appeared, and 2 England internationals amongst them. He's now bowling at Josh Blake, who's on 2 and pushes this square of the wicket on the offside for a single. Oh, needed some backer-uppers there. There was plenty on that throw from Byron Hattonlow. Dane Schardendorf just running down to meet Ben Slater running in from long leg, and just wanted something passing on, maybe from the dressing room to Slater, then to Schardendorf, and he'll then pass it on to the skipper. I don't know. Giles in, again hit firmly by Sykes. Up to mid-off, no run. Sammy Citron on the field still. Wonder if that word might have been about Rob Lord. I don't think we've seen Rob Lord back since he finished his spell and went off. And it just looked as if walking off there was maybe a twinge of a limp. Next one's driven into the offside. Hamid, as ever, alert and alive, and makes the difficult stop look routine. 64 for 3. It seemed as if Rob Lord had maybe ankle or heel issues to contend with, having bowled 4 overs. 64 for 3 at Trent Bridge, and what's now a bright morning, but there's certainly no sign of any clear blue periods overhead. Short pulled away for 4. Didn't completely pull it square of the wicket on the leg side as per convention. He pulled it through mid-wicket, but boundary nonetheless to Ollie Sykes, who's on 10. Surrey 68 for 3, having lost Thomas for 8, Burns for 25 and Folkes for 20. Not starting the group with 2 matches at Welbeck, as this next one's hit to Hamid at mid-off, a win over Essex and a tie against Worcestershire. Then 4 away matches, 2 heavy defeats in the East Midlands against Derbyshire and Leicestershire, and then 2 victories on the road at Southampton and Cardiff. Really, to keep their hopes of qualification alive, they needed to win these 2 Trent Bridge matches. Lost to Gloucestershire on Friday as Giles pitches this up, and it's dug out by Sykes. Back to the bowler, who's got through another impressive over, relatively unscathed. 4 overs, 2 for 10, 18 dots amongst those 24 balls. Crucially, those 2 wickets, 68 for 3 after 16. Surrey card had Nikhil Garantlet down to come in at 3, but clearly he's been saved for the middle order for this contest as a new over begins. Blake pushing this into the covers, and there's no run. Bicknell was here on Friday, another one for the past Players' Day. Somebody who represented both these sides with great success over the years. This has turned to leg. Of course, brother Martin also associated with Surrey. Week before, actually, I saw Darren on the golf course at the British Par 3 Championships. The pro celebrity event taking place at Nailcoat Hall. Went there to catch up with my old chum Franklin Stevenson, who was competing. professional events. This is pushed into the offside, but in the pro-ams and the pro celebrities, Darren was going very well indeed. Was second on the celebrity leaderboard when I left. 68 for 3 in the 17th. This Martindale's longest bowl in one-day cricket. Just his 12th match. First time he's got as far as a 4th over. Bowls now. This is whipped to leg by Blake for a single. Not yet seen Byron Hatton low turn his arm over, or the spinner Joe Pocklington. Hatton low made his debut at Cardiff and got his full allocation in 10 overs 2 for 65. Martindale bowls again and a nick behind. He's got his first wicket. Shardendorf with a routine catch, and Sykes playing away from his body. Fancied it was there to drive through the offside, and he's just got a feather on it through to the keeper, and Ollie Sykes has fallen, caught by Dane Shardendorf, the wicket keeper. First wicket in List A competition for Ben Martindale, out for 10, and Notts doing good things this morning in the field and with the ball. And in the 17th over, they've reduced it has to be said, under strength Surrey line up to 69 for 4, but it's the same for both sides. Not sure how many of their vast and talented squad Surrey are without, but I know Notts are without 10. So to a certain extent it's a blend of experience and promise. Notts greedily gulping down some drinks that have been brought out there. It's a shame that once again the umpires seem to have been forgotten. Umpires Chris Watts and Bilal Shafayat just getting together, having a little bit of a natter on one of the greener strips out there. One that's clearly been used earlier on in the summer, and the grass starting to grow back, being allowed to grow back. There's a lot of bare strips out there and a lot of bare patches in the outfield. It's been a difficult summer for the ground staff, difficult year for the grass with so little rain. Nick Garantler has now eventually made his way out there, wearing 75. With Surrey on 69 for 4. So we're back to seeing a right-hander out there. We've had 3 lefties and 3 righties in the top 6. So for everything that Tom Giles has felt today, Ben Martindale will feel the same. His maiden List A wicket. It's turned away by Garantler on the leg side for a single out to Sammy King. Garantler away, 70 for 4, but this is exactly what Notts would have wanted. It's exactly what any side would want, really, after 17 overs. 2 fresh faces at the crease, having to do a little bit of a rebuild job with the top 4 all blown away. Burns, Thomas, Folkes and Sykes all out inside the first 17 overs. 70 for 4. Garantler and Blake at the crease. Still to come Ralphie Albert, Nathan Barnwell, James Taylor, Yusuf Majid and Ari Cavalis. Some of those names will be more familiar than others to viewers. Still going to be Giles. This pair have been bowling in tandem now for the last 8 overs. Giles 4 overs 2 for 10. Martindale 4 overs 1 for 16. Giles bowls to Garantler at the start of the 18th, 70 for 4. Very fine players, both of these, and there's still a bit of quality to come, but Notts very often have been set to score over 300 in their matches so far. This is pushed into the offside. They'd ideally love to have a chase, slightly smaller proportion today. Giles bowls to Garantler, and he defends up to mid-on, where Citron continues to field for Rob Lord. 4 overs, 1 for 23 for Rob Lord. Bowled Adam Thomas for 8. Knocked over his leg stump. That was the first wicket to go down in the 6th over, but after bowling 4 overs, Rob Lord off the field. Not to go with a bit of a limp. Giles bowls, and mistimed from Garantler, looking to square cut the 19-year-old. Pleasant day now. There's more and more gaps in the cloud cover, and the sun beating down. Pleasant to watch the cricket. Food festival day as well. All the concourses, all the car parks full of you might normally get, and all their wares on offer. Also nice to be greeted this morning down there outside reception by one of the new club sponsors, one of the cruise line companies, offering out gift bags and their brochures as well. I know somebody will have an hour or two poring over those over the next day or so. Single taken, last ball of the over, 71 for 4 after 18. Yes, I was given one, folks. Just a single from that over from Giles. 5 overs, 2 for 11. Let's see him off, lads. I wonder if that conversation's taken place. I doubt it, but he really has made an impressive start to his Nottinghamshire debut. Head coach Paul Franks for this competition for Nottinghamshire. He had many fine battles against Surrey in his playing career. Played one ODI for England back in the day. There's Martindale. Oh dear. Sorry about that. Garantler played that with the very middle of his broad bat. But just for a second, or a fraction of a second, I thought ball had missed bat. The angle I'm looking from didn't do me any favours there. 71 for 4 in the 19th. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Camera crew just taking off a layer or two, I'd imagine, as this is turned onto the leg side. Really is a career that I couldn't do, and can only look in admiration. The camera boys and girls that cover sport, cover outside events, can be out there for hour upon hour upon hour, and those that cover the cricket, like our excellent team today, you just can't switch off. As Martindale bowls, this is cut to backward point and fielded by Pocklington. There's no run. I know they say the same to me sometimes, but genuinely their task is more strenuous. I'm just a bloke who loves cricket, watching the cricket and talking about the cricket. They've got to follow the ball and concentrate every single delivery. So thanks to them for their sterling work, bringing in the pictures today. As this one's chipped uppishly, but it'll fall betwixt and between. Doesn't reach Sammy Citron at mid-on, and it was just out of reach of Martindale, the bowler. Garantler on 2. He's now faced 11 deliveries. Won't want to get too bogged down, but still plenty of time to play catch up. Martindale again, nice and full. It's been impressive this from Ben Martindale. Don't see as much Nottinghamshire second 11 cricket as I'd like. Often their matches, or virtually always their matches, coincide with the first team games, but I do keep abreast of what's going on and know that Ben is very, very capable of a performer and showing what he can do now, but he's forced into the offside. Be a couple of runs here, out again to Hatton Low, who fires it in on the bounce to Schardendorf. And that's the end of 19. 73 for 4, and the last 4 overs have produced 5, 2, 1 and 2 runs for Surrey. In the women's competition, Welsh Fire hosting the Trent Bridge based side today, in the women's and later the men's. Trent Bridge Rockets made 146 for 6. That's Siva Brunt made 38. So too at the top of the order, also 38 for Bryony Smith. This is pushed into the offside. Fielded by Hamid, a crowd catch from the skipper, and they were taken in by it. I wasn't, I promise. 36 as well for Ash Gardner, so 145 for 6, the Trent Rockets women down at Welsh Fire. Later on, Originals women play Phoenix, and then obviously the men's games follow on after that. 73 for 4. Next ball run to wideish third man down to James Hayes by Josh Blake. He moves to 5. Garantler has 4. 74 for 4. Giles in his 6th over, figures of 2 for 12. In and bowls, and this is helped down to long leg by Garantler for a single. Wasn't the simplest of tasks this morning to get parked up. A lot of early risers setting off down to South London. Nottingham Forest away at Crystal Palace today. 75 for 4. So the area swamped with a lot of cars. A lot, of course, will have gone on the coach. Don't think in this day and age too many plan a Sunday away day on the train, but there might be a few that's gone down on the train. With all due respect to them, they're not the most reliable. Add that to my cost, turning up and having to wait for the old bus replacement. Next ball on its way, pulled away on the leg side. No particular incident springs to mind. Oh yes, apart from the NFL game last year. He turned up and, sorry, you've got to get on a bus. 77 for 4. NFL game down at Tottenham. 1 ball left in the 20th. 77 for 4. So Conor McCurr on the ground this morning. He's had a wretched first full season with Notts through injury as Giles bowls again. This is hit into the offside. And again, Hamid catches it, throws it up in the air, but he knew, and I did, that it had bounced. 77 for 4 after 20. And I won't just keep mentioning Tom Giles getting a round of applause there, because it's to be expected now. 6 overs, 2 for 15, and there's a word from the skipper at the end of that over. I wonder if he's going to get a little breather just to reflect on what he's done and maybe come back a little later. Mead's now gone over to Jack Haynes, one of his trusty lieutenants, just to have a little chat about things. Seamers are going well. They're going very, very well indeed. Saw Tom Giles again get the applause from the Hound Road stand. He's fielding down there at... He was on strike. Garantler, the right-hander, he's down there at third. Just acknowledge them, which is nice. Never easy for a youngster to come in and play his first game at Trent Bridge in front of a crowd and they're applauding you. What do? Just be a little embarrassed and don't acknowledge them, or fully embrace it? Well, just a little bit of a wave from Tom Giles. It's going to be Martindale to continue. Again, there's an extraordinary delay between the end of one over and the start of another for reasons I can't quite fathom. Next ball is pushed back to Martindale. 12 coming up, so we've had 90 minutes, 20 overs. Guess Not's best chance of getting the overs in time and out. And they've still got two out. A warning, folks, they haven't always. This is cut to backward point by Nikhil Garantler. And this time, Byron Hatton Low elects not to bounce the ball into Schardendorf. He fires it in on the full. Superb throw. Yeah, I mentioned Conor McCurry. He was out there bowling with Notts bowling coach Kevin Shine this morning. And an injury hit season. This is chopped away to backward point. Played in the first, I think it was 3 blast games, and went round the park, went for a lot of runs, and never great. Trying to come back from that, but then injured. Had played for Notts on loan from Surrey. Had a number of loans here, there and everywhere, didn't he, Conor McCurry? But signed in the close season, 3-year deal with Notts. Hoping seasons 2 and 3 go a little better for him as this is pushed back to the bowler. Last year, of course, he was a Surrey player in this competition, and he walloped 71 from 36 balls. I think it was down at Guildford. Notts big winners in that match by over 100, but Conor McCurry came out and showed what he can do. Club's a long ball. Here's Martindale. Bowls to Garantler. Again, the protection out there in the right place. Byron Hatton Low. This time he does bounce. He always bounced it twice. He'll get a ticking off here. Bilal Shafayet's. He's all over that. Keep it up, he says. Keep it up. And made a gesture that anybody who's used to the universal sign language of umpires telling bowlers I'm a little displeased will recognise. Keep it up. Don't bounce it in anymore. 80 for 4. Martindale bowls down the leg side, and Tom Giles slid across nicely to stop the ball. Did just run away from him, and they come back for 2, but in essence he's saved 2 rather than gifted 1, and that's the end of the 21st. 82 for 4. Mentioned all those meetings at the likes of Guildford and Welbeck. Of course, the Lord's final in 2017. The last scheduled meeting here in 2014, there wasn't a ball bowled. Surrey won here in 2012 when the competition was the Clydesdale Bank 40. And you've got to go right the way back to 2000 before a game here that Notts actually won. So it's a quarter of a century before Notts beat Surrey at Trent Bridge in a one-day match. The flame-haired Byron Hatton Low has his features, his photograph shown on the big board, and that's because he's coming on as the 5th right-arm seamer to be deployed this morning. So 6 overs, from Tom Giles in that first stint. And here is Byron Hatton-Lowe, another 19-year-old. This is wide of the off stump, and it's called a wide. In fact, I'm going to check on that for Byron. .83 for 4. Just the third extra. Oh, that's a better delivery. Sometimes you get the bowlers overcompensating and having begun with a leg side wide, they then fire one well outside the off stump. But that was right on the money. Doing the maths, Byron was born in December 2006, so he's not 19 until December. Shock of flame red hair comes in from the broad end, past umpire Chris Watts, and keeps Nikhil Garantla nice and honest. Just defends it out on the leg side, fielded by Hamid, who lobbed it back to the bowler and then continued his journey from mid-wicket out onto the offside, and he's asked Sammy Seacharan to go in the other direction. Got himself in at extra cover there. Hamid. Hatton-Lowe to bowl to the crouching Garantla, played up to mid-on, and the shy at the stumps is energetically fired in by Jack Haynes, and it was, has to be said, a little high, and there was a danger, and thankfully he missed him. There was a danger that Nikhil Garantla could have run into that, and I won't embellish on that further, but I'm just so pleased it didn't hit him. There's a reason they wear helmets out there, let's put it that way. And Jack Haynes apologised, it wasn't intentional, but nowhere near the stumps. It's down the leg side, taken by tumbling Schardendorf. Oh, it's now called a wide, and yeah, understandably so. Just wondered if it had perhaps brushed the pocket because the signal didn't come immediately, and maybe just Chris Watts was then prompted by somebody. 85 for 4. Very good day to if you're just joining us on Trent Bridge Live. Surrey winning the toss, opting to bat first. Knots have chipped away, got the top 4 out. Here's Hatton-Lowe bowls, and this is hit back to him on the bounce. Rory Burns was dropped early on 2 by Sammy King. Surrey would have been 4 for 1 at that stage. That looked as if it might have severe repercussions for Notts, but Burns only went on to make 25. He was second out. By then Adam Thomas had gone for 8. Bowled by Rob Lord, who's off the field. Been off for over half an hour. Here's Hatton-Lowe in now on bowls, and pulled away on the leg side, and that might... Oh no, Sammy King's going to get there. Tall man Sammy King. He's quick across the ground, long legs, long legs, and gets there. Outlaw Chris has been in touch. Good morning. Are you on your own today, Dave? I'm at the moment, Chris. Says, talking about Conor McCurb, saw him yesterday. I was with my granddaughter in the local park. Conor was with his loved ones. This is turned to mid-on. And Outlaw Chris says, I'm very much in the Conor camp. Believe in Conor. Don't worry, he'll come good. End of the 22nd, 87 for 4. Garantla has 10. And Josh Blake has 10. And they've added 18 from 31. It's a stage of the game, and considering they're 4 down, where the rebuilding job is necessary, but 18 from 31 needs to get, before too long, a little closer to a runner ball. Surrey will be again assessing how good the wicket is and what they can achieve in the last 28 overs, which is there's a lot of cricket to come. Martindale bowls turned up to Citron at mid-on, and there's no run. Sammy Citron, 18 years of age. This was hoped to have been the competition that would have seen him really blossom and show what he's all about. But made scores of 1, 17, 12 and 19, top order batter. This time will come though. Martindale bowls and can turn to leg side, and I mean, just has that happy knack of being in the right place at the right time to do the fielding. I think with Tom Giles playing today, lots of will have used 19 different players in the competition, and a little bit of shape on that one from Martindale. Swung away from Garantler, he swished at it, missed it. Good take by Schardendorf. I think there was an expectation that might have had more of their 10 away, the 100 back for the odd game here and there. They've had Dylan Pennington for 1 game, Freddie McCann for 2, Liam Patterson-White for 1. This one's turned to mid-wicket, no run. Tom Moores, of course, played the first 4 matches before he was then called up, but we've not seen any Ollie Stone, Josh Tong, Farhan Ahmed. Didn't really expect to see any Ben Duckett or Joe Clark. Calvin Harrison's another one. I'm just trying to think who the 10th one was. Not seen any Calvin either. Again, it's whipped away on the leg side for a single. They've not all necessarily been playing too much cricket in the other competition. Surrey 88 for 4. So Paul Franks has had to play with the cards he's been dealt. The assistant head coach has been head coach for this competition, with Peter Moores away, assisting Andy Flower with the Trent Rockets. Blake on 10, turns it to mid-wicket. There was it's good over that from Martindale. Yeah, let's give him the acclaim he deserves. 7 overs, 1 for 24. 88 for 4, just a single from that over. So really good stuff from Ben Martindale. And Paul Franks will be delighted with what he's seen. Not yet seen Joe Pocklington, the spinner. Been very much somebody that's been introduced into the attack very early on in all of the games up to this point. But they've identified that there's enough in it today for the seamers up to this point. Hatton low to continue. 88 for 4. Bowls, and this is cut away, and that'll, I think, going to go for 4 yet. Ben Slater was in a sort of a regulation 3rd position, and this was well to his right, and although Sammy King was at backward point, he couldn't get round either. Bisected the pair of them. First boundary in a while, takes Garantler on to 15, 92 for 4. There was a real intent by the club to have an overseas player available for this competition. I know that as this is pushed back to the bowler. Should have been somebody. It was all signed and sealed and everything. Coming from Southeast Asia to play in the last county championship match, and then stick around all through August to play in this competition, but at the last second the visa was not given. 92 for 4. Chipped to mid-wicket, done more than chipped it actually. He's played a beautiful shot there, Garantler. That's a stroke of high quality. That's certainly up there amongst the best 2 or 3 that we've seen today, and Garantler looking the part here. 2 boundaries in the over. 96 for 4 in the 24th.
been, as you'd expect, I think all counties have a regular travelling contingent of supporters. Saw a fair few folk this morning in the Surrey colours, and the replica gear as the next ball's cut to backward point. Good to see them, good to welcome them. Hope they enjoy their day in the East Midlands and travel home safely. Hope they enjoy what's on offer today. There's certainly no shortage of food opportunities today here at Trent Bridge. 96 for 4, the food festival day. Garantler on 19, just starting to unload, and he goes to pull this on the leg side, but just drags it to square leg and gets a single. 97 for 4. It's the last Nottinghamshire fixture at Trent Bridge until back end of September. They end their county championship season with a home match against Warwickshire. Short, and this is pulled down to long leg, fielded by Slater. And that will conclude Byron Hatton-Lowe's second over. None for 15, his figures, 98 for 4 after 24. So 10 from that over. They're a month away from Trent Bridge for Notts. They don't feature again until 8th of September when they're away at New Road against Worcestershire the week after, as we've already highlighted. Be lovely to see plenty of Nottinghamshire support down there for the match between top of the table Surrey, second place Notts, and then the last match of the season for Notts is Warwickshire here. So here is the first introduction of spin today. Joe Pocklington, 24-year-old slow left arm spinner, signed on the eve of the contract, on the eve of the competition, given a summer contract by Notts. Had a very successful time of things, and certainly I think we're going to see rather more of Joe Pocklington. Spoke to Paul Franks about him, and he anticipates that Pocklington will be around at least for second 11 duties. Two more second 11 championship matches to come. Expecting him to be involved in those as this is pushed into the offside, and a single by Blake. 99 for 4. Of course, spin bowling options at Trent Bridge are in fixed supply at the moment. Liam Patterson-White, the slow left armer, Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, Farhan Ahmed, the off spinner. It's going to be difficult for another one to force their way in. Fateh Singh had to go to Worcestershire in the close season to further his career. Doing well, very well as well, as Garantler pushes this into the covers. But Pocklington has certainly impressed and has 11 wickets in the competition so far. Economy rate of just 5.1 and over. Best of 3 for 28. Ball's now and chopped down into the ground by Garantler. And there's no run. Pocklington's 3 for 28 came at the Utility Bowl last Wednesday against Hampshire. He's also had a half-century thrilling knock in that tie against Worcestershire at Welbeck. It's down the leg side, but it's hit the pad, and Schardendorf very, very quick to seize on the loose ball and prevent a leg bye. And it stays 99 for 4. I'd imagine there'll be a drinks break at the end of this over. This is the 25th. It's generally been the way they've been doing it in this season's competition. Again, a little bit of turn there, not a deal. Into the pads.
Last ball then of the 25th over. Pocklington bowls, and down on the slog sweep is Garantler, but he's just dragged it away. Gets the single nonetheless, and that will bring the 100 up. And as I've said many times, I'm not Rachel Riley, but even I can do that one. In terms of the run rate, Surrey 100 for 4 after 25 overs. And there will be that drinks break here at Trent Bridge. A little breeze around the other fixtures. Where shall we start this time? Let's go to Chelmsford, where Essex are 161 for 2. That's in the 31st over. They're playing against Gloucestershire. Matt Critchley out for 64. Tom Westley 60 not out. Charlie Allison 30 not out. Those three all enjoying fine competitions. Will Gloucestershire lose their invincible, their undefeated tag today? Will Essex continue their quest for a top 3 place? At Southampton, Derbyshire 155 for 2. They got off to a fast start through Caleb Jewell, who's still there on 87 from 78 balls. Matthew Montgomery, late of this parish, out for 19. Harry Kane made 33. Brooke Guest is the other batter. Derbyshire 156 for 2 in the 27th. At Leicestershire, used to be known to one and all as Grace Road. Worcestershire, the visitors there, they're 158 for 3 at the halfway stage. They're taking drinks as well. Brett D'Oliveira, a fine player, fabulous servant. The D'Oliveira family, of course, the stuff of legend at New Road, but Brett is very much creating his own headlines. I think he's a fabulous player, Brett D'Oliveira, good captain, fine tactician, good fielder, good leg spin bowler, and a terrific batter, as we're seeing today. Brett D'Oliveira is 90 not out from 77 balls. Latigan, the young South African born opener, out for 34. Cash Ali made 7. Jake Libby out for 8 today. And Rob Jones, who got a century the other day, is 2 not out. Worcestershire 159 for 3 at drinks. At Leicester, into Group B, at the Riverside, Durham are 119 for 3 in the 7th. Unbeaten and going well is 51 not out. Robinson, Rhodes and Gay have been dismissed. Emilio Gay, the Italian international, out for 26. Forza Italia. At Canterbury, Kent Spitfires 142 for 3. They're playing against Somerset. They've had they're in the 29th over of that one. Uncle and nephew both out now, down for 5, and then at the crease, Kent 146 for 3 against Somerset. At Canterbury, at Wantage Road, Northants hosting Middlesex today. Middlesex, unusually for them, challenging for a place in the knockouts, and it's Northants batting. They're 139 for 4. The veteran Rob Keogh is 60 not out. Ricardo Vasconcelos made 62 earlier. And at Hove, Sussex 102 for 4 against Yorkshire in the 27th over. First 3 wickets all taken by Matt Milnes, late of this parish, at the crease at the moment. One of the best players in the domestic game, John Simpson, is 42 not out. Great servant for Middlesex, and certainly since going to Hove and picking up the captaincy, he's taken that club back into Division 1 cricket and shown what a good player he is. All of which has somehow got us through the drinks break. We've had 25 overs. Tom Giles, 6 overs, 2 for 15. The standout figures. Rob Lord off the field, 4 overs, 1 for 23. And been impressed as well by Ben Martindale. 7 overs, 1 for 24. No wickets yet for Hayes, Hatton Lowe or Pocklington, who's only had the 1 over. It's I don't know if it's a Notts thing or a one-day cup thing. General August lethargy, but again, we're taking forever and in a day. Don't know if anybody's had a timer on when the last ball was bowled, but we're taking forever and a day to get Play back underway. It will be Byron Hatton low. 7 minutes to 1. So we've been playing nearly 2 hours. And the next 25 overs. In fact, the cut-off time has just changed by 5 minutes as I was looking at it, from 14:33 to 14:38. So again, it appears as if, unless they bowl Surrey out, a Notts innings isn't going to be finished any. Oh, chipped into the offside to Hamid, and this one isn't a bump ball, and Hamid's taken the catch. Drinks always brings a wicket, you say, on a Saturday in club cricket, and straight after Drinks, Byron Hatton low is gifted one by Nick Garantler, and he just chipped it to Asib Hamid well up inside the circle at extra cover, and Garantler out for 21. He's just enjoyed his drink and settled down for an hour and a half's batting, and has chipped his first ball after the restart from Byron Hatton low into the waiting hands of the Notts skipper, and he doesn't drop many. 21 from 39 balls, 2 fours. He got behind the rate early on. He was only 2 from 11 balls, I remember commenting on, but just before Drinks he had a couple of boundaries, but his progress interrupted by Drinks, and now terminal interruption, and it's 100 for 5, first ball of the 26th. Byron Hatton low's third List A wicket, and only his second appearance. In all probability, Notts would have used 6 bowlers today anyway, but with Rob Lord off the field, it's essential that he bowled 4 overs. His other 6, assuming he can't come back, are bowled by somebody else. New man, new to me, made his debut on Friday at Derby, coming in wearing number 22 for Surrey, is 17-year-old Ralphie Albert. We talked about Tom Giles today, 17 years of age. Product of Banstead Cricket Club, all-rounder. Ralphie Albert. Shame we haven't got a picture of him to pop up on the big screens here. There was just his name and the Surrey crest. Maybe in an hour and a half we'll all be remembering the name of Ralphie Albert. He's on strike, tall right-hander, about to face another tall right-hander, Byron Hatton low, and he's away first ball, just running it down to third, where it's fielded by, I think that might be Travis Holland. Yeah, it is. So Notts have got another fielder on, sub-fielder. Travis Holland was in the squad for this game, and I'm sure he'll have been a little envious of Tom Giles getting the nod and getting a debut. He would have been hoping that just maybe this late in the competition, with seemingly no prospect of any more matches in the group, he might have got a game. Hatton low round the wicket to the left-handed Blake. Drills it back to the bowler. Blake, the sole survivor then of the top 5 for Surrey. As such, there becomes an extra responsibility, I guess, to help guide the lower order to a defendable score. All that's in the future. We're only just at the halfway stage of the innings. 101 for 5 in the 26th. Hatton low round the wicket to the left-hander, who tucks it away on the leg side out to Sammy King. Don't take on the arm of Sammy King, who's saved from a telling off there by Schardendorf. Not as if he was trying to bounce it in, and it very nearly would have bounced twice, but for the young keeper, Shady, as they call him, Schardendorf, just making sure it didn't touch the ground twice. 102 for 5. Ralphie Albert on strike, and this is pushed into the offside. Saw the name on the list, just written as Albert on the team sheet, and just wondered if I'd missed a loan deal from Toby Albert of Hampshire. good to see another youngster coming along the factory line and getting an opportunity. So many counties being able to introduce really talented youngsters into this competition. This is chipped one bounce to Hamid in the offside. Surely not two in the over for Hatton Low. It isn't, but one will do very nicely indeed. Two from the over and a wicket. And Surrey after 26 are 102 for 5. 2 wickets to Tom Giles, 1 to Rob Lord, 1 to Ben Martindale, and now 1 to Byron Hatton Low. T's been in touch. Afternoon, Dave. Yeah, thank you, T. Afternoon, Dave. Ralphie Albert is the grandson of the snooker star Jimmy White. Thank you, T. The last test match of that thrilling England-India series might even have been on the last morning when it was all up for grabs. I remember watching the television screen, and there was Jimmy White, and I was trying to get the link, and then they said his grandson is on the Surrey staff. This is hit back and fielded by the bowler, Pocklington bowling. Thank you, T, for reminding me of that. Yeah, great. The whirlwind, Jimmy White. Will we see a whirlwind of strokes from Ralphie Albert? But thanks for the reminder. That's ball on its way now. Pocklington bowls down the leg side, swept away for 4 by Blake. Not a lot that the leg side field could do about that, and Joe Pocklington annoyed with himself. Another youngster we were talking about, can't remember his first name, sincere apologies, but Mark Elam was up here in the commentary box on Friday for the Gloucestershire game. He was here for the past players day, and I know his son is very much part and parcel of the good growing crop of Surrey youngsters. Can't remember his name. Was it Adam? Apologise if it's not. 106 for 5, but out with a stress fracture, so hope he heals well and is back to fulfil all his cricketing ambitions. What a great cricket dynasty that is as well, the Elams. 108 for 5. Alan Elam, of course, great player. Kent had such a great one-day side. He was very much a star of that. And then Mark began down there. Second part of his career was here at Trent Bridge. Still an England international when he moved here in the late, the mid-noughties. Now he's youngster, the next generation, hoping to have a successful career with Surrey. Here's Pocklington to bowl to Ralphie Albert. And drops this on the leg side, fielded by Hasib Hamid. Surrey 5 down, so 6 and 7 out there. Nathan Barnwell, James Taylor, Yusuf Majid and Harry Corvallis to come. Not sure what the order will be, if it'll be any different to that, as this is turned on the leg side. I seem to think when I've seen Corvallis play. Whoa, that one's bounced twice, and Sammy King does now get the ticking off from Bilal Shafayette. I think if you're umpire Chris Watts today, you've I won't say you've got it easy, but you know that the new, young, fresh, eager to fulfil all his obligations umpire at the other end, Bilal Shafayette, will make sure that everything is done by the book and take care of all the tellings off. End of Pocklington's second over. 2 overs, none for 9. 109 for 5. Surrey here on Trent Bridge Live. 7 from that over. The boundary certainly helped. Sincere thanks to producer Aaron, who's done the done the tea and coffee run. I'll have a sip and I'll still probably not be sure, but it's delicious whatever. I think it's a cup of tea, Aaron. I'm not having a go at you, by the way. Sometimes I'll press the coffee jug and take a swill, and I'm still not sure if it's tea or coffee, but they look after us well downstairs in the press box. Hatton Low, 3 overs, 1 for 17. bowls and hit back to him by Ralphie Albert. His bright white number 22 and name on the back of his Surrey jersey. It will have been a proud moment for him, I'm sure, at Derby on Friday when he made his debut. 17, it's really nothing, is it? But then those that follow football, and principally anybody that follows Arsenal or had a little look at Match of the Day last night, well, as in the young 15-year-old come on for them in a Premier League match. Hatton low bowls. This is chopped to backward point, fielded by Sammy Seacherin. Did have to tut at the Notts head coach this morning, Paul Franks, who did reassure me that he's got 501 things to concentrate on at the moment, and in his own words, it's still cricket season, Dave, not yet football season. Come back to it in a second, because Hatton Low's coming in to bowl. To bowl to Albert. This is pushed up to mid-off. No run. He does purport, our head coach Paul Franks, to be a Mansfield Town fan. I was there yesterday, and I think for the first time in my life commentated on a goal from the halfway line and asked him if he'd seen it, and he didn't even know the score, so I did have to tut, call yourself a fan, etc, etc. But he did say he was busy sorting out a team for today and had more concerns than Division 1 football, so we'll let him off, but there you are. Albert on strike, 109 for 5 as this is pushed into the offside. So a couple of football mentions. 15-year-old Arsenal player yesterday, and a goal that I would urge you to have a look for on social media, even if you don't like football, just to appreciate the quality of it. Regan Hendry of Mansfield Town scoring from the halfway line yesterday. You know, we all have those where were you moments when you first saw David Beckham score from the halfway line, but have a little look at that one. Mansfield Town's social media accounts will be running it non-stop, so too are the EFL League One accounts. Goal from the halfway line. Hatton low bowls to Albert, who pushes this into the offside. I was just looking at that Surrey card actually from Derby on Friday, and he didn't get in on Friday, so this is Ralphie Albert's first innings for Surrey. Going well so far. He's 3 not out, but he did bowl his full allocation, 10 overs, none for 57, so hopefully for him a little later on he can get his maiden wicket for Surrey, which will be a great moment. Did get a catch, caught Caleb Jewell off the bowling of Yusuf Majid, so he does feature on the scorecards. This one's clipped on the leg side by Blake, who moves on to 19, takes the score to Nelson. 111 for 5 at the end of the 28th, in sheer desperation on Friday when Gloucestershire looked like they were going to rack up 700. I didn't mention that when they got to 222, I think, for 1 or 2 or whatever it was at that stage. Just in sheer desperation, I said, well, it's double Nelson. Will double Nelson strike? And it did. So apologies to Surrey followers for me mentioning that it is Nelson, and it is going to be Joe Pocklington to bowl to Josh Albert, who's on 19. Top scorer in the innings still Rory Burns, 25. Nick Garantler made 21. Ben Folkes made 20. Blake's on 19 on strike, and he hits this to Jack Haynes at mid-on. Not mentioned Jack too many times today. He's one of the better fielders, but some days they all come to you and some days they don't, but he's in there. Said mid-on, it's sort of more round towards mid-wicket, I guess, as the next one's pushed to extra cover to Hamid, and there's no run. Lovely action, Pocklington. £111 for 5. This one is chopped into the offside and out to Sammy King, and they are going to take him on, and in comes the throw. Great throw. Needed to be a direct hit. Great work from Sammy King. But they come back for two and get there. So Blake under 21, 113 for 5. So the so-called Mansfield Town fan is wandering around the boundary edge. Maybe one of the cameras will pick him up. Paul Franks, the head coach, just taking the early afternoon air on a Sunday lunchtime to walk around the boundary edge with a couple more members of the coaching staff. 113 for 5. Yeah, he's got a good arm, Sammy King, and it's asking a lot to hit the stumps from 65, 70 yards away, but he nearly did. That would have been the end of Blake had he done so, I think. There is the general in the middle there. He'll have been, over the last month, everything will have been eat, sleep, drink. Metro Bank 50 over 1 day cup competition, nothing else will have entered his thoughts. Single from the last ball of the over, 114 for 5 with 11 overs to go. Very much the trusted lieutenant of head coach Peter Moores, Kevin Shine and Ant Boter, the trusted lieutenants as well. They're both here today. 114 for 5. Surrey going along at less than 4 and over right now. As Hatton low bowls tucked away down behind square for, I think, a couple more. Slater threw it off balance, and as a result didn't necessarily get all the power in it, so another couple comfortably taken. Comes BHL bowls and turned onto the leg side. Not yet started using that with any real intent. Very rare now in county championship games I actually get through the 3 words Liam Patterson White. He's been LPW almost since he came into the team. Forward to seeing Liam back in action when the county championship returns. Here's Hatton low bowls just up to mid-on by Albert, who's now 3 from 11. 117 for 5, Surrey. They lost Adam Thomas, bowled by Rob Lord for 8 in the 6th over. That was 22 for 1. Rob Lord picking up his 12th wicket of the competition, but after bowling 4 overs, the end of the 9th, he went off the field, and I've not seen him since. Did look as if he'd got a little bit of a tweak of something or other. 117 for 5. Hatton low bowls dragged onto the leg side. That'll be a couple of runs. Rory Burns from the 12th ball of Tom Giles' professional career, chopped on. Burns bowled Giles for 25. That was 54 for 2 as he fell to the debutant. Last ball of the 12th over. Ben Folkes also was dismissed by Giles. The first 3 all bowled, but this one was a splendid sight for a fast bowler as the off stump went cartwheeling out of the ground. Folkes bowled Giles for 20. That was 59 for 3 in the 14th. 4th to go was Ollie Sykes. He was caught behind by Dane Shardendorf. A thin tickle off a ball from Ben Martindale. Martindale celebrating his first 1 day wicket Sykes out for 10, 69 for 4 in the 17th, and then after a very lengthy protracted drinks break, first ball back, Nick Garantler just chipped Hatton Low up to a Seabermead at short extra cover, and he was out for 21. Garantler caught a Mead, bowled Hatton Low 21. That was 100 for 5, first ball of the 26th. Hatton Low bowls now and punched up to mid-off, and there's no run. That's the end of the 30th. 119 for 5. 5 from that over, and really I think that's got to be a bit of a bare minimum for Surrey from here on in. Seabermead's just gone up and given Hatton Low a little bit of a handshake, and then Shardendorf comes and gives him a pat on the back. So I think Byron Hatton Low might have finished for the time being. 5 overs, 1 for 24. Pocklington, meanwhile, will continue from this end, but just looking round for the skipper. Didn't see him. In fact, he's still talking to Byron Hatton Low. Need to get another over from somewhere. As I say, if Rob Lord's not going to come back and bowl his allocation, he bowled 4 overs. Hatton Low's bowled 5. As Blake now becomes the highest scorer in the innings on 26, turning this one out to Sammy Seacher in the subfielder on the leg side. 120 for 5. So Ben Martindale got 3 overs left as well. James Hayes had 5, and presumably there'll be a full allocation here for Pocklington. And they're still going to find another over from somewhere, so you'd imagine Hatton Low will get another go, if indeed he has been taken off. Pocklington bowls. This is slammed down the ground, real intent to slam the ball down the ground, but not properly timed by the Whirlwind's grandson, and it goes through to Hatton Low at mid-on. Next ball on its way, and the right-hander nudges it out as far as Jack Haynes. Not bowling in sunglasses today, Joe Pocklington. It's a morning that's had its moments. We have had some bright sunshine in spells. Clouding over now. It's going to stay dry, don't worry about that. Next one's hits with aggression to mid-off, and the shy from Hayes just not quite accurate enough, and Albert greedily scampers down to this end to get his 6th run. It's all a little bit harum-scarum. The blow nearly reached Hayes on the full, and then the throw would have had him in difficulty had it been a direct hit. 2 singles from 4 balls. Another single here to Josh Blake. He moves on to 27. There's a cry there from somebody to stay up, stay up. 6 inside the ring right now for Notts. 4 on the offside. Pocklington bowls, and could have done with one of them being at square leg, because that's where it's been tucked for a single, but 123 for 5. Notts won't mind that too much. 4 singles from the over. Albert will be on strike. Yeah, Byron Hatton Low's coming out of the attack. James Hayes is going to have his 2nd spell. The first was from this end, 5 overs, none for 20. Didn't do an awful lot wrong. There were 2 deliveries that were just close enough to leg stick for Rory Burns to tickle them away fine for boundaries. But didn't do a lot wrong, and in fact he should have had Rory Burns before then, because the former England man on 2 just chipped Hayes up, and Sammy King inexplicably put down a routine offering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the score. They call that the Lou Bega or something. Mambo number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and all that. Single taken anyway. Forget about that. 124 for 5. in the is that in the royal family, the Mambo number 5. Jim and his mate doing the wallpapering. Anyway, we digress again as usual as Hayes bowls. This is tucked away by Blake onto the leg side. He's on to 28 now, out to Sammy King. Blake, a top score of 31 in this season's competition. Within striking distance of that, Albert, in his first innings for the Surrey first team, on 8 from 19 balls, now on to 9 as he works this away to leg, visibly growing in confidence with every shot. Tell you what, Dane Schardendorf's doing a good job for Notts here. He's doing a good job for his team in making sure that one or two of them don't get more tickings off from the umpire. On occasions he's had to gallop very quickly to make sure the ball doesn't bounce twice. Here's Hayes into Blake, leaning forward, pushes it into the offside to Pockers. Joe Pocklington, 126 for 5. Hayes past umpire Watts. Tucks Josh Blake up, can't get that away for runs. One more left in the 32nd. From here you'd say Surrey, even with a following wind, going to do very, very well indeed to double this and get to around about 250. Not saying that's guaranteed to be a score that Notts will chase down, far from it, but they've got a bit of work to do to put a score on the board that will test the hosts. Another good throw from deep from King, 127 for 5 at the end of the 32nd. 20 past 1. So we've got 18 overs to bowl in an hour and 20 minutes. The largest aeroplane of the morning so far, just going over the top of the Batman board, and we'll just gradually descend into East Midlands Airport, way to our right. Very much the summer season, holiday jets in and out. Blake goes to 30. Down below us is Hatton Low. Pocklington bowls, turn to leg, and there's no run. Very good indeed, this from Pocklington. You can see that young Albert's looking to play one or two big shots. Gets the chance there with a little bit of width to cut it out onto the offside for a single. In the 33rd over. Wesley still going well for Essex. He's 86 not out. His side 213 for 5 with 11 to go against Gloucestershire. Blake equalling his highest score of this season's competition with his 31st run. Derbyshire 211 for 3 at Southampton. Worcestershire 203 for 4. That's at Leicester. The man out, Brett D'Oliveira, but he did reach his 100. Out for 107. And here at Trent Bridge, 130 for 5 after 33. Pocklington now 5 overs, none for 19. New batting gloves being called for by Josh Blake. Batting sides in the other group, Durham 164 for 6 against Warwickshire, Kent 193 for 5 against Somerset, Northants 175 for 7 against Middlesex, and Sussex 166 for 5 against Yorkshire. All the 4 matches in Group B, the home side batting first. 130 for 5 here, as James Hayes will begin his 7th over. Blake on strike, the left-hander on 31, pushes it into the offside and will get a single. .132 for 5. Short by Hayes, and Albert, well, he's going to get a boundary here. He's played that really nicely from in front of his nose, rolled his wrists, lovely execution, pulling it behind square on the leg side, bisecting the 2 fielders out there, Hatton Low and Martindale, to get a boundary. Welcome runs for his side, welcome runs for him as he moves on to 14. 135 for 5. You'll add to that with 1 down to 3rd from the next delivery. Reminder, the group finale for most of the sides. Notts finished today. This is their 8th match. Surrey at New Road on Tuesday, but all the group stages finish on Tuesday. A bit of noise in the crowd. Noise is off. 136 for 5. Next ball is turned onto the leg side to be a single. The top of each group at the moment, Yorkshire in Group B, Gloucestershire in Group A. They will advance to a semi-final, a home semi-final, whoever tops the group, next Sunday. But before then, on Thursday, the second in this group will host third in the other, and vice versa. Those matches take place on Thursday, but that's all to be decided more on Tuesday than today, as this is run down to third. I guess if Gloucestershire, well, definitely if Gloucestershire win today down at Essex, they will guarantee topping this group, because they'll have won 7 out of 7, and they'll be guaranteed to top Group A, so they can pretty much relax knowing they've got their home semi-final next Sunday at Bristol. 138 for 5. This is pulled away to leg by Blake for another single out to Sammy King. That's the end of the 34th. 139 for 5. I say that purely as a means, really, of you all being able to follow what's happening on Thursday and Sunday, because Surrey can no longer qualify, and realistically Notts can't either. They would need all eight results to go their way today and on Tuesday, and they'd need a big win today as well to swing that net run rate a little bit, but it's so unlikely. It's minuscule. 39 for 5. 4 wins and a tie would get Notts to 18, and looks very much as if that's not going to be enough. Single taken on 40 for 5. But they'd very much like to at least be in the equation, and a win today would have everybody looking at the other results later, and certainly Tuesday. This one's hit down the ground and it's going to go for runs. Down below us, very close to the rope, can't see the rope. In fact, it's gone for 6. First of the day is hit by Ralphie Albert, and is immediately congratulated by Josh Blake, who's been looking to play that big shot, to lift the ball down the ground, and he picked the right ball to do it. 146 for 5. Albert on his first knock for Surrey. It's a maiden maximum. Pocklington with a good response. Want to just return to this tee that producer Aaron kindly delivered. Next ball on its way from Pocklington. Cut to backward point, 2 fielders there. There's no gap there. Backward point, short third, call it what you will. They're on the 45. On 46 for 5. Pocklington in again. This has been a very assured innings so far from Ralphie Albert, who was understandably, I'm sure there were a few nerves, but he was understandably a little cautious early on, didn't want to take anything on that would have been bordering on high risk. He's eased his way into his innings, he's accelerating nicely now. Another single. We did have 147 on the board. Appropriately enough, as Albert gets a single. Blake rather gets a single. 148 for 5. Couple of things there. Not sure who's making all the din or what it's all about. It wouldn't be the first time there's been a group of gentlemen or ladies inside the ground with something to celebrate and having a good old time of it. There's Hayes. This is pulled away onto the leg side for a single. There's a group of what looks to be solely young men. This end of the Fox Road stand, close to the big screen. They seem to be in the mood for some high jinks and high spirits. 149 for 5, but it's a little bit somebody like whistling just as a dart thrower's trying to hit that winning double 8. Don't want them yelling out at the piercing screech like they just did at an inappropriate time. Another single, and that takes Surrey up to 150 in the 36th. It's a 50 partnership as well from 61 balls between Ralphie Albert, whose picture is one of the Surrey logo, and Josh Blake, who's got his own picture up there. 150 for 5 in the 36th. So with 14 overs to go after this one, there's still the potential of something around 250 if Surrey can get one major contribution, and the rest of the lower order stick around with, be it Josh Blake or Ralphie Albert. Maybe the pair of them will go on and get more than that. We'll have to see. 150 for 5 it remains. That's a good looking shot. It's going to take some stopping, and it isn't stopped on the boundary edge by Ben Martindale. It's very close to the rope in any case, but I think he dived over the ball. It's going very, very quickly. It's a good shot, good firm, crisp shot from Josh Blake. He moves on to 41, and this partnership prospers to the tune of 4 more. 154 for 5 here at Trent Bridge. Sunday in late August. Won't be any more Nottinghamshire cricket here for around about a month. Hayes bowls, and again, repeat. The only thing that was different was that Ben Martindale wasn't even close enough to put the dive in on that occasion, but wide of the off stump and cut away impressively by Josh Blake, who has gone very quickly there from 37 to 45. It's 45 from 51 as well. Hayes bowls, turned to leg by Josh Blake, moves to 46. That is the end of the 36th over. So 11 coming from that over. James Hayes 8 overs, none for 44 now. Those things have gone right for Asiba Mead today, and he's just juggling the pack once more. He's bringing back Ben Martindale. 7 overs, 1 for 24. So Joe Pocklington coming out to the attack. 6 overs, none for 28 for the spinner. Martindale bowled all his previous 7 overs from this same end, the Radcliffe Road end, and begins with a ball that's cut into the offside out to Sammy King for a single. Brings Albert back onto strike. So the leg side field is a Mead in, fairly close, shortish mid-wicket. Hayes at mid-on, and then Giles out at deep backward square. Sammy King at deep mid-wicket. It's pushed up to mid-off where Sammy Citron is fielding. There's 3 inside the ring on the offside. Jack Haynes at shortish extra cover. Joe Pocklington at backward point. There's Byron Hatton Low out on the point boundary, and that can only leave ball on its way through to the wicket keeper, Tom Giles, who's down in front of the Hound Road stand at third. 160 for 5. Just had to get the binoculars then, because Tom Giles a long way away from me, and the immediate instinct was to say Rob Lord's back on the field. Not quite got used to Tom Giles and his silhouette from a long distance. Another delivery from Martindale past the outside edge of Albert's bat. He just got used to the lesser pace, obviously, of the spinner Pocklington from this end, and Martindale's troubled him with the last 2 deliveries, and now Schardendorf's going to stand up to the crease. So something else for Albert to think about. Must have been batting out of his ground. Seems to be batting on off stump. More modern way. And Martindale has run in and then not delivered the ball, but he's pulled up with it looks to be calf or heel. Stopped immediately. He's gone to ground. They're just treating him as if it's cramp, and if it is cramp, that's a result. Let's just hope it's nothing worse than that. Of course, Ben Martindale opening bat for Nottinghamshire, 160 for 5. They do have well, I guess they're going to have to well, the medical staff coming on, so too plenty of backup players bringing drinks on and whatever. But Martindale, fifth ball of his over, fifth ball of his comeback over, his 8th, just got to the almost to the point of delivery and then pulled up, and he went to ground, and certainly a couple of players came and rushed up to him, and it's like, you know, he was almost saying cramp, and they grabbed his leg and raised them above his head, but still down flat on the ground. 160 for 5, so that wasn't a great sight. Ben Martindale has not bowled as many overs as this for a while, certainly, so let's just hope it is cramp. Give you the scores as they stand in Group B. Durham 193 for 6, 10 overs to go in that innings. They're playing Warwickshire at Chesterley Street. Alex Lee's still there on 84 not out. A couple of wickets for Ed Barnard for the Bears. Kent Spitfires 212 for 6. They've got 7.5 overs left in their innings against Somerset. Jaden Denley made 65. Harry Finch run out for 48. Somerset very much a live contender for one of those knockout places. Kent not so. Northants 187 for 8 at Northampton. They're playing Middlesex. Rob Keogh made 60. Ricardo Vasconcelos made 62. Sussex Sharks 201 for 5 going into the last 10 against Yorkshire. 73 not out there for Ollie Carter. And they've come from 67 balls, 7 fours and 3 sixes. John Simpson out for 65 not so long ago. In Group A, Essex 243 for 6 with 6 overs left. They're at home to Gloucestershire. Tom Wesley now out for 92. Derbyshire 252 for 3. They're playing at Southampton. Caleb Jewell out for 98 for Derbyshire. Brooke Guest is 49 not out. Leicestershire playing Worcestershire. Worcestershire 226 for 5. Brett D'Oliveira out for 107 earlier. In that one, 11 overs to go in that. 226 for 5 Worcestershire against Leicestershire. And that brings you up to speed with the other matches. Still a delay goes on here with understandable concern over Ben Martindale, but pretty much had this, and this is nothing against Ben. I mean, that is a legitimate reason to stop, but for whatever reason, each of them, just about each of the Nottinghamshire matches in this season's competition, they've certainly taken their time to get through the 50 overs. Ben's back on his feet. I don't know as he's going to be able to continue this over, that's for sure. Sammy King has taken his cap off, and whether he's just showing everybody his luxurious locks, or well, he's popped his cap back on now, and Ben Slater's taken his cap off. Wonder if he's going to be asked to bowl the last 2 balls of this over. Might make a little bit of sense for Asiba Mead. He's not going to take anything away from one of the bowlers that he needs. Ben Martindale, I think almost like somebody out of a Monty Python sketch with no arms and no legs, wants to fight on, but no, he's been encouraged to leave the field. We are going to get a bit of Ben Slater. This is not a drill, folks. Ben Slater's going to turn his arm over, maybe just for 2 balls. Crikey, if he gets a wicket, we'll never hear the end of it. CV of Ben Slater, says he's got 3 first-class wickets. Still adamant that his first, when he had Alex Thompson of Derbyshire stumped, should have gone down as a run-out. He was that far out. Understandably, Ben doesn't agree. Sympathetic applause, it has to be said, for Ben Martindale, who's walking off with the physio limping all the way, clearly in some distress. And the concern isn't about him finishing this over. It's got to be about the fact that he's the opening bat. I know Asib Hamid is in the side and has been batting 4. He can do the job, but Knott's going in with extra all-rounder and Dane Schardendorf, the keeper, down to bat at 6 for this game. So batter light anyway, but just maybe a little bit of physio, and if it is cramp, they can sort him out. Give him some of the magic juices and see if he can go. So Slater to bowl to Albert. It's wide of the off stump and cut out into the offside for a single. Very much worthy of a fine, Ben Slater, bowling in sunglasses, by the way. 161 for 5, trying to cool it out. Now he's going to bowl to Josh Blake on 47. This is the final ball of the 37th over. Final ball of Ben Slater's spell as well, I bet. It would have been a wide. It was down the leg side, but just paddled away for a single. Thank you, Ben. Who leaves the action with figures of 2 balls, none for 2. Family and friends will know I'm having a little bit of fun at his expense. 162 for 5 with 13 to go. Did the job there for his side and for his skipper. And in between, or between them, Ben Slater and Ben Martindale, that over only went for 3. Tom Giles is coming back. The magic man. The king of pain. 6 overs, 2 for 15. With that over out of the way. 13 overs to go. I think Hamid can get by with 2 overs from Hayes, 4 from Giles. That's 6. He's got 5 from Hatton Low if required, as this ball is pushed up to mid-off, and 4 from Pocklington. Let me do that again. 4, 9, 30. Well, he's got 15 overs at his disposal, so that's okay. Rob Lord would have been the go-to man for Notts for the closing stages of this innings, but off the field early on. This one's turned away to leg, and you just wonder again, should this come down to a close one late on and Notts having lost a number of wickets? Martindale certainly not 100% on what we've just seen, and certainly Rob Lord not 100%. Notts could effectively be 2 down before they've begun. 164 for 5. That's all in the future. Down the leg side, this one from Tom Giles. As a general rule, having watched a lot of cricket, sometimes not quite as easy for debutants or youngsters coming back for a second spell if they've had a little bit of success in their first, but clearly it's a different stage of the innings now, and Surrey's need to get runs has magnified. Josh Blake is set. This partnership now worth 66 as it's tucked on the leg side, and that is Josh Blake's 50. Very well battered indeed, sir. An innings that certainly was very much needed. 3 fours, 56 balls, been at the crease for an hour and 3/4. Well battered Josh Blake, his first 50 of this season's competition. Ralphie Albert right-hander on strike. Tom Giles bowls to him. Hit back by the 17-year-old, fielded by the 19-year-old. Gosh, I feel old. But great to see. 166 for 5. Two balls left in the 12th. Hope you're enjoying the pictures wherever you're watching from. Next ball short and pulled down to long leg, and James Hayes, I think it is, down below us. Can't actually see him. It is Hayes as he comes into view. Got the overhang of the television gantry. That's normally enough of an obstacle, but it's plastered with the advertising for the 100 as well, so just can't see through the gaps or see down below. 167 for 5. Cut-off time has now gone to 2:45. Kel Surprise says hit back past Giles. He is frustrated that he didn't stop it. But had he done so, he was in danger of losing a finger. It was crisply struck by Josh Blake. It was hit straight and straight through Blake, trying to desperately reach down and stop it. 171 for 5 after 38, and I think it is go time for the Brown Caps right now. Sorry, can't afford to take their foot off the gas. Barnwell, Taylor, Majid and Carvelis to come. That's as we were given it in card order. I'm sure Harry Carvelis has batted about 8 or 9 for Sussex when he's played against Notts, so we'll have to see. 171 for 5. Joe Pocklington coming back after Ben Slater's completed his 2-ball spell. Pocklington 6 overs, none for 28. The left arm spinner. Alfie Albert's already hit him for 6, and he always clipped this fine. That was down the leg side from Pocklington, and a little bit of a gift to Albert. In truth, he's got a boundary there without hitting it where he wanted to hit it. If he'd hit it to deep backward square where he wanted, maybe hit it straight to the fielder. But it went very, very fine down to the long stop fence for 4. Settle back down, Joe. Somebody I'm sure will be urging the spinner from Lincolnshire. Well, from Lincolnshire cricket, he's from Eastbourne. One that got away from the Sussex Academy. Single taken out to Hatton Low. Sammy Citron, just noted down below me at walking out to long on. Should there be a catch or a bit of fielding done down below me that I can't see? It is Citron underneath the TV gantry. 176 for 5. Pocklington bowls, held it back a little bit, took pace off that one, and Blake could only help it into the offside to the Notts skipper, Asiba Mead, who's taken one catch, spooned up to him by Nick Grantler straight after drinks, start of the 26th over. Next ball, a reverse. Not seen too much of that today, might even been the first, and as far as Josh Blake's concerned, success rate might as well be the last, because he didn't get any bat on it. Notts will be sounding the reverse klaxon though, having seen the intent. Pocklington runs between Bilal Shafat and the stumps and then fires one through that just gets a little bit of turn, and Blake's played over the top of it. One ball left in the 39th. Nicely done from Joe Pocklington. That was a poor first ball, and then came back strongly. So 5 from the over in the end. $176 for 5. 11 to go. Tom Giles has got 2 of the 5 wickets to start the 40th and bowls to Ralphie Albert. Pushes this to mid-off. Albert playing his part in a stand currently worth 76. We're up to 4.5 and over now. Five and over throughout the innings gets them to 250. But Notts with certainly serious injury concerns. Pulled away by Albert onto the leg side out to Hatton Low in front of the Fox Road faithful. And with one mighty heave lifts the ball into the gloves of Schardendorf, who, unlike a lot of keepers, unlike a lot of cricketers in this day and age, so when he's standing up, of course, and has to, often, or more often than not, elects not to wear any headwear, doesn't wear his cap. Got his shirt outside the cricketing trousers. Flannels in old money. One more to Blake. 178 for 5. Halfway through the 40th. Not uncommon in this year's competition for a side to rack up 100 in the last 10 overs, but generally they've had somebody who's capable of clearing the ropes 4 or 5 times in that instance, and maybe Ralphie Albert can do that because he's lifted this back over Tom Giles straight down the ground and into the sponsors advertising board in front of the building site at the far end. So we don't get the chance to do the darts call. We've skipped that. We've gone on to 182. Still impressive this from Tom Giles. 2 for 32 balls left in his 8th, and Seabermead's just taking a little bit of time out here just to discuss what sort of field he wants, or what sort of field the skipper no doubt feels he should have. And there's a man down the ground at long on now as Giles bowls. Albert turns this away square on the leg side. Hatton Low gets to it quickly. It was a, well, shall we take it on? I think in the closing 2 or 3 overs, especially if they've still got 5 wickets left, they'd have come back for 2 there, but in this particular instance elected not to do so, and it's 183 for 5. Albert on to 38. It wouldn't be human nature if he wasn't just assessing that there's a maiden 50 up for grabs here. Here's Giles into Blake, who's already reached 50, and again we'll turn it to leg. Only just jogging through for the single because they know King's got a good arm. And 184 for 5, so that's the end of power play 2. So where's that little window that Surrey are going to drop in between? A couple of wickets go down quickly. It may be a 225 to 250 window. With a following breeze, they may get 250 to 270, you'd say. 184 for 5. Could get more, as I say. Sides can and very often do get 100 in the last 10, but normally the ropes have got to be cleared several times, and we've only had the 1-6 hit by Ralphie Albert. Blake is on 56. Pocklington to bowl to him, comes down the track, and this has turned frustratingly, I'm sure, straight to Haynes at short mid wicket. Short mid wicket, and there's no run. Pocklington once more, and helped all the way out to Cedron for another single. This is Pocklington's 8th over. Yet to pick up a wicket. Now it's heaved away, and there's one bounce for 4. It's hit towards deep mid-wicket, but again, Sammy King and James Hayes were each about 20 yards away from that ball as it landed just inside the rope. Found the gap nicely, Albert. It went towards cow corner, but certainly nothing agricultural about the quality of that stroke. Certainly is taken a bit of a liking to Joe Pocklington. 189 for 5. Spinner tries again, bowls. Hit back, oh, just past the reach of Pocklington. Was it in the air, and if there's any snappers on the ground, they'd have, I'm sure, got a great photograph of Pocklington, who was very nearly horizontal, throwing himself to his left in the air to try and catch it, but unable to do so. 190 for 5. That would have been the most spectacular of caught and bowls had he quite got there. Next ball sees Blake turn it behind the corner, and he's got to get back quickly. Good throw in, and Scharndorf whips off the bail. Blake turned it round the corner, set off running, and he did it straight to Giles, and it was on his way back in. Scharndorf wicked off the bail, but it was good from Albert at the non-striker's end to, I'm sure, couldn't hear from here, but I'm sure he bellowed at Blake to get back and make his ground. And the dive saved him. Last ball of the 41st. Chris Watts had to come and help with the rebuilding of the furniture at the far end. Scharndorf made such a mess of it. Pocklington bowls again. Reverse. He's well, Scharndorf's claiming a stumping, and nothing doing. Possible to tell from here. Couldn't necessarily see that the Blake had lifted anything, but Scharndorf was 100% confident. He ran all the way towards Chris Watts, appealing. Nothing doing. 190 for 5 after 41. So 6 from that over. 9 to go. Here at Trent Bridge on a cloudy but warm, sultry, dry day. As Metro Bank competition moves towards the end of the group stage for a lot of the counties. Ends today for Notts. This is their 8th and final match. A win, a tie, 2 losses, 2 wins. Get them back into position where they might just squeak through, but then a loss to Gloucestershire on Friday pretty much put the tin hat on it. Giles to continue. This will be his 9th, 8 overs, 2 for 32. Bowls to Albert. A little bit off the outside edge with not a deal of control, but safely brings him another single. 191 for 5. Blake has 57. Pulls this onto the leg side. Again, Sammy King able to quickly cover a lot of ground there to keep them to 1. Bilal Shafayat has now decided that he doesn't need to keep crossing from side to side, right-hander, left-hander. Singles come in almost every ball. Giles into the right-handed. Albert strikes him on the knee roll, and it runs out onto the offside, no run. Sammy Citron doing the fielding. As a 12th man, you never know what the day's got in store for you, whether you're going to be the one that's continually bringing helmets on and off and gloves and drinks or whatever, or in Citron's case, where from a very early stage you're going to be out there fielding, and spent the last 2 hours on the field as Albert again lifts Giles back over his head. A couple of bounces straight down the ground for 4. Very impressive. And he's now within 2 of a maiden 50 and his first knock for Surrey. Albert 48 not out. I'm sure were you to ask Sammy Citron, he would far rather that he was out there fielding for personal reasons, obviously, but not because the player's off injured. Giles in, bowling, oh, and Albert on the pull, bottom edged it, went back to the bowler, could have bottom edged it back onto his sticks, but didn't. Yes, Sammy Citron won't have relished hearing the news that Rob Lord won't be coming back, but at the same token, will be delighted to play a bit part in this for Nottinghamshire. Again, a change to the field as Ben Slater's brought up inside the ring from third. Final ball of the 42nd, 196 for 5, Surrey. And Albert gets his 49th run and he'll keep strike. So 197 for 5. 7 from the over as we go into the last 8. Already 5 past 2, but the cut-off time showing us 2:45. Giles 9 overs 2 for 39. For at least the second time in the innings, Josh Blake has called for a change of gloves. Taking the opportunity just to rehydrate as well. Gloucestershire fought back well at Chelmsford, where Essex have been bowled out now for 289 with an over to spare and 5 wickets for Jack Taylor, 5 for 61. Simon Harmer made 51 late on. Top score was Tom Westley, 92 to make it 7 wins out of 7. Essex after the break there will need 290 here, 8 to go. Byron Hatton Lowe coming back into the attack from the Radcliffe Road end for the home side. Earlier 5 overs 1 for 24 for him. Got a wicket straight after drinks as Garantlet chipped up to a mead. That was when the bowler was operating from the far end. So another lengthy stoppage, this time for change of gloves and drinks, but also a consultation as to what field Hatton Lowe wants. And now he comes in to bowl to the man on 49, and there's a 50, a maiden 50, and he'll come back for 2. And that's very good for the 17-year-old indeed. Very well done. There's a name to remember, Ralphie Albert and Jimmy White, in the unlikely event that you're watching on. Many congratulations to you and the family. 53 balls, 5 fours and a 6, and he's been at the crease for an hour and 12 minutes. And then celebrates with a flourish, an extra cover slash with real venom and purpose. That's the 200 up, and it's also the century partnership between this pair. 203 for 5. Sorry, we're in a really dark place. That drinks 100 for 5 after 25, but they've wriggled their way off the hook, and that high ceiling as to what can be achieved continues to get ever higher. Another blow hit with confidence down the ground, low full toss from Albert. 204 for 5. Again, Bilal Shafak just having a word with the fielder down below me. presume it's Citron. And now he's the latest to get a ticking off for the ball bouncing twice on its journey in from the outfield. Hattonlow's going to go round the wicket to Josh Blake, who has now been almost caught up by Albert. Blake 58, Albert 56. And he's helped this into the leg side for 4. There was a moment there where it left the bat as if he thought he did it straight down the throw to the fielder. Out there, Joe Pocklington, but couldn't quite get round, and 4 more, 208 for 5. And 11 from first 4 balls here. So that's the danger of being the most expensive over of the innings. I think it is 11, the best so far, or worst, whichever spin you want to put on it. 208 for 5. Hattonlow to Blake on 62. Gets another full toss, which he turns to mid-wicket, and there should be 2. No, they're not. Pocklington quickly in. One more to the tally. 209 for 5. Surrey at New Road on Tuesday against Worcestershire, who certainly will be in need of something. I don't think they can win the group, but they could finish second, third, or miss out altogether, so there'll be plenty at stake there. 209 for 5, last ball of the 43rd. And this one's hit again to deep mid-wicket for 4 by Albert. And Nottinghamshire just not quite got the fielders in the right place, or you give all the credit to the young man for bisecting those fielders in the deep. 213 for 5 after 43. So that was an over worth 16, and significantly the best for Surrey. 7 to go. Looks as if Giles is going to bowl out. 9 overs, 2 for 39. All his success came early. 2 wickets in his first 3 overs. Rory Burns and Ben Folkes both bowled. Burns chopped on. Folkes didn't so much as get a thin tickle on it as his off stump went flying out of the ground. First ball of the over is well anticipated by Blake. Moved outside off stump and just swatted it down to fine leg for 4. This acceleration has been needed, but wonderfully executed. 217 for 5. Important for Surrey that this partnership continues to flourish. It'll obviously get a little trickier for those that are to come. Next ball is back past the bowler. He's got protection down the ground, so it'll only be a single. 218 for 5. Just looking to get through these last 4 balls of his spell, Tom Giles. Two 1-8 for 5. Experienced a lot of things today. Just coming under a little bit of pressure this stage of the innings, and this one's lifted away, and that might go all the way for 6. It has. So coming under even more heat from Ralphie Albert, who hits his second 6 of the innings, and Hamid is going to rush all the way down to speak to his bowler. 224 for 5, and Albert on to 66. And you just look at the way he's stepped it up and think, well, there's 6 overs after this one. 66. 3 balls left in this over. Giles needs first and foremost to hit the deck. There's another full toss that was dispatched. 224 for 5. We're in the 44th over. He bowls now to Albert. Now it's gone even further. He did hit the deck there and pulled away in the same place. Umpire had to check on the previous one that it had just cleared the rope. He didn't have to check that. That's gone many a mile, and for the first time, Ralphie Albert has gone past Josh Blake. 72 now to 68 for the left-hander, and the partnership up to 130 from 111. Back-to-back sixes. Man down at long leg. He's been cleared twice. Then again, and down the leg side taken by Schardendorf, and that so often happens. Just leaked one down the leg side, which is a wide and had to be re-bowled. 16 from the last over. Already 18 from this and 2 balls to come. .231 for 5. Giles bowls again down the leg side, stopped by Schardendorf. Don't think it brushed anything on the way through. Have to have a little look. Did it brush the pad? Not so be hoping it did. Well, there must have been some bat. So won't have to be re-bowled. It was 2 more runs. Regardless, 233 for 5. And from 3 or 4 overs ago, when I said if Surrey had a following wind, they might just drop in somewhere between 250 and 270. They're now in a position where it looks like they'll exceed that, and Albert has loftier plans than getting a maiden 50 here. He's already on to 75. 234 for 5. But Tom Giles run a ball, 10 overs, 2 for 60 for the debutant, and he can be very proud, very pleased with how the day has gone. Of course, he might yet have a role to play a little later on. If required to bat, 10 overs, 2 for 60. But after 44 overs, sorry, 234 for 5, and a real and needed acceleration over the last 2 or 3 overs. We're in a strong position now. Pocklington's still got 2 overs left, the spinner. So 11 and over for the last 6 gets them to 300, and that's got to be on the cards now, unless Notts can go bang bang very quickly and remove them both. 134 this stand. Toby Albert has 75, 234 for 5. Next ball on its way, and helped down the ground. Somewhere down below me is the fielder. I think it's Hayes. Yeah, does well. 235 for 5. 230. In fact, they got back for 2. 236 for 5. Short from Pocklington, pulled out towards Sammy King, and for the second time today, Sammy King has spilled one that he'd normally take without batting an eyelid. Hit straight to him by Albert, who gets the run and goes from 77 to 78. Not a day to remember in the field for Sammy King. 2 is spilled, and you perhaps heard the gasp, and I guess it was a gasp of surprise. 2 attempts at it, hit on the full out to him, very close to the rope. This one's down the leg side. Now then, down the leg side because Josh Blake switched hands very early on to become a right-hander, but of course it was outside the left-hander's off stump, so that's all fine as far as Pocklington's concerned. Might not be so fine if he attempts it again, so the field has been just tinkered with a little bit. 237 for 5. Blake on 68. Cap in one direction, glasses in another. Pocklington bowls, Blake on the charge. That's it down the ground for a single. Used net wickets, a bit rough out there, but don't think that was an issue at all. Whether he lost sight of it, only he will know, but it's one he would normally have taken. Hatton low, 8 overs, 1 for 40. Going to replace Tom Giles at the Stuart Broad end. Five overs left. Both Surrey batters in the 70s. There's 3 men on the leg side fence now for Josh Blake. Hatton low round the wicket to the left-hander. It's it down the ground and fielded by Ben Martindale. So Albert on 78. There's 29 balls left in the innings. So again, the field, leg side field for Albert, set deep, 3 out. James Hayes up at short fine, and he's mistimed this onto the leg side, and they're going to push hard and come back for 2. Pocklington's throw into the bowl route takes it very well indeed, but Blake was comfortably back, and Albert on to 80. 243 for 5. Yep, they've got the cricket on at Banstead Cricket Club, where Ralphie Albert played much of his junior cricket. 243 for 5 in the 46th. And he's swatted that past the bowler down the ground, and Blake will push hard and come back for 2. Again, a throw from the deep that, had it been a direct hit, might have been interesting, but it wasn't. And the throw from Shardendorf back to the bowler caused everybody to yell, "Dock!" to umpire Watts. It was very nearly hit on the back of the head. Never a good thing to clunk the umpire on the back of the head. 245 for 5. 300 is still there. Slower ball dragged to leg by Albert, and he'll only get a single. 246 for 5. I think it's Josh Blake getting a ticking off for running on the wicket there. I think he can jump up and down on it with hobnail boots, and it's not going to make a great deal of difference, but they have to be seen to be doing the right thing. 246 for 5. On Food Festival Day here at Trent Bridge. Hatton low. Bowls now then. Strikes the pad. He's given. He's given. Blake is out. The umpire Watts had a long old think about that one as Blake went across his stumps to help it away on the leg side. It's hit him on the pad, deflected away. They were running a leg by. Blake had almost got down to the other end when Chris Watts raised the finger, and a long overdue wicket for Notts after a partnership of 146 between Albert and Blake ends with Josh Blake giving out LBW to Byron Hatton low for 72. That included 6-4, 77 balls, 246 for 6. That's a terrific knock from the left-handed middle order. player, the Surrey wicket-keeper. Certainly played a major hand in recovering the situation from 100 for 5 at Drinks. Nathan Barnwell will take his place in the middle. Second wicket for Hatton Low. That's figures of 2 for 46. Umpire had a long old think about that one. As I say, it very nearly got down to the far end to be greeted by the raised finger of Chris Watts. One ball left in the 46th over. So Nathan Barnwell, right-hander, has played against Notts before in the Metro Bank. Last couple of years he's featured in this competition for Surrey. Not too long to impress with the bat. Hatton Low to bowl, and it's turned away behind square for a single. In fact, they're going to push hard again for 2 runs. 248 for 6. At the end of the 46, successful over for the young bowler, 7 overs, 2 for 48 to Byron Hatton Low. And sorry, I've got 4 overs left to add to this total of 248. Pocklington's got 1 left, and it looks like Hamid is going to utilise that now. Maybe Hatton Low and Hayes to, between them, bowl out or conclude the last 3 overs, but the 47th over to be bowled by the spinner. Albert on 83. Comes Joe Pocklington to bowl to him, and plenty of width that Albert reaches and again plays into the deep. Citron doing the fielding. Take him off was the cry, but you're safely home, and that's the 250 up. Toby Albert on to 85 now. It's 7 fours and 3 sixes in his 67 ball knock. Pocklington bowls and dragged onto the leg side. Will be just a single this time. Out to Ben Slater. 251 for 6. Did Toby Albert's hit all 3 of the sixes to clear the ropes in this innings. That after coming in at number 7. Partnership of 146 in 20 overs between Albert and Blake. As Nathan Barnwell does nothing more than get his mate back onto strike. And why wouldn't you? Ralphie Albert on 86 not out. Pocklington none for 49. Ball's now, and this one's levered down the ground straight as a die, and that will go for 6. And now Nathan Barnwell has hit. Beg your pardon. It's Ralphie Albert who's hit the 6. Followed the ball down below me as best as I could, and by the time I looked up, Albert was, well, they'd actually crossed, so it looked momentarily as if it was Barnwell at the far end who did it, but he hadn't. So Albert into the 90s, on to 92, 258 for 6. Big things await Ralphie Albert, and gets another single into the offside. to move to 93. 2:59 for 6. There's clearly no on-field punishment for the fielding side bouncing the ball in twice as Barnwell helps it away to deep mid-wicket to Sammy King. Must be 8 or 9 times now in this innings that we've seen Bilal Shafiq signal to the fielders to make sure it doesn't bounce twice. 260 up, 260 for 6. End of Joe Pocklington. 10 overs, none for 57. So he didn't get a wicket. Finishes this competition with 11 to his name. And Rob Lord, even though he's not been on the field since the 9th over, very much going to be the Notts leading wicket taker in this season's Metrobank 50 over cup competition with 12 wickets. James Hayes, he has 9. I suppose if he got the last 4 here, he could make that statistic invalid. But he's bowled 8 overs, none for 44. If he's going to get 4 wickets here, he'll have to do it pretty sharpish. So Hayes has got 2 left, and I would imagine Hatton Low will bowl the 49th over. 260 for 6. Barnwell on 4. Bouncer just paddled away from around about his left ear by Nathan Barnwell. 261 for 6. Albert has 93. Playing fairly close to the centre of the Trent Bridge square, as everybody likes to repeatedly point out. Not the biggest outfield on the circuit, and Albert helps this down the ground and comfortably come back for 2, but Barnwell slipped. Oh, and the bounce wasn't kind for James Hayes. Barnwell slipped at this end. Albert was coming back whatever. The throw just needed to be gathered by James Hayes, and as it came in, it was right on the full. Could have done with that one in from James Hayes, just bouncing 5 or 6 yards in front of Hayes, so he could take it on the bounce and whip the bails off. But another opportunity's gone begging. This is cut to backward point. There's no run. Albert on 95. It's already cleared the ropes 4 times. What a success story. 17 years of age. 2.5 overs left in the innings. He's on 95. There's plenty of time. Don't do anything you might regret, and digs out a Yorker from James Hayes. And there's no run. .263 for 6. Hayes bowls. It's up in the air. It's going to fall short of Byron Hatton Low. And they get a single. The crowd groaned a little bit there, I think, when they saw it was in the air. They felt it was going to go straight down the throat of the fielder, but they didn't have the luxury, presumably, of the view I had, where the trajectory of that ball was always going to drop well before the fielder. But he's on to 96 and he's at the non-striker's end, and might just take on board the fact that he did hit it in the air when he didn't have to. Hayes in again, and Barnwell's bottom edged it past the stumps, and Shardendorf will gather. 264 for 6 after 48. So Albert will be on strike on 96. Hatton Low is walking in from the Fox Road side of the ground. Surprised if he's not given the 49th, though. Yeah, he's taken his cap off already to give to Bilal Shafiq. So where are we going to be with Surrey? 264 for 6, 290 maybe. 2 overs to go. Certainly I fancy we'll have a competitive game of cricket this Sunday afternoon, like we used to back in the old days of the Sunday League, which we all used to love and dearly miss. Albert on 96. Hatton bowls a full toss, helped away on the leg side. Sammy King's out there, and Sammy King catches at the third time of asking. Throws the ball away almost in disgust and embarrassment at the 2 that went down earlier, but he celebrates the catch. And Ralphie Albert out for 96, and the Notts players go up and congratulate him, congratulate Byron Hatton Lowe. And for the youngster, he can be so proud, although there's a lot of disappointment right now. Out for 96 from 75 balls, 7 4s and 4 6s. And wouldn't you just know it, Sammy King has clung on to the catch on the deep mid-wicket boundary to end his stay and slash his dreams of a maiden century on his second match for Surrey, let's not forget, but the first time he's been required to bat. Out for 96. 264 for 7. So best figures for Hatton Lowe, whatever happens now. He's only played 1 previous game and got a 2 for. Now he's got a 3 for. Surrey will still be eager to muster, obviously, as many runs as they can get. And there used to be a James Taylor bat here regular that we used to very much enjoy watching in full flow. A different James Taylor comes out in the black of Surrey, coming in at number 9. As we heard on the public address system, 264 for 7. There's 11 balls left in the innings. Hatton Lowe 3 for 48. Bowls to James Taylor, slower ball, which was dug out well and played with soft hands. In comes Pocklington, shies at the stumps and misses, and they get 2 runs. And Hatton Lowe sees his figures reach 50, 3 for 50. Taylor off the mark with 2. A little bit of a miss hit. 266 for 7. Balls again. This one's hit deep to extra cover. Out to Sammy Seacherin. And again, they'll come back for 2. Lowe made a little bit of a mess of the stumps there, and Shafat again has to pop one of the sticks back in. 268 for 7. 9 balls left in the innings. Balls again to James Taylor, and well, he's gone 2-2, and now a 4 through the offside, through extra cover. In the women's competition in the 100, Trent Rockets today have beaten Welsh Fire down in Cardiff by 23 runs. Result of the day in 272 for 7. This one's hit by Taylor down to long on the bounce to Pocklington, single. 273 for 7. 1 ball left in the 49th. Hatton Lowe 3 for 57. Won't get the opportunity for a full allocation. This is his 8th over, drawing to an end. Balls now, and it's away for 6, big 6.
That's Nathan Barnwell hitting one into the William Clark. And I would imagine that's been caught on the full, given the crowd reaction. And saw a gentleman in a black T-shirt just throw it back to Sammy King. Can only presume he plucked that out of the air. And on another day at a different ground, I think the Oval, in fact, used to give prizes for crowd catchers. Bring that back, I say. That gentleman would certainly agree with that. 279 for 7. Don't know if we're able to zoom in on the crowd catch. There we are. Good work by the camera crew and producers Aaron and Kirsty to show that man in the spotlight, give him his moment. 279 for 7 with 1 over left. We bowled by James Hayes, yet to get a wicket. Bowls hit back underneath him by Taylor, and it'll go down the ground, I think, for 4. Hamid is quick, but that was the hare chasing the rabbit. You're never going to catch it. 279 for 7. Hare chasing the rabbit. I meant the greyhound chasing the hare, I think, but you know what I meant. It's been a long 3 3/4 hours, as it so often is with knots in this competition, but the cut-off time has been met. It's been pushed back to 2:45. Hayes bowls again, and James Taylor, who's put back to ball, bat to ball, not his back, bat to ball with great effect, gets another single, and he's galloped on to 14 from 6. 284 from 7. 4 balls left in the innings. So 96 to Ralphie Albert, 72 to Josh Blake. They put 146 on. And then you go all the way down to Rory Burns with 25 at the start of the innings. It's skewed up in the offside and over Martindale. It's a drop. Say it's over Martindale. He reached high above his head, got a hand to it, and it slipped out and tied it up by Sammy King, who knows how he feels. Having got there, he got the ball in his hand. Didn't give him a prayer, actually, as it went off the bat. It always seemed to be looping high over him, but he leapt high there, Martindale, got a hand to it, and it was in and then came out. 286 for 7. At this stage, I guess, not so grateful. It just didn't run away for 4, which it might have done. 3 balls left. At 290 within reach. Barnwell on 13. He's hit it up in the air, and this time it's Slater underneath it and takes the catch. And Slater and Martindale had swapped positions there before that ball, and there's a big grin between the two of them. And Ben Slater, you see, it's a little bit of experience. Barnwell out 13 from 8, did his job. Caught Slater bowled Hayes, first wicket for James Hayes. And lots will be pleased as well, of course, that it's a dot. At this stage of the innings, you just don't want the 4s and 6s to come all in a hurry, which they can do. James Taylor asking for a drink and a towel with just a couple of balls left in the innings. So Hayes in his final over, getting his first wicket. He's got 1 for 55 with 2 balls to come. Fully up to speed when we come back for the Nottinghamshire reply on what's happening elsewhere, but just quickly in this group only. Essex 289 all out, Gloucestershire 18 without loss after 3. Derbyshire made 339 for 5 down at Southampton. Worcestershire all out for 328 at Leicester. They're the other 3 matches in this group. I'll give you the nuts and bolts. We'll have plenty of time to talk when we come back. 2 balls left in the innings, and it is Harry Carvallis who's come in at 10. Hayes bowls, and straight away he was in a position, and there's a chance for Schardendorf, and he's missed the stumps, so they get a bye. Carvallis went with the scoop, missed it,
Taylor galloped down to this end. Schardendorf, who'd gathered the ball, underarmed it towards the stumps and missed. So it's a bye. 287 for 8 with 1 ball left in the allocation, and that will be that for this particular innings. 287 for 8. There's James Hayes then to conclude his spell and the innings. And first ball is pulled down the ground. They've run the first one quickly. They'll come back for 2 and comfortably get home. Slight misfield out there in the deep by Haynes. And it is 289 for 8. So Notts will require 290 to win. Not quite as many as they required at Lords in 2017. I think it was 299 to win, and they got there. Whether they get there today or not remains to be seen. Ralphie Albert, take a bow, young man. I'm sure he will. He's getting all sorts of plaudits. His phone has imploded with all the messages of congratulations, and I'll add to those. Not that I know his phone number. He made 96, the 17-year-old. 72 for Josh Blake. They were the leading hands for Surrey. Tremendous partnership between the two of them. 146. Byron Hatton-Lowe, the leading wicket taker for Notts, 3 for 63. He had 8 overs. Tom Giles on debut, full allocation at a run a ball, 2 for 60, and there were wickets for Hayes, Martindale, and Lord, who bowled his 4 overs and then got an injury and left the field. So, as did Ben Martindale as well, by the way. So, there's doubts over a couple of the Notts players with regards to batting. 289 for 8. That's enough of me for the best part of 4 hours. I'll be back in half an hour to bring you the Notts reply. They will be in pursuit of 290.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where we're in ample time for the start of Nottinghamshire's run chase. They've been set to score 290 to end their programme of group matches with a victory here over Surrey, who earlier on were in a little bit of trouble, you'd have to say, at drinks halfway through their innings. They were 100 for 5, but in the second half of the innings they really put the foot down thanks to 96 from 17-year-old Ralphie Albert and 72 from Josh Blake. They put 146 on in 20 overs to get Surrey up to 289 for 8. Nottinghamshire leading then 290 to get the points. Don't think there's the remotest chance that it would be enough to get them into the knockout phase, but you don't think like that when you're out there in the middle. There's a match to be won. Pleased to say from the Nottinghamshire angle, Ben Martindale is opening the batting, and that's because during a bowling spell earlier on he pulled up with looked like severe cramp and had to leave the field. We didn't see Rob Lord either after the 9th over, so Notts were in disarray. Martindale clearly had a little bit of work done on his legs. So here we go. James Taylor bowls and Martindale chops it down behind him on the leg side, and there's no run. Been a leanish time of it for Martindale. Has played in 3 of the matches. Scores of 21, 3 and 6. He's a better player than that, and let's just hope that everything that everybody thinks and feels about him, still only 22, plenty of time, but just hope he can go on and have the career everybody hopes he'll have. And he's got a streaky inside edge past the diving keeper and away for 4 there, and I guess the biggest plus of that is he's off the mark with a 4, but Surrey won't mind seeing him in a little bit of discomfort there by one that nipped back from James Taylor. 4 without loss then, Notts. Quickly before we go on, just wow. Matt Mills, former Notts player, of course, left a while ago. Down at Hove today. Sussex 284 for 9. Matt Mills 7 for 38. I mean, that's astonishing stuff. As Taylor bowls and Martindale are playing a miss outside the off stump. So Matt Mills, formerly of this parish, 7 for 38 for Yorkshire, or 11 for 1 in pursuit of 285. That's in the other group, of course, where Alex Lees made 146 for Durham, who made 300 for 8. Warwickshire 28 for 1 early in their reply. Kent made 269 for 9. Somerset going well, 58 without loss in the 9th. Northants were bowled out for 189. Middlesex 81 for 2. Should win that from there. As Martindale again gets one outside the off stump. Went to push at it, but elected not to do anything further. Essex were bowled out at home by Gloucestershire for 289. Gloucestershire are 51 for 2 in reply. Remember the unbeaten Gloucesters, 6 out of 6. Big win here on Friday. They've lost Bancroft for 7 and Ollie Price for 12, but James Bracey doing James Bracey things. He's 31 not out already. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Martindale pushes it into the covers, and there's no run. At Southampton, Derbyshire made 339 for 5. Hampshire 42 without loss, and Leicestershire 8 for 1. They've already lost Rishi Patel. Worcestershire made 328 with a century from Brett D'Oliveira. So you're up to speed with elsewhere. Told you earlier the women's game, Trent Rockets defeated Welsh Fire in Cardiff by 23 runs. The men's match underway, Welsh Fire 70 for 2 after 63. As Martindale gets bat on ball for the first time since the second ball of the over, cuts it out into the deep, gets a single, and means he'll be on strike for the start of the second over. 5 without loss, Notts. 2 left-handed bends out there.
opening the batting. Going to be Harry Carvelos. Picture of him in his Sussex shirt up on the board to open the bowling. Just looking at the printed scorecards, I was just going to fill in, as I did do throughout the Surrey innings, the score at the end of each over. But all the boxes on this printed scorecard are already filled in, so we can't do that. Two left-handed Bens out there, and Ben Martindale's faced every ball so far, and he's got 5 but plays and misses at that one as it goes through to the keeper. Glorious sight during the half-an-hour break as hundreds, literally hundreds of people, and predominantly youngsters, which is great to see, out on the outfield with the bat and the ball, misty-eyed over the whole days of the John Player League and a Sunday afternoon when that was a regular feature. Oh, now then, there's got to be a run here. Notts aren't looking. Neither Martindale or Slater's looking at this, and they've missed out on a run there as the ball was pushed into the covers to Barnwell. He lobbed it back to the keeper high over his head, and it went all the way down to long leg, and neither of them were looking, and there was no reason in the world why they shouldn't have gone through for a run there. That's well, ultimate in sloppy. Keep your eye on the ball, one of you. But as I looked, Martindale was still looking forward and rehearsing or replaying again the shot he played to the ball, and Slater was looking off into the distance. And now a misfield from Barnwell, who's not had a great start to this innings. A wild throw which should have been penalised and wasn't, and then a routine stop which he's made a Horlicks of. Six without loss. Brings Ben Slater on to strike at last. The ball after he should have been on strike. Terrific stuff from Ralphie Albert in the first half of this game. This one's hit away emphatically by Slater for a boundary. And he'll feel a whole lot better for that. Got out for naught against Gloucestershire on Friday, and now he's up and running. One slip, Rory Burns, who spent a little portion of the interval, not all of it, but a little portion of the interval, bowling in his office out there with the rest of the Surrey bowlers. Carvelos in once more, and Slater punches it into the offside, and Barnwell already redeems himself partially with a really good stop. Fact, it's not. I'm smiling, but I shouldn't really, because he's clearly damaged a finger here, and he's got to go off Nathan Barnwell for a little bit of treatment. So this has been an extraordinary over there for Nathan Barnwell. He's thrown the ball away that should have gone for an overthrow, but Notts weren't looking. He's misfielded it, and now he's made a good stop, but he's damaged a finger and had to go off the field. So he goes with our best wishes, and hope it's nothing more than just a little cut. But we know they can be painful. Nothing worse than a paper cut. Next ball is edged to Burns at slip, taken, gobbled up. And Ben Slater has to go, and it's a wicket for Carvelos. And that's, well, an incident-packed opening over from Harry Carvelos, which ends with a wicket, and Notts a 10 for 1 in pursuit of 290. Ben Slater caught by Rory Burns at slip. Nice grasp, fairly low down. And Ben Slater's out for 4, faced 3 balls. And sorry, strike early on should bring Jack Haynes to the crease. Notts leading
run scorer in this year's competition. 435 runs in this year's Metro Bank, averaging at over 62. I know that's not always the biggest thing in this competition, your average, but that's very impressive. Top score of 124. He's had a century and 4 50s as well. He's been churning out the runs, Haynes. Got his big score, the century, down in Cardiff, but he had 97 against Hampshire, 57 here against Gloucestershire, 56 at Leicester, and 51 at Welbeck against Worcestershire. It really is an impressive run of scores for Jack Haynes. Hopefully we've not done too much damage there, giving him the big build-up. But we're through 2 overs here, Notts 10 for 1, with Slater back in the hutch. Two umpires coming together. Wonder if it doesn't appear as if it's a ball issue. It's just joining us. It's been a bit like this game. There's been any number of interruptions that we're not entirely sure why from this distance. No idea what that's about, and those of you obviously watching the pictures may be similarly unsure what they were talking about then. But it all just goes to slow things up. Already the cut-off time is showing at 13 minutes to 7 for this innings. Lot of stoppages and interruptions and pauses without any cricket earlier on, and there's another one there. Taylor bowls and Martindale looking to drive through the offside, doesn't properly get hold of it. Subfielder out there. No, it's not the subfielder, that's Adam Thomas. Try and identify who might be on the field for Nathan Barnwell. Here's Taylor round the wicket and bowls and pushed into the offside again to Thomas. I did have half a feeling that when Barnwell ran off, number 64 ran on, so got my work cut out here. If somebody else out there in another number 64, or if he was just merely coming in from the boundary and appeared down below us, but we'll, I'm sure, get to the bottom of it in the fullness of time. Taylor bowls, and this one nips back on Martindale, does well to keep it out. So Carl Vallis at mid-off and Ben Folkes at mid-on. Ollie Sykes at mid-wicket. Thomas at extra cover. Nick Ilgarantler's at point. Rory Burns at slip. We're getting through them here. We're getting through them. Taylor to Martindale. Drives crisply to mid-off, and there's no run. Yusuf Majid's down at long leg. Ralphie Albert's at deep backward point, so it only leaves the fielder at square leg. Ten for 1. We're in the third over. Not set to score 290. There's 4 of them. Cut away through the offside by Ben Martindale. Nice looking shot from him.
balls now, and Martindale punches it into the offside, and there's no run. 14 for 1 after 3 overs. Same stage Surrey were 8 with Outlaws. It was a fairly pedestrian start, but they got going. 100 after 25 overs and managed to get up to 289 for 8 by the end of the 50th. So they had a very good back 9, as they'd say in golf terms. Looking forward to catching a glimpse of Tommy Fleetwood tonight in the big event in America late on, if we finish by then. 14 for 1 knots after 3 overs. Seabermead due in next. Not been enough running in this innings yet to assess if Ben Martindale's properly okay. He was, look, he's got a severe case of cramp out there and had to leave the field. Haynes on strike then, and his first delivery from the bowling of Carvelis is cut to backward point, and there's no run. It's Mr. Griffiths, the sub-fielder, down at third man. We're in 82. 14 for 1. Short and pulled away by Haynes for 4. Gave that a little bit of a wallop, safe in the knowledge there was nobody out on the leg side. If he just lifted it, he was going to be safe. The fielders on the leg side in the ring were all in the ring. They weren't even on the 30-yard discs. They were all well in at square leg at mid-wicket and at mid-on. So he took the aerial route, pulled that one away for 4 runs. And Jack Haynes is on his way again. Just a little short from Harry Carvelis. Bowles and Haynes will get another single. $19 for 1, or a single to add to his boundary from the previous ball. Here comes Carvelos. Oh, and he struck Ben Martindale amidships, and he might have had cramps earlier, and he's got a different sort of affliction at the moment. Down on his haunches, trying to gulp in a little bit of fresh air, and there's not going to be anybody in Surrey Black who's going to go up and ask how he is. Jack Haynes has come down, but there's not a lot you can do in these circumstances until you get a little bit of air in your lungs and can go again. Indebted to Brian Cowley, who's been in touch, another well-respected Surrey statistician. This is dug out, and as you may already have heard from other sources, Dave, Ralphie Albert's score of 96 today is the highest ever score for Surrey in a debut innings. Thank you very much, Brian, appreciate that. Yeah, there was obvious disappointment when he got out, and it's a strange old thing because Sammy King put down 2 regulation chances in that innings, and then he caught Albert looking for the big 6 for his century. Oh, and Martindale swinging himself off his feet there, trying to get it on the end of that. 5 from the over, 19 for 1. So made his way off for 96 from 75 balls. You can see he was absolutely devastated, but you know, even so, the 100 will come. Of that, we're all absolutely certain, but he's done a lot of fine things today. Tremendous knock. Also very pleased for Tom Giles, Nottinghamshire's debutant. 2 wickets for him, both early on and both good ones as well. Rory Burns chopping on, Ben Folkes losing his off stump. Finished with 2 for 60 from his full allocation. 4 gone, Notts 19 for 1, need 290. Taylor bowls, Haynes just checks his drive, plays it up to mid-on. It's a challenging target that I guess is round about par on a good day, with maybe one of Mead and Haynes going on and putting a really big score on the board, as both have been doing in this competition. Lots will fancy their chances. May it be one of the younger brigade as this is pushed back to the bowler, a Martindale or a King or a Chardendorf to deliver. Or will the Surrey attack be just strong enough to keep Notts at bay? All that will no doubt come out in the wash over the next 3 hours or so. That's 19 for 1. Needing 271 more as James Taylor comes almost all the way back to the 30-yard discs and turns and runs away and bowls, and hammered into the offside by Haynes. A wonderful shot for no run. Hit it straight to Sykes. Taylor in once more, pitches it up, and with respect, Haynes digs it out. Overhead cloud cover throughout the match. Notts used predominantly 5 medium pacers, right on medium pacers. Joe Pocklington got his allocation of overs in, and we had, of course, 2 balls from Ben Slater's very occasional off spin when Martindale couldn't finish his over. 19 for 1. Taylor bowls again, pulled away once more by Haynes for 4. Very similar to the one that he played in the last over. $23 for 1. Really good opportunity for the top order batters. This sort of target to chase, to dig in and really make the most of it. There's an outside edge that'll go for 4 past the diving Burns at slip. It would have been it was never a catch, went straight along the ground, scuttled its way through where third slip would be. Rory Burns was sort of standing between first and second slip, dived to his right, couldn't stop it. And the end of the 5th, 27 for 1, 8 from that over, with those 2 boundaries coming right at the end of that over from Taylor. He's 3 overs, none for 17. Carvalha's 2 overs, 1 for 10. And Nottinghamshire 12 runs ahead of where Surrey were at the same stage, but they've lost 1 wicket more. Here comes Carvalha's. Bowls hit nicely by Martindale, but straight to mid-off. James Taylor is Surrey's leading wicket taker in this competition with 7, and then Majid and French with 6, Barnwell with 5. They've like Notts utilised a lot of players. Martindale on 10, and again he's hit one crisply, but this time to mid-on. For Notts, Rob Lord finished with 12 wickets, Pocklington 11, James Hayes with 10. That's in this season's competition. Of course, Notts have finished. Jack Haynes has come down. I felt that Martindale, in playing that shot, just seemed to... Yeah, I think he's in trouble here. once again, Martindale. We saw him have to go off the field partway through and over with very bad cramp earlier, and he's played that shot, and it looked as he played it as if he was in some discomfort. And Jack Haynes, yeah, I think he's gone again. So this is really, really bad news, principally for Ben Martindale. I hope the day comes where I stop calling him Duncan, his dad. Yeah, he's going to go off. So Asiba Mead is going to have to make his way out to the middle in the 6th over. Maybe, just maybe, in a couple of hours' time, if Notts need 8 in the last over and the 9 wickets down, he'll make his way out to the middle. But of course, we don't know how bad Rob Lord is either. Maybe that Notts really, really got to do without 2 players in their batting effort. This is a sad blow for Ben Martindale, who retires hurt on 10 in the 6th over. Never a nice sight. Cramp can be a really, really painful infliction, as of course so many people will know, but it can also be something that you can fairly easily remedy, and let's hope this is one of those cases for him, just so he's not absolutely under the pump for the next few days. There comes the captain, Asiba Mead. This year, 276 runs in this season's competition at 46, best of 86. He scored 3 50s in the competition, but they've all come in the last 3 matches. His last 3 scores: 58 not out at Cardiff, 86 at Southampton, and then 80 here against Gloucestershire on Friday. So, Asiba Mead, I was going to say running into a little bit of form. When is he ever not in form? He's having a fabulous season in the Championship, already more than 1,000 runs, 2 double hundreds. Twice he's carried his bat throughout a complete innings, and he's leading Notts to their best county championship finishing position for many a year, irrespective of what happens in the last 3 games. So, yet another lengthy delay in this match. Cut-off time currently showing as 8 minutes to 7. And this over, like so many today, taking an age to complete. But here comes Carvelos and bowls to Hamid. Defends and then straight into his little walk towards square leg, and the turn and the walk back again. The mannerisms so familiar. Works for him. Carvelos bowls, beats Hamid, and it's actually burst through the gloves of wicket-keeper Blake, and 1 to the total. Surely a bye. It's given us a run. Scoreboard's still got Ben Martindale up there. Sykes is going over to the umpire and having a chat. Chris Watts is saying something to him. We don't know where we are. We've still got Martindale on the board. He certainly didn't score the run. I'm not sure Asiba Mead got anywhere near that, but there we are. Be great to see a replay of that. But apologies if there has been a replay. I'm just trying to fathom out what they were all discussing out there in the middle. It's a day where confusion has reigned at many times for many different things, and sometimes they say the more you look, the more you see, but today, the more you look, the more confusing it's got. Scoreboards are broken. Player retired hurt has completely befuddled the system. Hamid has been given the run, I understand. Pulled away by Haynes for 4. Well, that's one way of dealing with things. Just keep swatting it to the boundary as Jack Haynes is doing. End of the over. Wonder if we'll get the chance to see that Hamid run once again. .32 for 1. Well, maybe not. Ward in the ground, still showing 27 for 1, and Ben Martindale on strike on 10 not out. But it's a glitch in the system as Taylor bowls. Turns it to mid-wicket in a misfield. It's been a day of those as well. This time Adam Thomas, the named guilty perpetrator. On the live stream, we've got the win and score predictor of 50%. They can't make their mind up. Who's the likeliest to win? And it's played down into the ground, and it's gone for 4 more to Jack Haynes. There was again some gasps as it went close to Rory Burns at slip, but again it's played down into the ground, and Rory Burns started at first slip and then went to 1.5 and then 2. He might find himself third or fourth slip in the hope of stopping one of these off the outside portion of Jack Haynes. But the board is right in the grounds. 37 for 1. Hamid has 2. Haynes has 21. Still not convinced about that that Hamid first single, and if he did hit it, surely it was a drop by the keeper. So again, I'd love to see a replay of that. In the 7th over. Played with soft hands here, Haynes. And gets a single. One thing we're learning about the Trent Bridge board, and I'm the last to talk about computer programs and anything technical or technological. The board and the system don't like retired hurts, because we've lost the DLS par scores as well, and I don't think it can quietly comprehend. It's ball on its way and worked on the leg side, and there's no run. 38 for 1. I suppose that does sort of query the pitch a little bit with DLS scores if somebody retires hurt, because DLS and indeed nobody knows the significance of that particular player in any instant, just talking generally of whether that particular player is going to be fit to resume or not, and how great his impact would be if he comes back at number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7 in the order. But there we are. That's one to discuss. 38 for 1. Next time I think of applying for Mastermind, I might choose DLS and all the paraphernalia that goes with it as my specialist subject. 38 for 1. Not that I know anything about it. Highest score on this round of Mastermind is 17 in 2 minutes. Mr. Bracegirdle, you're studying DLS. You need to get 19 in 1 minute and 45. Or some such. 38 for 1. Haynes has made a bright start. He's on 22. Let's this go through to the keeper. third. 39 for 1. Accurate stuff this from Carvelis. Attacking that off stump. Bowls and down the leg side, and they're claiming a catch here down the leg side, and Hamid's got to go. Leg side strangle, and the not skipper reluctantly tucks his, well, he doesn't tuck it under his arm, he puts his bat over his shoulder and has to troop off. The ball down the leg side, and it's a leg side catch, and Hamid has gone for 2. Caught down the leg side by Blake from the bowling of Carvelis, and it's 39 for 2. And Asib Hamid has to go, and Knott's in a little bit of trouble with Ben Martindale also having to retire hurt. Sammy King, who had an indifferent sort of day out in the field, will come in at 5. Dane Shardendorf at 6. Here comes Sammy King. So it's been a torrid start to Notts in pursuit of a victory target of 290 for 8. Pleased to say I've just been joined by James Aspinall from the Trent Bridge Community Trust. Popped in alongside to say hello. Hello, fellow, you all right?
I'm not too
yeah,
not great.
Should we do that again? I've just been joined. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. Busy day for you?
Yeah, quite busy. Yeah, been trying to promote the word of the trust, trying to promote the Zipwire event that we're doing a week on Sunday.
Crikey, we'll talk about that in more detail in just a moment. So Sammy King out there in the middle, 39 for 2, not set to score 290. We're only in the 8th over. It's going to be Carvelis on King on strike, and he's got this one away nicely for a couple of runs. Not been out and about, obviously. I'm like prisoner in cell blockade, prisoner in suite 33 or 34 or whatever it is today. Been in here since breakfast, but out and about. There's a good feel, there's a good crowd. We saw them all out on the outfield and what have you. Have you had a walk round, looked at the food festival and everything?
Yeah, some great food options on today. It's been a taste, been a real good treat to smell everything. Not sampled anything, unfortunately, but it's looks a great variety out there.
41 for 2, and this is in the TBI car park and the concourse.
Yeah.
Once a year event here at Trent Bridge, the food festival. My new best friend Brian Cowley's been back in touch with another stat about the Surrey innings, which we'll give in a moment before we come back to James. As Sammy King drives this into the offside, should be cut off, but won't be. I always talk about how fast the outfield is here, and Sammy King's played another lovely stroke, and he's on 6:45 for 2 after 8. Brian says, furthermore, the Surrey 6th wicket stand of 146 between Blake and Albert is a record for Surrey, surpassing the 132 by Alex Stewart and Mark Butcher versus Hampshire at the Oval in 1996. So well done to Josh Blake and to Ralphie Albert. Don't know if you saw much or any of the Surrey innings. The 17-year-old scoring 96, and he's the grandson of the former snooker player Jimmy White.
Oh, fantastic. What a great thing for a young man. Something for him to build on as well, isn't it, moving forwards? Yeah.
Oh, we're going to get another interruption here with a chat between the two umpires. What part of the world are you from, James, with an indit, with an indit.
Round near Chesterfield and Alfreton, so around that way.
Ben Slater country.
Absolutely, yeah. Played against him last year when he was at Chesterfield. Caught him out actually, so I was quite happy with that one.
Oh well. And who was that for?
That was for Alfreton. That was,
right.
Yeah.
45 for 2. Haynes on strike through 8 overs. Next ball is down the leg side, pulled away. There's a man out there, won't be able to stop it. And Jack Haynes has not only carried on from where he's left off in his previous few innings, he's even maybe going harder at it early on here. 27 from 17. He's just been in great form this year, and whether it's been here or away or wherever, he's been a joy to watch this year, Jack Haynes. Pulls this one behind square. We're in the 9th over. Taylor's figures none for 27. Still got the slip in. This is pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. So tell me about a zip. I mean, like you're going to get me on a zip wire, but tell me about this zip wire event that's coming up. When is it? A week on Sunday?
It is. It's a week on Sunday, and we're trying to get sign-ups to zip wire across Trent Bridge, all in aid of the trust. Trying to raise money for some of our flagship programmes, especially Knots in Mind and Forget Me Nots.
49 for 2. Haynes on 27. Taylor bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. So this is what, the 3rd year, is it? I think that they've done it, and it's on a non-cricket day. It would be brilliant to have it on a cricket day, actually, in the interval. But it's on a non-cricket day, and I've never been. I've only just seen the videos and whatever. It's from the William Clark stand just across to the Fox Road stand of the ground.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it's raised some vital funds for us to keep some of our to keep some projects running. Some great work in the community done.
Taylor in again, bowls, and it's eased into the offside. So go into details for me. How is it raising funds? If somebody does it, essentially they're looking for sponsors, for backers, almost as if you're doing a fun run or a swim or what have you. I'll go on a zip wire if you sponsor me £10 to do it. Is it that sort of thing, and then the money's donated to the trust?
It is, yeah. So there's a £50 registration fee.
Oh, crikey.
But after that, you can raise money for the trust as well, and all proceeds are going to the trust and for those projects.
49 for 2. Haynes on 27. This is pushed into the offside, no run. Have you done it?
I haven't done it, no. And unfortunately I'm at a wedding, so I'll be unable to do it this year.
It's all these people who, it's great diving with sharks. Have you done it? No.
There's a few of us signed up though. There is a few signed up.
It's great putting your head in a lion's mouth. Have you done it? No.
I'd love to have done. Maybe next year for me.
Dear, yeah, and me, yeah. I may consider entering the London Marathon next year. Yeah, may. Rory Burns coming out of slip, 49 for 2, and then we'll get a little more on it. We'll ask James if it's something you fancy. I mean, it would be a great thing. It really would. Zip wiring across this famous old ground, and everybody that's done it in the last couple of years really had a good time as Haynes again pushes it out. And there's Rory Burns, who's come out of the slip cord and does the fielding. 49 for 2 after 9. How can you get more details? Where can you find more details, James, should you want to do it?
Absolutely. So it'll be on our trust page on the Notts Cricket Club website, and on our social media pages as well.
So trentbridge.co.uk, find the community trust part of that in the menu.
Absolutely, and then it's on the social media pages as well of the trust and the club as well, with sign up and details on there. There's different prizes and bits you can get access to as well.
Sammy King on strike, he's on 6. Carvallis bowls to him, and defended. I was looking for the ball, and it's basically just dropped down right at the feet of Sammy King. 49 for 2 it remains. Notts losing Ben Slater for 4, Seba Mead for just 2, and in addition to that, Ben Martindale, who had to leave the field during the Surrey innings with cramp, when he was bowling. He's had to retire for 10. This one is pushed to backward point, and there's no run. James Aspinall from the Trent Bridge Community Trust alongside. And again, just what's the date on that one, James?
That's Sunday the 7th of September, so a week on Sunday.
So there's no games on here, and it starts from when? 10ish in the morning? 11ish?
Yeah, 9:30 for the first briefing, I believe, and then 10 o'clock start, and we'll go from there.
And you get one go.
Yep.
William Clark stand right the way across to the Fox Road stand. 10th over of the innings being bowled. This goes through to the keeper. Went last year, a couple of years ago, to Munich and went to the old Olympic Stadium. Obviously, Bayern have got the brand new stadium there, but I went to the old Olympic Stadium there and went to have a look round. It's where Nottingham Forest won the European Cup. It's where the '74 World Cup final was. It's where Bayern Munich used to play, and got in for just a couple of euros, just having a little wander round, and they had zip wiring across, so it was just sort of added a little bit of interest to watch them all. It's pushed onto the offside. Wasn't tempted to have a go, I must admit. There's the 50 brought up in the 10th, so it's a fun thing to watch, and I would imagine it's a fun thing to do.
Absolutely. Apparently it goes quite quick as well, up to 40 mile an hour, I believe, but don't quote me on that. That's just what I've heard, I believe.
And is there some sort of platform built up in the air? Presumably you must get some sort of elevation to do it. You can't take off from the ground. This is pushed to backward point, or is that me being an idiot?
No, you're quite right. So there's a crane that goes up, and a forklift that takes you up in the air and takes you down for the angle you need to go across the ground. About 3 or 4 people on it at the time, and then they just go down one after another.
One ball left in the power play overs. Notts 50 for 2. Carvalhais with both wickets to fall so far, and this is pushed into the offside. 50 for 2 after 10 overs at the same stage. The visitors were on 45 for 1. Rory Burns fell shortly after this point, but Notts 5 runs ahead, but 1 wicket worse off, and effectively 2 if Ben Martindale can't come back. What else is going on with the trust? Anything that you want to bring to our attention that you want to flag up? What are they doing today? You say the trust is out and about in the ground and spreading the message of love. There's Taylor, beg your pardon, continuing, and King helps it away for a single.
Yeah, so we're just out and about talking to people, obviously, about the zip wire event, but trying to raise the profile of the trust a bit as well. Alongside a lot of cricket and recreational support that we put in place through the trust, there's also a lot of non-cricket activities that we put on as well, such as Forget Me Nots, which is a dementia support group,
right.
Nots in Mind, which is mental and physical well-being support for older people.
Next deliveries guided down to 3rd by Haynes. He moves on to 28, 52 for 2. Maybe before your time, 2017, the Lord's One Day Cup final, actually, when Notts defeated Surrey. I'm fairly sure that the Notts Community Trust was on the Notts shirts that day. Just tying it all up with what's happening today. 52 for 2. King has 8. Dane Shardendorf due in next, but of course there's the scope for Martindale to come back if he's okay. It's been a torrid old time for Notts out there today, with Rob Lord off injured and Ben Martindale off injured. He might get a call up yet.
No one wants to see that.
You played yesterday?
Yeah, I played yesterday. We're tied, actually. The team we played at a 6 on the last ball to tie the game.
Oh, so crikey. Oh, dear.
Cracking bit of cricket.
Wow. That feels like a loss, doesn't it? If
Absolutely.
You're the field inside and they hit a 6 off the last ball, and for them it'll feel like a win. Next ball past the outside edge and through to the keeper, and that's in what? Derbyshire Prem? Derbyshire?
Division 1.
Derbyshire
Division 1, yeah. And yeah, there's but yeah, going back to the trust, we do plenty of stuff to support the community around West Bridgeford, around Rushcliffe, and around Nottinghamshire as well. One of the programmes I'm involved in is called Positive Futures, which is working with young people that have maybe struggling in school or getting in trouble with the police, and just trying to help them and support them through some difficulties they're going through.
Taylor bowls. King keeps him out. There's one ball left, rather in the 11th over. The Duckworth Lewis scores have now reappeared on the board, and not so well adrift at the moment. We're not going to. I say we're not going to get any rain. There is one isolated, threatening-looking cloud. Not a crowd, a cloud approaching, but it's nothing. It'll soon pass by. We're not going to. We're not expecting any rain. We'll be okay, but as a marker as to where we are, not so 24 behind. There's a single to Sammy King, pushing it down to third, and it's 53 for 2. So you can be perfectly honest, there's nobody else listening to you then. Are you a Derbyshire man or a Notts fan? You've got a Notts polo on with the club crest and telling us you play in the Derbyshire League and hail from the other side of the border.
I am indeed a Derbyshire man. I am a Derbyshire man. But it's my first...
Security!
I try and get out alive. But no, it's my first year working here. I started in April, and it's just been fantastic to see and be around a ground and a stadium that's such, steeped in history. It's been fantastic to become a part of.
Yes, a huge chunk of that history is under wraps at the far end. The pavilion still being renovated. Oh, that's wayward from Carvelis down the leg side. Decent glove work and footwork, principally by Josh Blake, to get into a position to take the ball. It's banged in short, well down the leg side. 54 for 2. This isn't a bad view, is it? Right, right up here, looking down on the action.
That's a fantastic view.
Good crowd in. Hopefully they've enjoyed their Sunday afternoon fare so far. As Carvelis bowls and King runs it to a backward point. As James was saying, it's the food festival day, so I've had the opportunity myself to get out and about and in the concourse and around the car parks, but lots of exotic food out there for the patrons to try and buy and tuck into. Drawing towards the business end of the season. The Metrobank One Day Cup final, of course, on this ground. There's T20 against South Africa. More 100 matches. This is pushed into the offside. The Blaze still in business. They'll be looking to make the women's 50 over finals day, which is down at Southampton. So a lot of cricket left. Not as much as we'd like. We're getting through the season, but not with 3 big county championship matches to come, and who knows how that might pan out. Good stuff this from Taylor and Carvelis. Only 2 bowlers used so far as King turns this to leg for a single. 55 for 2. Very close to the first result of the day, and that will be at Wantage Road, Northampton, where Northants were bowled out for 189 and Middlesex going well, 174 for 4 after 27, so should be a cakewalk for them. They need 16 from 23 overs, so as Jack Haynes pushes this into the offside for a single. 56 for 2. And much involvement with the players?
Not from my perspective. Not seen many, or I don't think we've had the opportunity as of yet. But it'd be great to get some involved in some of the stuff that we're doing. As I say, we're really involved with the community and with the fans as well.
Next ball on its way, and banged in short, wide of the off stump, got up very high, and Sammy King trying to pull it, didn't get anything on it. I was just thinking Sunday the 7th, the next matches start on Monday the 8th when Notts are at New Road against Worcester. You might be able to get somebody early in the morning. And I'm not sure Peter Moores would be overly delighted about one of his top 5 batters or one of his bowling attack whizzing along down a zip wire at 40 mile an hour on the day before a game. But
might be a bit too much risk there involved.
Next ball on its way and cut nicely by Sammy King, away for a single. Dropped 2 regulation catches, Sammy King, in the Surrey innings, so he'll feel he's due to make a contribution with the bat. He's moved on to 11 from 17. Here at Trent Bridge we've had 12 overs, and the Outlaws are 57 for 2 in pursuit of a victory target of 290. And we did have the waspy thing on the screens on the monitors in here, the win and score predictor, having it at 50% a while ago. Not sure what it would be right now, but Notts certainly have got some work to do here, and they're going to be next challenged by the spin of Yusuf Majid, who's coming on at this end. And don't know, it's always a better game when spinners are bowling, isn't it?
I just feel like something will always happen.
Well, the game moves forward a little quicker as well. It's taken an absolute age to get through the 50 overs of the Surrey innings, and this one's started in the same vein with injuries and umpire discussions and heaven knows what else. But Yusuf Majid, very fine player. 6 wickets in this season's competition. Chance to add to it here. Seba Mead for 2. Ben Slater earlier out for 4, and Ben Martindale had to retire hurt for 10. Majid, slow left arm, where's number 68, past umpire Shafayat, bowls and dropped on the leg side in the gap. Sykes will field, but single taken. 58 for 2. Plenty of encouragement out there from the crowd, and indeed on the field. Sorry, as you'd expect, getting behind their bowlers. Next ball on its way and pushed by Haynes into the covers. Don't know if you've seen many, but I've seen certainly this morning and in the interval a goodly number of Surrey supporters who are here watching today. I came up in the lift with a gentleman with a glass of wine down the leg side and swept away for 4. Nicely put away by Haynes. And I don't know what he paid for it, but he said, oh, that's nice. This would have cost me £9 at the Oval. So I don't know what he paid for it here, but certainly if a glass of red is your thing, it's a little cheaper at Trent Bridge today than it normally is at the Oval, according to that gentleman. Nice shot that from Sammy King.
Yeah, lovely.
Jack Haynes, I beg your pardon, Jack Haynes, who's on to 33, make that 34 with a push down the ground. 63 for 2. You obviously played a bit of decent club cricket. You just wonder, don't you, what it would be like out there in the middle with several thousand watching you, just how different it is. All the pressure that you bring on yourself that's there anyway as it's pushed into the offside. It's there anyway on a club ground when there's nobody watching, isn't it? To a lesser or greater degree, pressure's what you put on yourself, isn't it? To go on and chase down a target or get wickets or do a wonderful bit of fielding, but you're scrutinised so much, aren't you, by the television cameras, of course, and by a decent sized crowd. 64 for 2. It must be horrible to be out there early on and be booed or what have you, but today thankfully the youngsters by and large have had a great ovation from this Trent Bridge crowd. 13 gone, 64 for 2. James Aspinall's here alongside, watching on from the Trent Bridge Community Trust. We're going to get Nathan Barnwell to have a go from the far end. 64 for 2. Same stage. Sorry, we're 63, so neck and neck at the moment. See on the big screen, they're already advertising the Christmas parties here at Trent Bridge, and plenty of other things. Generally have a light show in December as well. That might be something that you'll get roped into.
It's a bit early for me, but all this Christmas advertising in August.
Well, you've got to sell those spots, haven't you? Next ball sent down. Nathan Barnwell beginning his spell. First ball cut to point. Fielded there by Garantler, who was listed at 3 on our card. Came in at 6 and made 21 very fluent runs before the drinks break. Had a good 5 or 6 or 7 minutes without any cricket whilst they all had a little drink out there. Really leisurely drinks break, and then first ball on the resumption, Garantler just steered Hatton low into the hands of Hamid at extra cover. 64 for 2. Here's Nathan Barnwell running in past umpire Chris Watts. Ball's now chopped to backward point, and there's no run. It's something you'd have said yesterday after your drinks break. Come on, there's always a wicket after drinks.
Absolutely. We took 2 just before, so I was quite happy with where we was, and then put a bit of a partnership on and put us a bit under pressure. But it was a great game to be involved in.
Barnwell in once more from the pavilion end, the Stewart Broad end, and Sammy King eases it back to the bowler. Still to come then for Notts, hopefully a little bit more Ben Martindale. Dane Shardendorf, the keeper. Joe Pocklington, Byron Hattonlow, Rob Lord, James Hayes and Tom Giles, who is on debut for Notts today, got 2 wickets earlier on. Hattonlow taking 3 wickets as well, another of the youngsters. Nice looking shot from Sammy King to deep mid wicket. They settle for a single. 65 for 2. How do you see it? How do you assess it? Are they going to get close? Are they going to do it? Wasp says it's dropped to 39% chance of a Nottinghamshire victory.
We just need to build a partnership here and keep ticking along, keep the runs scoring, and don't let that rate creep too far north.
Just over 6 at the moment, 6.2 the required run rate. This is eased into the offside by Haynes for a single. Just saying, this day and age, it's 300 or thereabouts, 290 Notts need, but in this day and age, that sort of score is one that you can have a quiet little rebuilding process, and still, if you've got wickets in hand late on, you can get there or thereabouts. As we so often see and say, 100 in the last 10 overs isn't an uncommon thing these days. Barnwell bowls, and nicely taken on the bounce by Garantler at backward point. End of the 14th, 66 for 2. As James said, they're just steadying the ship a little bit here. Wonderful 96 early on for Ralphie Albert. 17 years of age, his second appearance for Surrey, but he didn't bat in his first one. A real shame for him, I guess, that coming towards the back end of the competition, maybe made his mark. 72 for Josh Blake, who's standing up now because it's going to be Yusuf Majid to bowl his second over. Went for 7 from his first. Jack Haynes already into his free-flowing stride. Majid off just a couple of paces, lovely rhythmical action. Fires the ball down on or around off stump and steered again to point. There's no run. This time Haynes does manage to ease it down the ground. Here's Ben Folkes, one of the best wicket keepers in the land, and finds himself down grazing below us on the long off boundary. Well blessed for wicket keepers Surrey, and of course indeed with England, but Ben Folkes having to content himself with a role in the field today. Sammy King back on strike on 14. Dances down the track, and he's hammered this really, really hard just to the onside of straight for 4. Lovely shot, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight as you can go. Down the track, nice and straight, 4 runs.
71 for 2. King on to 18. Still waiting for that first result of the day to be confirmed. Comes again, and once more he's hit it down the ground for 4 more. Sammy King just starting to enjoy himself. Warm applause for the tall right-hander, as opposed to the gasps of disbelief earlier on when he spilled a regulation catch off Rory Burns for 2, and then dropped Albert on 77. Another regulation offer, and he'd like I said earlier, he'd take 100 times out of 100, so I don't know how they got away today. He's beaten outside the off stump and it goes through to the keeper. There's nothing worse than when you drop a simple one, is there?
No, there's not now. Just feel like the whole world's watching you and you're getting swallowed up by the ground.
75 for 2. Last ball of the over. King pushes it to extra cover and there's no run. 15 gone. Notts going along at 5 and over. They're going to win this to go at 6 and over from here on in. Surrey supporters, Oval supporters will know all about the Invincibles, or use of that word. Gloucestershire were bandying that word around on Friday. Gloucestershire 6 wins out of 6 in the Metro Bank Cup in Group A. I'd be very surprised. They've got a tough task to do to keep that Invincibles unbeaten tag going. Essex made 289, Gloucestershire 136 for 8. So they're right up against it. They're in all probability going to win the group and get that home semi-final, but not the done thing that they hoped it would have been. And Essex, they're looking in a strong position for themselves to qualify. Another single here, 76 for 2. James's Derbyshire, of course, made 339 for 5. More good runs today for Caleb Jewell. A really good pick for Derbyshire. What did he get? 98 he got. Really good pick for Derbyshire. He's been available all the summer. As King chops this on the offside. Derbyshire making 339 for 8. And they're away at Southampton. Hampshire 140 for 3 in reply. So Derbyshire in good order at the moment to go on and win that. Just shake things up a little bit if Hampshire lose that one as well. Essex seemingly on their way to beating Gloucestershire. Worcestershire the other side in contention for top 3 spot. They made 328. Leicestershire 111 for 4 in reply. As again Haynes eases it into the offside for a single. 78 for 2. Want some more tape, Jack Haynes, and we saw this on Friday. It's clearly a favourite bat, and he does like that clear bat tape that he puts on, and there's masses on it. There's more bat tape than wood. He's just showing umpire Chris Watts. Thought, I've cracked it again, ump. Barnwell into his second over. Bowls now. Oh, and a play and a miss from Sammy King. Just in the background, James, I've heard music and so on. I just wonder if there's an event on the embankment or something, or people out there partying, sure. Just having a good time.
I know they've got a DJ on under Smith Cooper, so it might be a bit of that.
Probably is, but why would you be under the Smith Cooper stand when you've got cricket to watch?
Beats me. I know where I'd rather be.
it's a long day if you brought the youngsters, and they're not completely devoted to it, and certainly they want to see what's going on. Another one past Sammy King, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. But we have lots of these special days at Trent Bridge, the family fun days, the food festival days, lots of other things, just to get the youngsters involved. It's generally the face painting, generally that pesky squirrel knocks the squirrels about somewhere. I've not seen him today, but wouldn't be at all surprised if he's down there under the concourse signing autographs. Barnwell bowls. Sammy King plays that with the merit and respect it deserves. 78 for 2 after 16. I think we've got ourselves a good game on our hands here, but Notts can't really afford to lose a couple of wickets, certainly before the next 50 runs are put on the board. 78 for 2. We've got the tape now being brought out for Jack Haynes, and we've got the drinks being brought out for Sammy King. 78 for 2 after 16. Same stage. Surrey were 68 for 2, so Notts have in fact they were 68 for 3, so Notts have forged ahead in terms of number of runs. You could make an argument about the two players dismissed, Ben Slater and Asiba Mead, and what they bring to the Notts batting order, two of the senior players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame that they've gone early doors, but you know, Haynes and King are slowly building a steady little partnership here, and like you say, I think keep wickets in hand here. Important to get another hopefully 50 runs on the board without losing another wicket, and it'll put Notts in real good stead moving forward in this game.
So another delay whilst Jack Haynes' number one bat has been taped up and is ready for service. Majid's first 2 overs have gone for 16, and now then there's a stomping and he's given. And Jack Haynes can't believe it. The new bat hasn't even made contact with the ball, and he's still looking, Jack Haynes, at the crease, and Chris Watts has given him out stumped. Majid bowling, Haynes pushing forward. Josh Blake whipped off a bail. He was confident, and the umpire had a look. Possible to tell from here. I don't know what sort of angles we'll have on the replays, but he's out stumped, and Jack Haynes has to go for 38. Stumped Blake, bowled Majid, and we were just talking about the two big scalps. Now Surrey have got a third. What do you make of this, James?
Yeah, he's just seems to have leant forward a bit and potentially lifted his foot. I mean, talk about the commentator's curse in that as well.
You're blaming me?
I'm blaming myself.
Oh.
I said to build a partnership and not lose one for another 50, and next ball is gone. But yeah, just comes forward, just creeps out that crease and doesn't get back in time, unfortunately. Big wicket for Surrey.
Massive wicket for Surrey. 78 for 3. There comes Shady on his way out to the middle. Dane Shardendorf, call him Shady, elevated up the order to number 6. Seemed like he wouldn't get a role in this season's Metro Bank competition, but then Tom Moores, who scored a century in the first match, played in the first 4 games, was whisked away to join the other event, and Shardendorf back into the side. Certainly got a role to play here. He's a fabulous cricketer, Dane Shardendorf, and be nice to see him get a decent knock here. First result of the day then has come in Group B. Middlesex have defeated Northamptonshire by 4 wickets with 17 and a half overs to spare. That's a bit of a tonking at Wantage Road, with Northants making 189, 60 from Rob Keogh, 62 from Ricardo Vasconcelos, but Middlesex have got home. Sam Robson with 67, 51 from the skipper Ben Geddes, former Surrey player, and 48 from Ryan Higgins. Middlesex still hanging around the top 3. 78 for 3. So Yusuf Majid to bowl to Shardendorf. His first ball is worked up to mid-on, and there's no run. the 17th over. This one's cut away and he's off the mark for a couple of runs. For 3. King has 23, Schardendorf has just a couple. Pushes this into the offside, and there's no run. So this would be something really out of the second 11 for Notts if Sammy King and Dane Schardendorf can put a partnership together, and the wicket-keeper batter eases this down the ground. Folkes will field. One more to the total. 17 gone, 81 for 3. Duckworth Lewis has Notts well behind at the moment. Like I say, it's only a guide, but Duckworth Lewis has Notts this stage needing 114. At the end of the 17th over, so effectively a third of the way through the innings. Just wonder what that will have done to the old Waspie. The win and score predictor. They were, I think, was it 39% before that third wicket?
Yeah, 39% was the last one. You can imagine that will be a bit less now with the loss of that wicket.
We saw though with the Surrey innings that cometh the hour, cometh the man. A 17-year-old chipped in with, if that's the right terminology, chipped in with 96. This is down the leg side. That'll have to be reloaded from Nathan Barnwell. It's a wide, it's a run. It'll have to be re-bowled, but a really good opportunity for one of the Nottinghamshire less leading lights. A lot of the tension, understandably, in this competition has been around the runs of Jack Ames and Asiba Mead. Ben Slater not quite fired this year as much as he has done the last couple of years when centuries followed century, but they've all gone. Schardendorf gets another single out onto the offside. Poor old ground's looking a bit in need of a drink, isn't it? There's some pot marks and dry.
Very dry this year.
83 for 3. That's required 207 more, which with each passing over looks more and more difficult, but Sammy King's got a start. He's on 23 and make that 24. Playing this nicely out into the offside. Just a gentle push and it went all the way out to the boundary rider, which is young Ralphie Albert. It wouldn't be unusual if he's out there thinking about his day. 17-year-old out in front of the Smith Cooper stand. 96 and first time he's batted for the Brown Caps. Incredible memories to bank. Schardendorf, a little push into the offside, and they went through and got there. It's a good job Sammy King is taller than a giraffe and only needed about 4 strides to get down, because that looked a little harum-scarum. But they got home, 85 for 3. Do with these dark clouds just passing by. There's, I understand, no real fear of any rain, but it's just brought a gloomy look to Trent Bridge, and doesn't really help with the mood of the home side or home supporters, does it? They were fairly buoyant, I think, after the interval. That the majority of them had a little walkabout on the outfield and a little play of cricket, those that wanted to. This is another single taken as a shy comes in from mid-off. but they've just been receding back into a little bit of a lull now at the sight of Notts 3 down so early on. .86 for 3 in the 18th. Next ball on its way, nicely played by Schardendorf. Sheffield Outlaws in the ground today, and very much enjoyed getting out onto the outfield at lunch. Steve Crawley, not sure about that one from square leg, Dave. Foot never moved. It's a difficult one, wasn't it? The angle we had, you can't see the lines clear. It looked like it just raised slightly, but as we all see in this day and age, when you do review them, sometimes the old third umpire can ask for replay after replay after replay, and you just in the end go with a gut feeling, don't you, sometimes, when you can't be certain. Single taken, sharply pushed single to mid on, 88 for 3 after 18.
Yeah, I think with that one, I think any slight movement or little bit of a lift, it always casts that doubt in the umpire's mind.
Certainly seemed shocked, Jack Haynes, when initially Surrey started A, appealing, and B, then celebrated. And then when he looked towards the umpire, it was almost as if he couldn't believe it. And he looked back where his feet were and where the crease was. And as you know yourself, once that finger's been raised,
not a lot you can do about it.
No. Well, certainly not unless you're playing at a level where you can review these things, but I suspect that one would straight away have just been the old square, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
From the umpire, rather than give it out. He'd just want to have a look first of all. 88 for 3 after 18, with Yusuf Majid bowling, and Sammy King comes down the track, punches it to deepish mid on, and there's a single. Harry Cavalis doing the fielding. Sorry, 89 for 3, so Notts require 201 more, which again seems to be a long way off. Second result is in, also in Group A, and Gloucestershire have lost their first match, well beaten by Essex. Majid bowls Schardendorf into the offside. So Essex 289 all out, Gloucestershire 159 all out. What was it, 343 they got here on Friday. Could only muster 159 today at Essex, losing by 130 runs. Well, as the afternoon wears on, have a look where all these things leave the table. But James Bracey, again top scoring, but this time only with 37, having made 186 here the other day. Wickets shared around. Spinners Critchley with 3 and Harmer with 2, and also Tom Westley, the skipper, with his office, getting a couple of wickets as well, and one for Luke Benkenstein. So sounds like a little bit of a Bunsen burner at Chelmsford, which wouldn't be the first time, with looks like 8 of the wickets going to spin. King has 27. Notts need 200. Lovely action this from Yusuf Majid. That one goes through to the keeper, with King playing and missing. Very economical action, isn't it? But every ball on the spot. Pushed into the offside. Set a good field as well. End of the 19th, 90 for 3. Notts require 200 from 31 at getting up towards 6.5 and over. They are still actually 17 runs better off than where Surrey were at the same stage. It really just got going for Surrey in the second half of the innings, although the first ball of the 26th brought a wicket. They were 100 for 5. First ball of the 26th over, so they did pretty well to get up to 289. Nathan Barnwell has bowled 3 overs for 12, been particularly difficult to get away. Shardendorf on 7, the latest to try, and that's a good bit of fielding at backward point. And how often does that happen when you're seemingly up against it? You play a lovely shot and straight to the fielder. Garantler with the diving stop. He deserves something for that, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's hit it hard. He's hit it very well. Just a fantastic bit of fielding down at point.
Barnwell's figures preserved. He's in again, and well, Shardendorf didn't quite throw the kitchen sink at it, but he certainly threw the bat at it, and in doing so lost his shape, lost his timing, just dragged it down to long leg for a single. 91 for 3. Partnership, Knotswell Hope, still in its infancy. They've added 13 now from 19. See, Wasp has got Notts at 28% to win. 91 for 3. Barnwell in and bowls, and he's defended. Did he go to Welbeck for either of the games?
I didn't know, unfortunately, no.
The tied game where Notts was set to score 326, when they'd slumped to 141 for 7. Say that again, 141 for 7, chasing 326. At that stage, they were 0% chance of winning, and of course, they fought back and ended up in a tie. They got 325 for 9. Most dramatic of finishes. But 0% to get something out of it. It's quite a feat. This is pushed a backward point to Garantler again. So 28%, 27% is nothing, is it?
No, not compared to 0 now. And it's just making sure someone takes charge and takes hold of this innings and leads from the front. King's he's got a start now. He's had a look, so and hopefully they can build a little bit of something. To keep this innings ticking over.
Again comes Nathan Barnwell. It's a lengthy approach. Sets off from behind the 30-yard discs at the far end into the thigh pad of Sammy King, and they'll go through for what I presume is going to be a leg bye. It is indeed. 92 for 3. Earlier today, down in Cardiff, Trent Rockets women defeated the Welsh Fire women by 23 runs in the 100. The men's match is taking place at the moment. Welsh Firemen scored 150 for 6, and the Rockets are 88 for 2 in reply, just past the halfway stage. There's also games going on at Old Trafford today between Manchester Originals and the Birmingham Phoenix. Playing a miss from Shardendorf. In the women's match, Birmingham made 111 for 3. Manchester 50 for 5 after 67. 92 for 3 here. We've had 20 overs of the innings. Ken Notts comfortably in terms of runs, well ahead of where Surrey were at the same stage, but there's just that feeling that Surrey had a little bit to come, and batting first, just wanted to put a score on the board they can defend. With Notts, you feel maybe only a wicket or 2 away from being in a real old pickle. Yusuf Majid, 4 overs, 1 for 21. Balls again to Sammy King, who defends. Got many takers so far for the zip, what are you calling it, the zip wire challenge?
The zip wire challenge, yeah. I believe we're up to 40 maybe 50. So I've got a few takers. We'd like to really push that up, try and get 70, 80 down, and not just get some money for the trust and some vital funds to keep some of these projects running that benefit the community, but also give some experience and unique opportunity to people to take home as memories as well.
92 for 3. there'll be a photographer on hand, or get a family friend with your mobile phone to take the pictures as it's cut into the offside. I guess. Hang on, what's happening here now? Shafat's going down to have a word with Schardendorf about running on the wicket, and he's marked. He's gone down and pointed out where he was running. But like I said earlier, when Bilal Shafat was getting a little angsty with the Surrey batters, he could run up and down on there with hobnail boots, and I don't think you're going to damage it. Majid bowls. This one's chopped into the offside, and there's no run. And I guess, although it's an exhilarating experience, you can rattle through them. You can get a lot in the day if it's, if there's enough people to sign up, you'll get them all in.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got, I think it's 10 till 4, 10 till half 4. We've got it booked out till, so we've got 6 hours there where people can run through and have a go.
You want to pick your spot carefully, folks, as this is chopped to backward point, and there's no run. You don't want to be too early on a Saturday morning in case it follows a big night, but you also don't want it after your Sunday lunch, do you?
No, it needs to time it quite nicely. I think 11 o'clock, half 11 slot would do me just fine.
93 for 3. Umpires are Bilal Shafat and Chris Watts. Shafat at this end, and Yusuf Majid goes past his left shoulder. That's cut away nicely, and that will go for 4. That's a really good shot from the Notts keeper batter, Schardendorf, and takes him on to 12. The Notts 97 for 3. Just at the moment, keeping it going, 4s, 5s and 6s and over, just staying in contention, but they really need to turn this partnership into a sizable one. Had a 19 since the last wicket fell. That of Jack Haynes. Nathan Barnwell to continue. Fox Road stand bathed in sunshine at the moment as Sammy King comes well down the track. Batter or a bowler? Or both?
Bowler. Just a bowler.
You'd have a tough job with Sammy King advancing that far down. Coming to try and wallop you into the middle of next week.
Yeah, I think he'd have a high success rate against myself as well.
Nathan Barnwell bowls, and King moving about in his crease. You can clearly see that from here. Pushes it back to the bowler. Group A, then Gloucestershire losing today, so they've played 7, won 6, and with 1 game to go, they sit on 24 points. Worcestershire still playing, and they're in control against Leicestershire. So Worcestershire second, 18 from 6. Looks like they're going to win today, so they've got to 22 from 7. So they will be, if that's the eventual outcome, they'll still be vying for top spot as King pushes this to mid-off. Essex with that win are now 16 from 7. Hampshire 16 from 6. James Boy's Derbyshire in control at the moment in that one. Hampshire need 157 from 21 overs with 7 wickets remaining. And as it sits at the moment, Notts 14 points from 7 games. And chances of progressing, slight as they were, almost totally diminished as this is pushed into the offside. Grantler can't pick it up. In Group B, Middlesex's win today, comprehensive win over Northants, who were bottom of the pile in the other group, takes Middlesex to second place. Yorkshire topped the table, played 6, 20 points, and Yorkshire in action at Sussex today. Sussex 284, Yorkshire 144 for 1, going nicely. So Yorkshire topped the pile, 20 points from 6 games before today's has finished. Middlesex 20 points from 7. Somerset 16 from 6. These are sides that are all still playing today. Warwickshire 16 from 6. And there is the 100 up for Notts in the 22nd over. With Shardendorf on 13 and King for 30. So we're coming towards the end of the over. I do think you should really abandon your plans and get your name down for that zip wire challenge. Unfortunately, I'll be on my way to Worcester for the county championship game. 100 for 3. But I hope it goes well for you and everybody connected with the trust. It's fabulous work you do to support so many good charities and so many worthwhile causes. Keep it going. Really pleased to see you up in the commentary box. You know we're always here up. There's not many games left this season, but you can pop up anytime you're on the ground, and if you have bits and pieces to tell us about the work of the Community Trust, always welcome to come up. Hope the Zip Wire Challenge goes well, and hope the rest of your season goes well. Thanks for coming up, James.
Absolutely, thank you for having me. It's been a great experience.
That's James Aspinall from the Trent Bridge Community Trust. Just popping up to say hello. Spend the last 20 minutes, half an hour with us, and that Zip Wire Challenge is on Sunday the 7th of September. All the details on the Trent Bridge Community Trust part of the club's website. Get yourself signed up if you've ever fancied going on a Zip Wire, and give it a go. 101 for 3. Oh, full toss, which has been larruped away by Shardendorf. And this might just plug. Well, it didn't. It bounced and then trickled over the ropes. So, I was going to say it was Majid. In saying bye-bye to James, took my eye off the bowling change. It's a first ball from Ralphie Albert, and that's the 4 he didn't get with his batting innings off his bowling analysis. First ball hit away for 4. Full toss with Shardendorf. Smashed into the middle of next week. 1 bounce for 4. Next ball is better. Oh, and he's certainly got some turn there. Left arm spin. Gets this one just to nip away. So more left arm spin, but coming off a lengthier approach. It's in again and bowls, more pace on it. That's cut away for 4 by Shardendorf. Nice to get the youngster involved early on. 10 overs, none for 57 against Derby. I say involved. Well, early on, we're approaching the midpoint of the Nottinghamshire innings. Ball, ooh, playing a miss. Through to the wicket keeper. Albert. Balls, and Shardendorf again just digs it out into the offside. Throws a little bit erratic, off balance by Sykes, but no damage done. 110 for 3. Partnership up to 32. Albert bowls, pulled away, 4 more. This time Sammy King gets the one just short of a length, and that's a good over for Notts. 13 from it. 114 for 3. After 23 overs. Same stage, Surrey had 88 on the board. Barnwell to continue, that's a given. Interesting to see what Ollie Sykes decides from this end, next over. This is down the leg side. Barnwell begins with a wide. In his 6th over, 5 overs, none for 17 so far. 14 dot balls he's bowled, but a rare loose one. One bad over, or one over that Goes for 3 boundaries, doesn't necessarily define a spell or is cause to take a bowler off straight away. So the show of faith, I'd imagine, would be made by Ollie Sykes to keep Ralphie Albert on. 115 for 3, but might just decide otherwise. We'll have to wait and find out. This is the 24th over. Of course, the next one, the 25th, might be a good opportunity to just give him another over and hope that the things settle down. The batters maybe with half an eye on the drinks break and then a regroup. Shardendorf on 23. Barnwell bowls again down the leg side. So a couple of runs gifted. Notts at the moment happy to take anything. 38 from 42 this partnership. Just gathering momentum. Barnwell in again, driven into the offside, and there's protection out there. There'll only be one. Been a steady stream of aircraft going past the Batman board at the far end into East Midlands Airport. Busy old time Sunday afternoon. Holiday jets that have headed off to all the various hot spots in the Mediterranean this morning, now finding their way home at tea time. And 17 for 3. Not coming right over the ground today. Sometimes they do on their way in. A nice looking push by Sammy King. He's on 35. Been out there a while now, but he's doing a very good job, Sammy King. Just needs somebody to stick around till the end. Still 172 more required for Notts. Surrey scored 189 in the second half of their innings. So certainly there's ample time for Notts to still get over the line. Barnwell bowls. This one's hit up into the air and away for 6, I think, by Shardendorf. Yeah, it's just gone. There's no more than about a yard and a half of grass between the boundary rope and the railing right in front of the Smith Cooper stand, and it landed on that little bit of grass and crashed into the railing. So 6 to Shardendorf. Good couple of overs for Notts. Took 13 from the last over bowled by Albert. This one's already gone for 10, helped by those 2 wides, which means there's still 2 balls left. 124 for 3. Barnwell will run this down towards third, and that'll go for 4 as well. Nicely played by Shardendorf. It's up to 34, 50 partnership. Shardendorf dominating 34 of the 50. Coming up from 28, scored 10 from the last 2 balls. Nathan Barnwell, really for the first time in his 6 overs, just coming under a little bit of pressure here. 13 from the last over, 14 from this so far. $128 for 3. There's Barnwell, and slammed away by Shardendorf, but protection out there. Just a single. So Notts taking their turn to apply a little bit of pressure. 28 from the last 2 overs, a 13 and a 15. It will be Ralphie Albert to bowl the final over before the drinks break at 25 overs. 129 for 3 means Notts require 161 more. Both batters on 35. Schardendorf has got there from 29 balls. King was out there when it was really tough going for Notts. And to dig in and just make sure they didn't get blown away. He's faced 51 balls. Schardendorf on strike, and it's this on the bounce into the cover run. Rory Burns doing the fielding for Surrey. This one's mistimed from Schardendorf. Slater out for 4. That was when it was 10 for 1. Hamid out for 2. That was 39 for 2. Past the outside edge and through to the keeper. And Jack Haynes out for 38. That was 78 for 3. In addition, Ben Martindale in the 6th over when the score was 27 for 1 had to retire hurt for 10. Full toss from Albert and slammed back over his head by Schardendorf. Down the ground here and nicely picked up by Ben Folkes. They'll come back for 2. Good running. Sammy King safely getting back. Sammy King, knowing that drinks are almost upon us, just took time there running to this end just to say, can you bring me some gloves out as well? I'm sure that would have been the norm. 131 for 3. This is helped down the ground by Schardendorf. 132 for 3 at the 25 over stage. Notts 32 better off. Drinks will be taken here at Trent Bridge. There'll be a brief interlude out there on the field whilst they all freshen up, and we'll do that in the commentary box as well. When the cricket returns, so will the commentary.
So we're about to enter the second half of the Nottinghamshire run chase. 132 for 3. General chatter amongst the Not supporters on the concourses that this is going to go right to the wire. Every possibility. Ollie Sykes coming into the attack to bowl his first over of the match. 132 for 3. He'll be bowling from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end. Right arm off spin. Dane Schardendorf on strike on 38. It was a wicket straight after Drinks, first ball after Drinks in the Surrey innings. Not this time, as Schardendorf plays it away on the leg side. Next ball, he gets hold of it, single down the ground to long on, and they change ends. Sammy King has 35. Sykes once more. King comes at him and he's taken the aerial route to club this over extra cover for 6, I beg your pardon. And club is the wrong word as well. It was beautifully played by Sammy King. Sensed that was the opportunity to apply a little bit of pressure to the new arrival. With ball in hand and danced down the track to Sykes, lifted it over the ring on the offside and away for 6 runs. Sykes in again. King comes once more and pushes it back to the bowler. King was so far down that Sykes threw the ball down to Josh Blake, but by then Sammy King was home. He's 41, not out. Schardendorf 39. Stand is up to 61. Sykes in again. King turns it. I was going to say square of the wicket. It was so square that it actually nutmegged umpire Bill Al-Shafayat. He just raised his left leg to allow the ball to go underneath. Schardendorf on strike. Gets another single down to long on. So that first over from Sykes going for 9 runs. And Knots are up to 141 for 3. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't look like these sides are playing for a gold watch each, but they'll all be desperately keen to make a significant contribution and get the win. Surrey with one more match to go against Worcestershire on Tuesday. If they could win this and win that one, they'll finish with 4 wins, 4 losses. And well, a play and a miss from Schardendorf, and the keeper's missed it as well, and they'll go through for something. It wasn't a play and a miss, he got an inside edge past the keeper. Whereas if Notts could get a win in the campaign, as they started it with a victory, and 4 wins and a tie and 3 losses. Sammy King, so tall and with such a big reach, very difficult to, as Albert intended there, bowl a ball wide enough that he can't reach it and still be within the legal guidelines. And King just eased it down the ground for another single. 143 for 3. Schardendorf back on strike. And again in the same place, gets another single. This is a lovely accumulation from this 4th wicket pair. Martindale retired hurt, don't forget, with cramp, off the field for the 2nd time in the day, as Albert gets one just a bite and turn away from the right-handed King. Wouldn't have thought they'd want to send Ben Martindale back out there again for a 3rd time today. Oh, and Albert couldn't let go of that one.
either stuck to his hand or he lost his stride pattern, felt he might be overstepping, but he didn't let go of it. 144 for 3. He's in again. Bowls and once more width offered to King and stares it out into the offside. Nicely played by Schardendorf, and he'll get this one to the mid-wicket fence and away for 4 to end the over. So these two both nearing individual milestones. Schardendorf with that 4 up to 46, King on to 44. 149 for 3 after 27. Lots of 40 runs ahead of where Surrey were at the same stage. The chances of Notts winning had dipped, I think, on the Wasp to 27%. Interested the next time it crops up to see what it is now. Sykes bowls, Sammy King pushes this down the ground for a single to move to 45. And applause for the 150 coming up. I think the Notts fans, supporters, followers enjoying what they're seeing at the moment. This is turned away behind square. Sammy King has now gone on to his highest List A score, previous best 37. This only his 7th game. He's back on strike on 45. Schardendorf's best is now matched, 47. For 151 for 3. Rate just still above 6. Oh, Sammy King got a little fortunate there because he danced down the track and was beaten, but just managed to get something on it with Josh Blake waiting to whip off the bails. King, not surprisingly, stays at home. The last ball of the over and defends. 151 for 3 after 28. Got over that from Ollie Sykes, just 2 from it. Notts require 139 from 132. 139 from 22 overs in other terms. Ralphie Albert has already had a day to remember. Still in search of a maiden List A wicket. Round the wicket he comes. Ball to Schardendorf, and he's played that shot a few times. Just the punch down the ground to Folkes for a single to long off. 52 for 3. Through to the keeper. King on 45. Both these players now with their List A bests. Stanworth 74 from 73. Albert bowls. There's another single for Sammy King. Chopped away by Schardendorf for his 49th run. Stand up to 76, the county record 4th wicket by his partnership against Surrey. Not too far away, 103, Derek Randall and Peter Johnson, way back at the Oval in 1977. This one played back to the bowler. Better over for Surrey and for Ralphie Albert, 154 for 3. There's 3 runs coming from that one. So Schardendorf on strike on 49. Going along at just a little better than a run a ball. And there's his 50, well battered. Dane Schardendorf. Nice little milestone to knock off and notch off. Just eased up the order one to number 6, and he delivers his maiden 50 in this format. 46 balls, 5 4s and 1 6. Sammy King following me, he's on 46. Down at Hove, more runs for Imam ul Haq. He's looking to be a good little pick-up for Yorkshire. In this second half of the season, he's had a really good competition. Tickled away by Sammy King. Think there was bat involved. And it'll go to the fence for 4, and Sammy King gets his maiden list A50. Following Dane Schardendorf, his has come from 67 balls and also 5 4s and 1 6. And huge congratulations to them both. Sammy King's day has got better and better. 159 for 3. Sykes bowls. King will get another run. At Hove, Sussex 284 for 9, Yorkshire 196 for 1, 15 overs to go there. They need about 90 in top Group B. Schardendorf with a little bit of a flamingo flourish. Again, plays it wristily down the ground for a single, 161 for 3. Single taken. Notts actually are now ahead of Duckworth Lewis for just about the first time in the innings, and after 30 overs, 162 for 3. And nicely situated here, requiring 128 from 120 balls, but the lower order by and large unproven, untested. Although both Pocklington and the injured Rob Lord got half centuries at Welbeck in that extraordinary tied game. Albert continues with his slow left arm, and King continues to pick off the runs. Another single. Full toss, and it's up in the air and a catch, and Schardendorf has to go. He's been greeted with a full toss, his eyes lit up, he went to pull it away, and he's just gone through the shot too quickly, and an outside edge, and the ball is just lobbed up in the air. The simplest of catches for Blake, and suddenly the dynamic changes. Dane Schardendorf falls, 163 for 4.
caught by the wicket-keeper Blake, and a maiden wicket for Ralphie Albert. He's out for 51 from 48 balls with those 5 fours and a 6. Just when you think Notts are ahead of the game, indeed they were ahead of the game. Just said the Duckworth-Lewis calculations had them now in the box seat and favoured to win this, and that wicket falls. Down at Hove, Imam ul Haq has got his century for Yorkshire, who are really well placed, 198 for 1, requiring 87 from best part of 15 overs to beat Sussex. So what have we got here coming out? There's 2 players making their way to the middle, and one of them will undoubtedly Ben Martindale, and the other one is presumably one of the players who's out. It's Jack Haynes coming out as a runner, so there's always a little bit of fun. I think we might need an intervention from the ground staff to come and put a little mark or two. No sign of them yet. Very often the umpires ask for some extra lines just to be quickly added, which would again only add to the length of the contest. There's lots of arm waving from umpire Chris Watts at the far end as to where Jack Haynes should stand. And having been told where to stand by umpire Watts, he's now told, whoops, we're both on the wrong side, and Jack Haynes goes over to the other side, where 4 strips away from the one they're playing on, there's a nicely marked up strip, and that would make sense for everybody to oh crikey, and now the umpires are getting together again for a chat. 163 for 4. So what's going on here? I guess we'll never know. Rory Burns, who isn't skipper but very much the senior figure out there, seems to be presenting some sort of case on behalf of Surrey about maybe about whether Ben Martindale should be allowed a runner or not. I don't know. 163 for 4. There's 3 Surrey players around the umpires and 3 more, Folkes and Blake and the youngster Albert also getting involved. Don't think Ralphie Albert's got too much to offer with the conversation. Sammy King at this end. See Richard Marshall of the ground staff away to our left. Maybe he's on his way somewhere to get a pot of paint. I don't know. Rory Burns is still, on behalf of Surrey County Cricket Club, putting some sort of case to umpire Shafai that you can see. There he is. There's Rory. And Rory looking as disgruntled as Rory can ever look. Now umpire Shafai is oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There's been an awful lot going on today that's been difficult to describe because we don't know what the conversations are. But the runner by Hook allowed and sanctioned, and play is going to go on. Now got the freedom to play his shots and not run, and Jack Haynes runs for him. Not seen a runner for a while. 164 for 4. In fact, week before last, I happened to find myself with Darren Maddy, mentioned earlier. Gone to the British Par 3 golf with Franklin Stevenson, who was playing. Darren Bicknell was there. Had a long chat with him. This is pushed into the offside. I had a long chat with Darren Maddy, as you'd expect with golf. There were a lot of cricketers involved, and we reminisced about Darren Maddy's last first-class game on this ground for Warwickshire, obviously against Notts, when he came out on his last day as a county cricketer with a runner, and the fella at the other end. Oh, Martindale's going to get 4 here with a loose waft. One outside the off stump, and he's inside edge. Oh no, it's byes. He's given us byes, so he didn't get anything on it.
Yeah, Darren Maddy and I reminisce that the fella at the other end then picked up an injury, a hamstring, a calf, or whatever it was. So we had runners at both ends, which is something that you don't see very often. But just something to reminisce over. 169 for 4. Thank you to producer Kirsty for popping by to say hello and bring in a drink of brown. I always say it's a drink of brown because I'm never entirely sure what might be in there. 170 for 4, but that's the end of the over. Are you sticking around, producer Kirsty, or are you away just to discipline some of your staff? 170 for 4. I can't hear because I've got ears on, and the listeners can't hear because you haven't got a microphone on, which is normally how we like it. But yeah,
keep me quiet.
Producer Kirsty's here. 170 for 4 after 31. How's your day? Nice snooze?
Nice snooze? How very dare you? No, all good. It's nice to see Trent Bridge so busy actually on a Sunday. I was saying to the team earlier it'd be great if every Sunday was so full of families.
Bring back the Sunday League. You won't remember that. Well before your time. 170 for 4 with Sykes to bowl to Ben Martindale. And on the wicket he comes, and Ben Martindale pushes it back to the bowler. Now, when I first got to know you several years ago, would it be fair to say your cricket knowledge would be certainly less than it is now? Someone's hit into the offside, no run.
You know, Brace, that my first venture into cricket was in the Fox Road stand for T20, and I may have been there for the fizzy pop.
170 for 4, Martindale on strike. This is chopped to backward point, but are you familiar with all this? You know what's going on. Martindale's out there batting and Jack Haynes is running.
Exactly. It's nice to see Mark's back out, actually, because I think...
Sykes bowls through to the keeper.
When you see a player sort of struggling once, that's bad enough, but then when you see them struggling twice as well. Yeah.
Not entirely sure that the Surrey contingent were overly happy when he came out with a runner, and he's certainly got minimal movement and no foot movement at all. It's a little bit of a swing and see how we go. Sykes bowls again, and he's chopped this to backward point, and there's no run. 174, 32 overs. Have you had a browse around the food festival?
I have. I've just been for a little walk around the ground and came back through the food festival. Some eclectic smells, shall we say.
Well, could you describe some of those eclectic smells and what you've seen? For me, who's been here in this padded cell since breakfast time, and for our listeners who, one of your fabulous camera crew just getting a shot of the filthy black clouds.
It's getting a bit gloomy actually again.
We'll be all right.
But we'll be fine. Lots of different stalls out there. There's everything from kind of wood-fired pizza through to Indian.
Albert round the wicket, slow left armour, full toss, hit away for a single by Sammy King. Moves him to 55.
Filthy or dirty fries, all those kind of things really. It's a decent steady trade out there. I actually think there's quite a few they've filtered into ground, sat down at what they've kind of purchased and watched a bit of the cricket, which hopefully is a bit of an introduction for some people.
So you think people have come for the food and buy one get one free sort of offer? They've come for the food and then they're having a little bit of the cricket rather than the other way around, as Albert bowls and Martindale gets another single down the ground.
You never know, and I would guess that that's a bit of a hope from the team behind the food festival really. If it's easy to showcase a bit of cricket whilst people are tucking into their chicken wings or filthy fries.
You'll have to enlighten me on what a filthy fry is if it's clean enough to go on air as this is pushed back to the bowler. What's a filthy fry?
Take a guess, Brace.
Has it still got the skins on or some such?
It's probably filthier than that.
Oh. 172. Has it got gravy on?
Potentially.
Those northern lads have gravy. This is that Peter Kay? This is off the outside edge of Sammy King's bat. Delighted for Sammy, who had a little bit of a tough time of it out in the field, dropping 2 catches. Promised I wouldn't mention that again, but did. 2 more to him. He's on 57.
He redeemed himself in the end, though.
He did. So what's a filthy fry?
Normally loaded with lots of things, Brace. So cheese, bacon.
Albert bowls another run.
Now, I'm not saying these are for sale at this filthy fry store, but Katsu fries, things like that? No? I take it by the look on your face that's not your kind of thing.
Well, I'd have a go. I'd have a go.
Well, I would say go and have a Wonder Brace and I'll look after it,
well,
but
okay.
I'm not capable. I'm not even going to try.
And excuse me being an idiot, all these things are to purchase. It's not, would you like to try a little bit of this and try a little bit of that, like your all-inclusive wristband.
From what I've just seen as I've walked around, they are all purchasable stalls, and there's quite a queue at quite a few of them, actually. I think that's always how you judge a street food festival, though.
You see, you've already mentioned my go-to. I mean, if there's a wood-fired pizza, tempting as all the other things would be, and I'd like to try, and I'd like to have a dirty loaded fry with katsu or whatever it was. If there's a wood
you do like your pizzas.
A wood-fired pizza, I'm all over it.
That's why you come to Welbeck.
Ham, mushroom and red onion.
There you go.
My go-to pizza. 175 for 4, 115 from 102. Sykes bowls. This is dropped on the leg side for a single by Sammy King. How did your beloved Stoke City do yesterday?
They won.
Crikey. There's the bunting out in your office.
Let's not tempt fate, yeah.
Were you there?
I wasn't, no. Oh. But let's be honest, Forest are my proper beloved.
Oh.
We can't have everybody thinking I've turned into an entire Stoke City fan.
176 for 4. Wins today for Middlesex over Northampton in the other group. Essex over the previously unbeaten Gloucestershire in Group A. Here, this one's still up for grabs and chopped into the offside. Dupworth Lewis, look, has the pass score at 177. And what's the score, Kirsty?
176 for 4.
No.
177 for 4.
Yeah, exactly.
See, yeah. Normally, Mr. Scoreboard's ahead of us.
Martindale on 14. It really does look tough for Ben. He's only scored 4 singles since coming out there 2 or 3 overs ago. Sykes bowls. Another single for Sammy King. Mentioned on commentary, generally when a runner comes out, the umpires insist that the ground staff come out and freshen up some markings where the runner is. I'm firmly expecting Richard Marshall to be out there with a pot of paint.
But obviously there's quite a few strips marked up for the 100 at the moment, so it's almost set and ready to go.
178 for 4. Your troops have done a good job today out and about with the cameras.
They do a good job every day. It's quite muggy out there. It's actually really close.
Yeah. Sykes bowls and hit back over his head by Ben Martindale, but there's protection down at the far end of the ground and a single will be taken. 179 for 4.
He's just not in any rush when he's even walking off, is he?
No.
Have you told everybody what you got to commentate on last night, which was your first line to me in the lift this morning?
Yes, I think I did. This morning, as this is work behind square, I did, because having told you all about commentating on a goal from the halfway line, I went out to the Mansfield Town supporter on the ground. You know who that is, don't you? It's just turned away and they don't get a run. The Notts acting head coach for this competition, 179 for 4, and the one die-hard Mansfield Town supporter on the ground didn't know anything about it. Too busy, Dave, too busy.
Prepping
too busy
for today.
Too busy prepping, didn't know anything about it. But yeah, I saw Mansfield Town, or commentated on Mansfield Town's win yesterday over Orient, which included, pretty certain, racking the memory, I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but pretty certain, I don't think I've seen goals from the halfway line when I've been there either writing or watching, but never commentated on one from the halfway line. Got a bit excitable. 179 for 4, as no doubt heard over the last 24 hours on Radio Nottingham.
I was at a different sport last night, Brace. Another one of your favourite sports.
If it's sport, I can't imagine what it was, because I don't know any other sports that you watch. This is pushed into the offside.
We'll get you to an ice hockey game before it's too...
I'm more than happy to have a wager that you'll never get me to an ice hockey game. How about that? 4 balls left in this over, then we might get producer cursed. Oh, that's out. Martindale goes. He's hit this to Carvallis at mid-off, nearly knocked him off his feet. And there's a wicket, and Martindale goes, and that is the end of his involvement today. It was it was painful to watch. It will have been painful for Ben Martindale in every sense, I think, out there, but he's gone out and done his bit for the team, but he's hit it straight to Carvallis from the bowling of Albert, who's now got 2 List A wickets at 179 for 5, just on the point of me saying at the end of this over we'll get producer Kirsty to do an over. What about that?
That's, well, we might lose a lot of viewers at that point, Brace.
We won't.
But what I was going to say actually is about Marks, and in terms of Hainsey coming out to back him up as well. Obviously we don't know how much pain he's in or what he's actually done, but it's all credit to him for actually donning the pads again and coming back out and just filling that slot again, really.
Not nice pulling a... Well, we don't... There's a game to be won here. Just need somebody to stand up and be prepared to win it, whether that's for Nottinghamshire with Sammy King 60 not out. It's like Byron Hatton Lowe's going to make his way out to the middle. Coming in at number 7, he had a good day. Career best bowling figures. I know he's only played 2 games, but got 2 wickets in his first match. Got 3 today. He's a confident young man, isn't he? Young Byron, and he'll be out there telling Sammy King, "Don't worry about this. I'll sort these out."
I think that's one thing that I've noticed being around the lads, like the newer guys coming in, the younger guys. They've got such a great bravado about them that they go out there and they're just playing cricket in the middle of a field. There's no kind of dauntingness of the fact that you're at Trent Bridge or how many people are here. They go out there and they're just going to prove a point.
Tell me about these photographs on the screen. That looks to me almost like an artist's drawing rather than a photo. So has the graphics department tinkered with it? Here's Albert to bowl to the new arrival, gets off the mark straight away. That doesn't look like a photo, does it?
It doesn't. I know what you mean. This is where our team work hand in hand with the media team in ground and Ian, who operates the board. So my guess is that that's one of producer Aaron's images. So it will be based on a photograph and then tweaked a little bit.
Tell me the score quickly, Kirsty.
180 for 5. That's one bit of the board I do know how to read.
Oh, you could do better than that. We've lost the opportunity. The moment's gone. Throw from deep, which has actually struck Hatton Low as he made his ground at this end.
You caught me off guard then. You wanted a darts 180, didn't you?
I did.
Oh, the moment's gone now, Brace.
The moment's gone. 182 for 5. King on 62. That's best chance of winning this clearly is Sammy King batting through the innings. Gets a run down the ground.
Yep.
Fielded by Harry Carvallis. So he'll keep strike. He'll be on 63. 183 for 5 after 35. And Notts still required just a little over 7 and over now. 15 to go. They need 107 more to win. And the 36th over of the innings will be described by producer Kirsty.
Yeah, this is not a good idea. You need to hold my hand, Brace.
It's Ollie Sykes. Well, it's pictures.
Okay.
It's pictures. It's not radio.
So does that mean I can stay silent and let everybody do their own commentary?
Well, normally that's the way, isn't it?
Yeah. So Ollie Sykes is coming in from the Stuart Broad end.
Yeah.
Now that I can't describe where he knocks it to. That's the bit where I need my raisins on a piece of paper.
You need what?
I need raisins on a piece of paper with my fielding positions.
Raisins?
Yeah, you have to move them around and work out where's where.
That's square leg. That's normally where the square leg umpire is, but...
Brace, you're going to have to tell everybody where it goes to.
Down to long on for a single.
We'll have to tag team, so I can tell you that it is still Sykes coming in from the Stuart Broad end, and King is facing. Oh. And as we say that, the floodlights have come on here at Trent Bridge. We were just commenting. It's actually gone, even though the cloud has thinned out a little bit, actually, it's gone quite gloomy.
Yeah, I don't often get the lights coming on in the middle of an over. Actually burst into light there, I think, as the ball was being delivered. Well, that's tame from Byron Hatton Low. He's taken the reverse sweep on and he's just helped Ollie Sykes into the hand of Rafi Albert, who was standing at backward point minding his own business, and Byron Hatton Lowe turned round, turned himself into a left-hander and hit it straight to him. And Byron Hatton Lowe has to go. 186 for 6.
Looking for somebody now, isn't it, at that point? Sammy just kind of needs to bring somebody on board with him. Add a few more to that total.
I think the game has taken a little bit of a turn towards Surrey with those 2 dismissals, Martindale and now Byron Hatton Lowe. Surrey weren't best pleased with Martindale, I think, coming out with, perhaps I'm putting words into what I think happened. I don't think they'll be overly enamoured if Rob Lord comes out with a runner, but it's not Rob Lord, it's the Lincolnshire Lara on his way out to the middle, Joe Pocklington.
We don't quite know what's happened to Rob, do we?
No. We don't.
I actually missed him pulling up and coming off the field. Or
yeah. Well, that was your nap time, wasn't it? He bowled his 4th over and then made his way off. And I did say at the time, I don't know if he's tweaked a calf or an ankle, but it just looked as if he was walking off, if he was a bit limpy, rather than finishing his spell and just going for the old break, just to freshen up, having bowled his first spell. But we haven't seen him since.
Very, very quick words there between Sammy and Joe, actually, and then Sammy almost kind of like just jogged back to the non-facing end to kick things off really again, get going. There's a lot of reflection coming off of red sunglasses. Keep thinking there's a light on that umpire's head.
Yeah, actually you're spot on. Yeah, Chris Watts, the umpire. Pushed into the offside. Sykes bowling. It must be Sykes glasses, mustn't there? I don't think we've seen Chris Watts with sunglasses on today. Go on, finish your over that you started 10 minutes ago.
So it's still Sykes coming in from the Stuart Broad end. Joe Pocklington facing. Kind of lets that one go through. End of the over, 186 for 6.
Yeah, good over for the visitors there. If you're following us from the deep and darkest south, I think Surrey supporters can just start to think about congratulating your side on the victory today, with Notts recording 104 from 14 overs but running out of batters. There's another result coming. Somerset have defeated Kent by 4 wickets down at Canterbury today, so wins for Middlesex, Somerset and Essex as a new over starts from Albert, and Sammy King takes a single straight away. Surrey at the moment just more than happy to let Sammy King have singles and get him off strike.
He's kind of got a pace about him at the moment as well, Sammy, just in terms of like almost looking a little bit uncomfortable but wanting to go.
Yes, whilst Schardendorf was with him, he knew there was runs coming from both ends. Martindale with the running factor just made life a little more difficult, and he didn't have too long with young Byron. This one's turned to the offside, there's no run.
But that I can't say that required run rate is creeping up ever so slowly.
Yeah, 7.5. No required. Albert bowls driven into the offside and there's no run. So
Surrey have been great in the field, actually.
Yeah. Although I did wonder if there was a drop catch early on from the wicket keeper, but I didn't see any replays on that one. 187 for 6, and this one's paddled away by Pocklington, and he'll get a couple of runs. 189 for 6. Is that your nap time?
I'm not going to rise to the replay thing. We played loads of replays. They've been going out on the screening ground today as well.
Yeah, but could have been a really crucial one. Hamid's first run. Here's Albert. Balls to Pocklington, and had enough time just to readjust and turn it on the leg side. He's a confident lad as well, as you were saying about one or two of the others, King and Byron Hatton Lowe. Pocklington's a confident fella.
Welbeck was my first sighting of Joe, and I was very impressed, actually.
90 for 6. Albert pitches it up there, drilled back to him, and a little bit of a cannon from the hands of the bowler onto Pocklington and back to the bowler. Another tight enough over for Surrey. Sees that run rate now up to 7.69 required, 190 for 6. Here at Trent Bridge, the last knockings of Nottinghamshire's one-day cup campaign for 2025 began at Welbeck with a win over Essex. Essex were in the box seat and let it slip. Notts came back strongly, and then that dramatic tie with producer Aaron telling me that Notts are now being given no % chance of winning today. Well, they didn't win, did they? They got a tie.
Exactly.
141 for 7 and ended up getting the 325 that got them the tie. Sykes bowls played a little loosely, one-handed by Pocklington onto the leg side. Ben Folkes fields and there's no run. Got a month off now, haven't you, before the next game here against Warwickshire? Next ball is dropped on the leg side.
No, we've got some Blaze games. We do exactly the same for the Blaze. It's been great kind of taking on the women's team properly this year as well.
Yeah, they'll be eager to make that final down at Southampton in the women's competition. And there's a wicket. He's gone. And another stumping for Blake. And Pocklington drawn forward. Spinners don't like to get out to spinners. And Pocklington just drawn forward. And nice bit of work by Blake. And he has to go. Sykes the bowler. 190 for 7. Maybe, although it will still say 7, maybe not so 8 down if Rob Lord can't bat. So it, in all likelihood it'll be down to James Hayes and Tom Giles. Now there would be an unlikely hero on debut. Tom Giles got 2 wickets this morning on debut. Might have to do a bit with the bat. In fact, it's looking increasingly more likely that he will. Pocklington out for just 3 today, stumped by Blake, who's now got 4 victims.
Really unfortunate they're actually not far off being back.
It was a skillful bit of bowling, drew his man forward.
So here is Rob, is it? Yep. Here's Rob with, is it Shallendorf? Yeah. I'm guessing Shallendorf's his runner then.
He's very slowly making his way to the middle. Rob Lord. Again, we've got one of those. They're almost caricatures, aren't they, on the big screen of Rob Lord. So the second time in the innings, I want to see Rory Burns. Is Rory Burns blowing a gasket yet at Notts having a second run at 190 for 7? Bilal Shafiat's coming across to see what it's all about. Scored 83 in that tie at Welbeck, bringing Notts back from the very brink of defeat. I don't know, exactly 100 from 75 balls. Closing in on 6 o'clock. Cut-off time is just over an hour from now, actually, just past 7 o'clock, but game's certainly not going to last that long with 12 overs to go after this one. Surrey needing 3 wickets, Notts needing 100. Oh, there's a nice little start for Rob Lord, playing outside the off stump. I think he's tickled it away for 4, he has.
He has indeed.
It's a good strike rate, isn't it, when you hit every ball you face for 4. See if he can keep it up.
Exactly.
Thank you, producer Kirsty. I ought to have a look and see what this cup of brown is.
I promise you it's tea. It's not the best cup of tea I've ever made, to be fair.
Have you made it?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't say that. I thought that was a...
You'll live, you're fine.
I thought it was a press box special. Interesting flavour. 194 for 7. Next ball sees Rob Lord hit it back past the fingertips of the bowler, and you'll get a single, and Dane Schardendorf jogs down to the other end. He's actually using a different strip to the one that Jack Haynes ran up and down on.
It was interesting then, actually, as Rob made his way off of his mark, there was a very obvious limp, and then it got a little bit better, and now actually if you look at him, he's actually struggling quite bad.
195 for 7. Last ball would have been a leg side wide, but Sammy King elected to play it and can only muscle it towards James Taylor. 195 for 7. What did James Taylor sing? You've got a friend in me?
I've got a very blank look on my face at the moment.
38 overs gone.
Those sunglasses, the back look. It looks like there's either like a seaside hat that's flashing in this direction, or he's got stoplights on his hat today.
Kiss me quick hat.
Yeah.
I wonder if one of your excellent camera crew, or indeed Wilson, my favourite
They
camera
won't,
operator, can.
Because I'm talking about it, so they won't do it.
Where's Rebecca gone? Rebecca was in front of us.
Rebecca's down at pitch
on.
at the moment.
Where's that? The Fox Road
Yeah.
side. 195 for 7.
You can see him glistening over there. Look at Square Leg.
It's one of the L's up here. Is it Lee or Lewis?
Lewis. One of the L's.
It's one of the L's. Spence must be, I don't know, on a hoist at the far end.
Spence has been quite crafty today because he's located himself as far away as possible all day whilst there's a food festival on. And I believe he's got himself a waitress today.
A waitress?
Yeah, to explore the food festival for him and bring him snacks throughout the game.
Well, that's all right, isn't it? I didn't think of that. Oh, crikey. Get on with it. Get on with it. Now they're saying that Dane Schardendorf, running, doesn't have a thigh pad on. He's got to be dressed exactly as the battery's running for, because otherwise it gives him an advantage. He's not running weighed down by that heavy, cumbersome thigh pad.
I was just about to ask that silly question. Is it to do with, like, it potentially restricts movement or anything like that?
That's it. You're to bat.
Sammy's really taking charge, though, actually, in terms of relaying the message. He's just, he's either eager to crack on and give it a go or eager to get to the showers.
I think there's an assessor here, and Bill Al-Shafayat has had all sorts to contend with today, and he's doing it absolutely as per the letter of the law, as he should do. But sometimes you get on with it, lads.
Sometimes you can spy it.
Get on with it. You know, each and every time is reprimanded the fielding side for throwing the ball in from the deep when it's bounced twice, but it doesn't go any further than that anyway, does it? So.
No, but it's like you say, that it's what's expected. It's what should be there.
Yep. Elsewhere, Durham up in the northeast made 300 for 8, Warwickshire 250 for 6, but they've only got 6 overs left, so they require 51 from 6 overs. But Ed Barnard is 125 not out, so even Stevens there. Somerset have defeated Kent. Middlesex have defeated Northants. The other game in Group B, Yorkshire 223 for 4. They need 62 from 8.5 to defeat Sussex. Century there for Imam ul Haq, if we can say that. He's out for 106. Wharton out for 85. Earlier, Matt Milnes, formerly of this parish. Were you here when Matt Milnes was here?
I was.
7 for 38, which you don't get every day of the week in the 50 over game. In this group, Essex have defeated the previously unbeaten Gloucestershire by 130 runs. Good game on at Southampton. Derbyshire 339 for 5. Terrific score there, but it looks like they're going to come out on the wrong end, because Hampshire 308 for 5. They require 32 from 6. Leicester, Worcestershire, who are in second place, are going to win that. Worcestershire 328. The Foxes limping home. They're 219 for 8. So there we are. Dane Schardendorf, presumably, is now clad in a thigh pad. And Rafi Albert bowls, and it's pushed back to him by Lord. Stayed long of Ralphie Albert. Ninja Turtle skit.
Do you know what? I was about to ask you if that's what you were going to do, but I didn't think that was your thing, Bruce. I didn't know if you'd know it.
Oh, I'm well read. 195 for 7. I do know there's a different Raphael, you know. Albert bowls, and chopped away nicely by the limping Rob Lord, and it'll be a couple of runs. No, we're going to be 3. Sammy King charges back down to the other end. 198 for 7. Good running by Sammy King. Rob Lord will hobble his way away from the wicket. He's hobbling over to the square leg umpire, Chris Watts, who may just say, "Hello, Rob, you should be on the other side." He's not going to do that. 198 for 7. Notts require 92. They're down almost literally to the walking wounded now, and Sammy King, who's 66 not out. James Hayes, Tom Giles to come. Giles on debut. This one's hit down the ground. A Churchillian speech this morning at 10:15 from Andy Pick, who's worked with young Giles since he was 14 years of age. Got the call last night at a family wedding in Wrexham. Andy Pick, can he come and present his cap?
It was nice to see Picky back in the circle this morning.
Said he was on the road for 6 o'clock this morning to get across from North Wales. Ralphie Albert bowls. This is turned to leg. Made 96, the 17-year-old, and he's now through 9 overs, 2 for 48. Taking the catch as well. 199 for 7 after 39. Asking rate over 8. But 91 from 66. What would you say, producer Kirsty, if you were Coach Kirsty down there? Would you tell Sammy King to give it a go? Would you tell Rob Lord to have a go? They've got to do something if they're going to get 91 in 11.
Yeah, and I say this from a point of naivety that I haven't actually seen Giles bat.
Well, I suspect there's a reason he comes in at number 11.
Exactly, but you never know.
But it's the players in the middle at the moment that need to decide. There's a shout and out, and that's the end of Sammy King for 67. 199 for 8. And I think we're going to soon find out how good James Hayes and Tom Giles are in this sort of situation. But sad end for Sammy King, out for 67, his highest score in List A cricket. He certainly produced with the bat.
All credit to Sammy. He's tried to build a partnership with everybody that's ended up out in the middle there with him. Some days it just doesn't quite come about, does it?
No. Just building the drama, isn't it? Just giving us a little bit of jeopardy. What can 10 and 11 do? What can the limping Rob Lord do? But Sammy King out for 67, faced 89 balls, 5 fours and a 6. He was at the crease for over 2 hours there for that. Really good. Hang on. What have we got here?
He's sprightly, isn't he?
Heavens above. James Hayes. No, it is Tom Giles. I said they put Hayes up there.
I'd argue, looking at the screen, that's hazy.
Yeah. Well,
somebody's going to win, either the stream or the screen.
Well, it's Hayes, isn't it? It's Hayes. Screen's got a picture of Tom Giles on. Tannoy announcement was Tom Giles. That's James. Oh, now it's changed. It's James Hayes. That's not a good sign, is it? When you come out to bat and they're already announcing arriving at the crease is the one that's coming after you.
Exactly.
The only thing that could have made it worse is if the public address system had said and now coming out to face a hat-trick ball was.
Let's not brace, not just yet.
So that's the first ball of the 40th over, bringing the downfall of Sammy King. Sykes has now burgled his way to 3 for 31 with some very fine slow bowling from the far end. James Hayes turns it on the leg side. You're in there with the players. You know all the little secrets. Why? I can understand you wanting to get rid of number 35 that you've had all through your academy days and second 11 days as a top to backward point. But when you're given a first 11 contract, why would you ask for number 13?
Yeah, but don't some people actually believe that 13 is lucky as well? I know there's like a twist on the head of that.
I've never come across anybody who said number 13's lucky. This is hit back and through the legs of the bowler. Sir James Hayes is off the mark with a single, and that's the 200 up. He's going to get a round of applause for his first run. Is it tridecaphobia or something? The fear of 13?
I don't actually know.
Yes,
I'll just say yes. For a minute then, my mind went off into a spiral of what other things were called in terms of phobias, but...
200 for 8. Not a fan of snakes. I wouldn't say I've got a phobia about them.
No.
Not a fan of snakes.
Spiders?
Oh, whatever.
Had to rescue a moth
Spiders
out
are
of
spiders. I mean, just squash them and chuck them down the loo or down, flush them. Whatever.
I had to rescue a moth out of one of the bars this morning because Pip, bless her, the person who was running that bar doesn't quite like bugs.
200 for 8. And that's a lovely
Nice.
clean shot from the one-legged Rob Lord. One bounce for 4. He did play at one leg, and he's in a lot of discomfort there.
It's almost through every shot that he takes, it reverberates through him, and he just backs away a little bit more on his legs.
Rory Burns in the ear of the umpire again. 204 for 8. That's require 86 now from the last 10. Got from a position worse than this. Got a tie at Welbeck. Take a tie from here, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So no, I don't personally know why he's changed his number. I'm sure there are numerous factors at play.
204 for 8. Albert to bowl his final over. 2 for 48 his figures. Round the wicket he comes, and it away for a single. Are you aware of the works of the whirlwind, Jimmy White?
I am.
So you heard me say earlier that he's the grandson of the snooker player.
I did hear that, yeah. There's a lot of youngsters today with older connections, isn't there?
Yeah.
I don't just necessarily mean in this game, obviously.
You don't just necessarily mean they've got connections with their mums and dads. You mean sporting
Famous
connections.
relatives.
Famous
Yes.
relatives. There we go. That's one for a county championship day, isn't it?
Oh, we could play that at the end of September, Dave.
206 for 8 and a reverse. He's hit that. He's hit that, Ralphie. There's no run.
Rob Lord has famous family members.
I don't know as he has. Can't get that one away, James Hayes. No famous lords, are there?
Well, there's a couple knocking around.
We have played that one before, haven't we? I can't remember who we agreed was the most famous lord or person with lord as a surname. Down the wicket comes Albert, down the... Oh, thought it was going down the leg side, and then a little bit of turn. Floodlights on. 1 or 2 just now picking up their flasks and sandwich boxes and just starting to make the drift away. This is dropped on the leg side and got a bit of fielding by Thomas. 206 for 8. Good over there.
Shadows very loosely kind of appearing now from the floodlights. So this, if you're looking at the screen right now on the stream, this is interesting now if you look at these overs coming up from the way in which Surrey scored versus what we kind of need to do.
So who's popped that on there?
That'd be producer Aaron. He's having to work really hard because I'm in here.
So who... Does that
So
automatically
it does,
generated
yeah.
the Manhattan?
They don't trust people like me to work out things like that.
Certainly not me.
It's all part of the scoring system. It pulls through. So we have a plethora of data at our fingertips when we're doing these games, which is good at points like this because you could see obviously exactly what Surrey were doing right now.
Why do we only rarely see them then? 10 overs, 2 for 50 for Ralphie Albert. He's finished, and Rob Lord again squeezes one through his legs.
My
Single.
My defence there, Braces, you rarely see them because you rarely look at the screen that I so lovingly put in the corner of your commentating
I only
box.
look for replays. I only look for replays when something's happened in front of my eyes that I need to see again. Did that really happen?
Sykes in again from the
Oh,
Stuart Broad end.
She's taken over. I'll tell you what I use the monitor for most of all. That's to check on the score every time the big screen goes to an advert. Because usually when we're working for Radio Nottingham, they will come to me for the score, and then I'll look up and there'll be an advert on there for a zip wire challenge or a food festival or Christmas parties or whatever. And then I've got to quickly look at the monitor to see what the score is.
Nothing taken from that one.
So it does serve a purpose. Now, what is it you're dying to say? Down the leg side?
Yeah, I don't know. It was just something that came into me at Welbeck. And then it's kind of stuck. Huge hit there from Lord over the boundary for 6. A few more of them and we could be looking good.
Yeah. Give it some excitement, Kirst, next time he hits a 6.
Sorry.
Give it some Just as if it's the winning goal in the cup final.
I'm going with the calming voice today. Everybody else is used to me being a bit loud.
Certainly your camera crew always say you're a bit loud. We've now got no score. Oh, there we are. It's come back. 214 for 8. The Lord has 20 on one leg from 13 faced. 76 required from 8 overs.
Do you need a couple more of those that fly over the boundary rope, really, don't we, to pick the mood up?
Yeah, and then a couple more after that as well. 214 for 8 after 42. So who generates the waspy thing? Where does that come from?
Again, that all comes from the scoring system. So there's quite a few of us that are linked via the scoring system, all have very different jobs to input into it. From everybody, from the scorers, obviously, they're primarily in control of it. Ian in the scoreboard will be deriving data from that, as well as we can pull through graphics to the stream. Hugo, the analyst, is feeding into that system as well. So it's a very intelligent system that gives everybody everything they need to know.
And does it just come up randomly? Because frequently I'll say, well, I wonder what the win and score predictor would have knots at, and expect it to pop up on the screen, and it doesn't. So.
No, it's a randomizer. Yeah. Something like an auto rotation at the bottom. So
Yusuf Majid back into the attack. Earlier he got through half of his allocation, 5 overs, 1 for 26. Got the wicket of Jack Haynes. Sharp bit of glove work from Josh Blake to stump him. Haynes going nicely, out for 38 at that stage. Back to try and polish off the Nottinghamshire innings, the slow left-arm spinner who's replaced Ralphie Albert. So it's been a diet of slow left-arm from this end for quite a while now. That's a nice-looking shot from James Hayes into the offside. Schardendorf doing the running, and Rob Lord, tall man, will hobble in, ready for action once again. This is likely to go one or two ways, I guess. One of them in many ways, but he's defended it. Just wondered if he might be tempted to try and speed Notts along the road to victory with one or two big blows. Of course, that could go wrong. It's this into the offside, and it should be. Oh no, they're only going to get one. It should be possible for Hayes and Schardendorf to get back for 2, but certainly not Rob Lord. They settle on a single. 216 for 8. Yusuf Majid bowls once more and hit away. Out into the deep away to our right on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Albert does the fielding. And strong left arm throw. 17 years of age, crikey, he's living the dream. 217 for 8. Majid bowls, another single for Notts. Run rate's over 9, so sorry aren't that concerned. It's boundaries that the home side need. 72 from 43. In again. James Hayes has 5. Chops it into the offside straight to Rory Burns, and that's the end of the over. 7 to go, 72 required, so that's more than 10. Producer Kirsty.
218 for 8 then. 72 off 42 balls. Sound from the food festival's kind of increased outside. I know that's carrying on, so be interesting to gospel on that. But I do think it's.
Says he's suddenly interested.
Is that because you want some filthy fries, Dave? Should we have a debrief at the filthy fries stall tonight?
I've actually reliably been informed that back in the Kingdom of Newark there might be a Sunday dinner.
Ooh.
Ready for.
What meat? I'm invested in Sunday dinners.
I'm not sure. That's Brody Senior up here on Friday, as you very well know. Very nice of the President to pop in.
Chris is lovely. I adore Chris. I'm not sure he knows, but maybe if he's listening now, he knows.
Well, I thought you'd have been in, swooning. Thought you'd have popped in to say hello.
Took quite a sweep at that, didn't he?
Two other players that loomed large in Nottinghamshire's relatively recent past came in and joined us as well. Ali Brown and Mark Elam.
Who's been your favourite person to have in? I'm genuinely not looking for you to say me.
No, producer Kirsty.
Who's been your favourite person to interview this season or the last couple of seasons?
Oh.
I don't feel you've had so many guests this year, actually.
No.
Should we blame Richard Stevenson?
Don't know. Can't think.
Put you on the spot there. That's normally you doing that
well,
to
I
me.
was just trying to. Gosh, asking me to cast my mind back to April's. Trying to herd kittens.
It's almost like asking me to commentate on an over brace. Taylor in from the Stuart Broad end. Hayes takes a swipe, but no run taken. .21 to be precise on the required run rate. Currently sitting at 5.02.
It'd be simplest to say the three that came up on Friday, wouldn't it? That'd be the easiest way around it. There was a noisy group in during the early part of the day, but they've moved on.
I think they were possible early food festivalers.
Oh, they were here for the food. Not they.
Close up there of Rob actually on the screen. Interesting facial expressions, but there's no doubt that he's in pain out there. Taylor in again to Hayes. That's a position thing, Brace. That's your part.
Well, he's hit it to mid-off, and had he been able to move as freely as he normally can with full leverage, I think he'd have lifted that over extra cover and away for runs. Certainly that was his intention. The three of them getting together now, and it'll be a case of, well, what do we got? 6 overs left. We need 71 at 11.8 and over. What are we going to do here?
The worm there obviously just showing that knots are currently below, obviously, where Surrey were at this point, which is what you'd expect.
There's producer Kirsty on the live stream, so where will that have come from? Is that Wilson?
No, that's Spence. He's just getting me back because I said he'd got a waitress for snacks.
It's not a bad life, is it? 219 for 8, but did you hear me praising them this morning for their powers of concentration? It's a tough old gig, isn't it? 3.5, 4 hours. There's a full toss, which Rob Lord has hit into the food festival and away for 6.
Very securely over the rope there. He's been looking for that one for a couple of shots now, hasn't he?
When they had that little coming together, the three of them, they couldn't have dreamed that the next ball would be a high, floaty, full toss. And Rob Lord quickly seized on it, hit it for 6. And that's a good start to an over where really they need 11 and over. Majid just checked himself there, just held it back before firing it in, turned to leg for a single, all but losing his cap as he fields. 226 for 8, so that's 7 from 2. James Hayes. He's got good technique. He's hit this one down the ground.
There's a lot of intention behind Hayes batting, isn't there?
I'm not aware of him being a 6-hitter by any means, but he'll get bat on ball, he'll run, he'll scamper. Rob Lord, even though he's the one with the disability at the moment, whatever it is, can't for hamstring or heel or ankle. He's the one that's got to take charge and dictate terms. 227 for 8. Still the prospect of seeing Tom Giles on debut. Nice looking shot from Rob Lord. That's hurt him again. 228 for 8. Queuing up for treatment, Ben Martindale and Rob Lord. Yusuf Majid into bowl. 20 past 6 here at Trent Bridge. Game not yet done, and though it seems as if Surrey are on their way, it's never over until it's over.
Definitely a touch more intent though. I know it obviously depends on the ball that you're given, but it's almost like the last time the three got together, it was a bit of a, let's, for want of a better, more technical phrase, let's launch it.
Nicely put. Another result, Warwickshire. All the winners up at the Riverside, up at Chesterley Street. They've chased down 300 to beat Durham with 2 and a bit overs to spare, 4 wickets in hand. Ed Barnard, 141 not out. Good player, Ed Barnard. Has had a lot of success on this ground as well in the past. And he's got Warwickshire over the line. They're still very much in the contention in Group B. There's James Taylor in down the leg side and helped on its way by Hayes for a single. Given the ability to freeze frame everything there, James Hayes might have been better off not playing a shot at that one and taking the one for the leg side wide and have it rebowled. 230 for 8. Jack Brooks here today. I don't know if you've seen or saw Jack Brooks. He's part of the Surrey coaching staff. Had a blather with him out in the middle. Went out for the toss this morning. Always very affable fella and good to have an attitude. Taylor bowls. That's off the inside edge from Rob Lord, and that'll run away for 4. It doesn't matter which part of the boundary the ball crosses or how it gets there.
We will take it.
So in Group B, Warwickshire, Somerset, Middlesex have won today. Yorkshire can be added to that list in the fullness of time. They require 14 from 3.5 overs with plenty of wickets in hand to beat Sussex. In Group A, wins for Essex and Hampshire. Worcestershire are going to beat Leicestershire. Leicestershire need 80 runs from 6 overs with the last pair at the crease. This ball on its way down the leg side, paddled away, and Ben Folkes will get there, and they're going to come back for 2 here. That's good running. Josh Blake has, just because he can, he's demolished the stumps. Bits of blue flying everywhere. 236 for 8. And Bilal Shafat, who will be glad of a sit down and a cup of tea at the end of the day, comes in and again rebuilds the stumps. Might be just reviewing his career options, Bilal.
He's been a very busy boy today, hasn't he?
Just to make his way back. He used to run a bit quicker than that as well when he played for Notts, when he was in the field. Kept wicket as well, of course, when required. Top order batter, 236 for 8. This one's larruped away by Rob Lord to deep mid-wicket. There'll be 2 more. And Rob Lord, producer Kirsty, has made his way to 39 already. 238 for 8. It's not bad going on one leg.
Can't complain at all.
Sammy King made 67. Dane Shardendorf 51. Jack Haynes 38. Taylor bowls. Nice looking shot. Really is a good shot, but there's protection down there with Majid, and they'll only get a single. Well, I know you've got plenty to do with 4 overs to go. Thank you for popping in. Thank you to your wonderful crew. Thank you for all your replays today.
Not a problem.
And thank you for your cup of brown, which I will get to the bottom of.
Now it's nice and cold, yeah?
Now it's nice and cold, yeah. 239 for 8. I'll see you at the pizza stall afterwards. Next ball on its way, and this is sounded creepy, didn't it? This is hit back to back to the bowler.
I might not go to the pizza store. Thank you, Brace.
4 overs to go. Thanks to producer Kirsty for the contributions of her and her crew today. Are we going to get a dramatic finish? Are we going to get some jeopardy? Are we going to get a really interesting last few balls? Or is it going to peter away with Notts falling 50 short, which is where they are now? .239 for 8. Rob Lord has 40. Yusuf Majid to start his 8th over, and nicely played indeed down the ground, and Harry Corvallis didn't realise he was as close as that because he was hidden by the TV gantry. Very nearly got there, but it's gone for 4. Majid in again, once again hit hard down the ground. Nice to hear from Outlaw Chris. Thank you very much for being with us today and enjoying the coverage. Hayes turns it to leg and there's no run. 244 for 8 in the 47th over. Notts require 46 from 21. Anything less than that and Surrey win. 2 wickets, of course, and Surrey can bring it up earlier. Now this one's hit up into the air, and this may be a catching chance. No, it's fallen between 2 fielders, and they come back for a couple. So that little bit of luck that is required in these sorts of situations goes the way of James Hayes, who's now in double figures. He's on to 10 from 21. Yusuf Majid. There's 2 balls left in his 8th. 1 for 47, his figures. Rate is up to 13. Bowles and Hayes. Firm connection, but there'll only be a single. Again down the ground to Ben Folkes. It's a good looking shot, but there's protection out there. Nathan Barnwell will tidy up on the offside boundary, doing the sweeping, and it's the end of the 47th. 248 for 8, so now it's 14 and over required. 42 from 3. All the matches have finished in Group B. Wins for Warwickshire, Somerset, Middlesex and Yorkshire have got home. Chased down 285 to beat Sussex at Hove. Essex and Hampshire have won in Group A. Worcestershire are going to win. And here it looks very much as if Surrey will add their name to the list of victors today. Unless Notts can find 42 runs from the last 18 balls. Taylor bowls. Pulled away onto the leg side and straight to the fielder. Only a single. It's out to Nick Garandler. It's the 50 partnership between James Hayes, whose contribution was 11. Rob Lord's got the other 39. 41 required from 17. Surrey at New Road on Tuesday. I'm sure all Surrey supporters are aware of that one, and there's a feather down the leg side from Hayes. Actually moved right outside off stump, and just trying to help it down to fine leg or long leg, but just got a tickle on it. Goes through to Blake, who's got another scalp on the day. Hayes caught by Blake, bowled by Taylor for 11, so knocks down to the last pair. It will mean that on debut, Tom Giles required to go out into the middle. Still, you sense that Notts can only get home if Rob Lord gets them home, but we'll see what Tom Giles can do. Just checking on Josh Blake, who made 72 earlier on. He's had 2 stumpings today. Let's have a look. He's caught a Seba Mead, he's caught Dane Schardendorf, and now he's caught James Hayes. So 72 runs and 5 dismissals for Josh Blake. He's had a good day. Tom Giles has had a good day because he was awarded his Notts cap, his List A cap this morning, getting his debut for the side. Picked up 2 wickets, Rory Burns and Ben Folkes. So nice first couple to have on your CV. 2 for 60 from his full 10 overs. He bowled well. Never easy coming back towards the end of the innings when the heat is on and Surrey were trying to get some runs, but by and large kept his shape and continued to impress throughout. What can he do here? Got 4 balls left in the over. Got Dane Schardendorf, who is the runner, of course, for Rob Lord, coming down and giving him a bit of a briefing. Rob Lord stood beside umpire Shafayat at square leg. Right-hander, Tom Giles, 18 years of age, from Scunthorpe. Taylor bowls to him and he's away first ball, so he can stick that one on the CV as well. Him a first ball for the county, away for a single, and they got a huge cheer as well because it brought up the 250. 250 for 9, 40 required from 15. Rob Lord just telling him exactly how he's going to play this, and maybe along the lines of, I'm going to try and smash it out of the ground the next 2 balls, but you make sure you're ready to run with Shady the last ball of the over. There's Taylor bowls, and Lord has it, that one. Nathan Barnwell back pedalling, and it's 20 feet over Barnwell at deep mid-wicket, and Rob Lord has got the most heroic half-century I've seen on here for a long time. Barely able to stand. He's hit a half-century from 33 balls with 4 fours, and that's his 3rd 6. And whatever the outcome of this one, he's shown a lot of guts, a lot of bravery, a lot of heart. Finishes this campaign as Notts' leading wicket taker. That's his 2nd half-century. And he's going to get a couple more runs here, I think. He will indeed. Really well done, Rob Lord. Just having a look at what he got at Welbeck. I think he got 53 there. Just scanning the notes. Oh, of course he didn't. He got 83. It was Pocklington that got 54. 83 at Welbeck, so it's his 2nd 50 of the competition. Met his dad at Welbeck as well after one of the games, and understandably very proud of his talented son. Last ball of the over, deflected down the leg side. Go on ball, they say, in the cheap seats, and away for 4. 262 for 9. I think there was a bit of a ticket deal on today. 262 for 9. So that was a good over for Notts, despite the loss of James Hayes. Nicely tickled away deft touch by Rob Lord, who continues to resist Surrey. He's 59 not out, 262 for 9. And the start of that over, 14 and over required. At the end of that over, 14 and over required. 28 from 2. 27 would give Notts a second tie of the competition, 12th in all. Would be a first against Surrey. Yusuf Majid, 8 overs, 1 for 49, trying to wrap it up, and there's an LBW shout asking umpire Shafayat not out. Tom Giles on strike. Little surprise that Surrey maybe haven't brought 1 or 2 more in just to try and keep him down that end. No inclination of a drop and run from the first, but there's a nice looking shot. 263 for 9. The applause was really just for the skillful way that Tom Giles brought Rob Lord back onto strike, and they're hoping that Rob Lord can do something that's very unlikely here, but he's, I'm sure, going to give it a go. Majid to bowl to Lord on 59. Surrey need 1 wicket to win. Rob Lord has hit this along the ground, straight, fielded down here. Is Adam Thomas. Just a single. Didn't see too much of Adam Thomas this morning. I was looking forward to seeing him bat. Hearing good things, and obviously came here, having made 160 odd at Derby on Friday, but was out for 8. Rob Lord actually getting his wicket. There's Giles, who'll cut this away. He'll be disappointed there's so little time left in the innings. Would have liked, I'm sure, to been able to go out there and bat for half an hour, a session, whatever. 265 for 9. Hopefully his day in the spotlight will come. Focus has been on him today, and he's clearly relished it. Lord will hit this to mid-wicket. Sykes will field, and there's only a single. Not quite been the over that Notts would have wanted this, and with 1 ball left, they still require 24. Tall order for Notts. Had a lot to overcome. Congratulations, I think, not far away from being handed out to Surrey as single is taken. So Lord will be on strike. The start of the last over with 23 required to win, 22 for the tie, but Surrey did a good job with the ball early on, getting rid of Slater. Carvelis with that wicket. We've not seen Harry Carvelis come back for a second spell, and obviously a Seba Mead went to the same bowler. Haynes out for 38. Contributions in the middle order from King and Shardendorf, who both got half centuries, but sorry, I think have always been the side with the runs on the board and the likeliest of chances to run out winners. But Ben Stokes to Carlos Brathwaite. That's required 23 from the last over. Will we be saying Tom Giles? Remember that name. Needs something off the first ball. Taylor to bowl to him, and he's got Rob Lord back on strike. Just single from the first. 268 for 9. So it's gone right down to the very last over, the last 5 balls. Notts require 22 to win, 21 to tie from 5 balls. Rob Lord is 61 not out. I'm sure you've been following, but earlier in the day, Surrey won the toss, opted to bat. They made 289 for 8, and the story, a wonderful one. 17 years of age, Ralphie Albert grandson of snooker star Jimmy White, made 96, just 75 balls. Crestfallen when he went for the big blow to reach his 100 in his first innings for Surrey and picked out Sammy King on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 72 from Josh Blake. They added 146 for the 6th wicket, a Surrey record against Notts. 290 the target. Taylor into bowl to Rob Lord, and he's not got hold of this, and he's only going to get, well, they're going to push hard and come back for 2. In comes the throw, and they'll get back for 2. So it's still a live contest. So Notts set to score 290. There were a couple of asterisks to throw in there in the Surrey innings, in that Rob Lord, having bowled 4 overs, went off the field injured. That's why he's out there now batting with a runner. And Ben Martindale went off injured. He came back, opened the batting, picked up an injury, retired hurt, or didn't pick up a fresh injury, but had to retire hurt in so much pain. Came back later in the middle order with a runner before being dismissed. So it's not been plain sailing by any manner of means. 20 required from 4. Next ball on its way, and dug out by Rob Lord, and they're going to push for 2. In comes the throw. This might be the end. No, he's got back. Schardendorf pushing hard. Umpire Shafayat in line to judge as Blake took the bails off. So it's pretty much all or nothing now. 18 from 3. It's one of those scenarios where the leg side wide for 5 wouldn't half help. Nottinghamshire would be cruel on James Taylor. I'm sure he won't let it slip down the leg side. It'll be one thing that will be uppermost in his mind. Don't overstep and don't bowl a wide. Rob Lord's got to hit 3 sixes otherwise, and this is through underneath the bat, and Blake takes it, and that, as they say, is that 272 for 9. The Outlaws are going to come up short, but brave and bold innings from Rob Lord. He's 65 not out. Take the red inker, Rob. Just push them out. I don't think that will be in the thinking. Whether it's there to have a go at or not, I'm sure he'll try and give it everything. Taylor bowls and Rob Lord does give it everything. He's hit it many a mile up in the air, and Barnwell leaps and can't get there, and it's gone for 6. What a shame in terms of giving us even more drama towards the end. It wasn't the previous ball, but he's on to 71 with 1 ball left. And my word, Rob Lord showing himself to be a hugely talented cricketer. Just played 1 match in the county championship this season up at Durham, which no fault of his at all, I should emphasise, is the only game that Notts have lost this season. 278 for 9, but let's hope he's not out injured for too long. Last ball, Lord has helped it onto the leg side. They'll just take the single. So Tom Giles 5 not out, and he's the first to go and congratulate Rob Lord on his efforts. He's finished 72 not out. That's a great effort from Rob Lord. Notts end on 279 for 9. So there was only 10 runs between them in the end. Surrey winning by 10. It's their 21st victory over Notts. Again, these results over the last few matches have flip-flopped one way and the other. Not Surrey, Notts, Surrey, Notts, and now today's Surrey winning by 10. They posted 289 for 8 from their 50 overs. Ralphie Albert 96, 72 from Josh Blake. 3 wickets for Byron Hatton-Lowe, 2 on debut for Tom Giles. Notts 279 for 9. Rob Lord 72 not out. Sammy King 67, Dane Schardendorf 51, Ollie Sykes 3 for 44, and Ari Carvelis 2 for 27, Ralphie Albert 2 for 50.
the leading wicket takers for the visitors. Very much like to thank you for your company today here at Trent Bridge. Not so done in the Metrobank 50 Over Cup competition for 2025. Really good matches, many of them thankfully not interrupted by the weather to any great extent. Got all the games in, bar I think a couple of overs at Welbeck, but there we are. Notts will end the campaign with 3 wins, 4 defeats and a tie. Surrey are 3 wins and 4 defeats with 1 game to come. Next match for Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club is on Monday the 8th of September, and that's at New Road as the County Championship returns. Surrey with, as I say, a trip also to New Road on Tuesday. From the team here in Nottingham on this lovely sultry warm Sunday afternoon in front of a very decent crowd that have come along and very much enjoyed seeing many of the younger players, many of the players of the future get an opportunity and give of their best. We bid you all a very good night from Nottingham.